of Design and Built Environment in 2021 to foster dialogue and research partnership across the globe. With this year's conference, we are pleased to share our journey with our partners, Centurion University in India and United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. The second international conference will host 4 keynotes along with 30 research papers from different parts of the world. This is a great opportunity to learn and share lessons on localizing the broader vision of SDGs. So let's watch a short video, the profile of the Global South Nexus.
The United Nations has set up a global agenda to guide the world towards sustainable development, aimed at reducing poverty, inequality, and promoting inclusion. This has come up in the shape of policy guidelines such as SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals, and UN Habitat's New Urban Agenda.
Universities across the world are also responding to the challenge presented by globalization in various different ways. As a global university, Curtin has embedded various sustainable development goals in its curriculum and research agenda.
At Curtin University's School of Design and Built Environment, we have developed a research base and significant expertise in the Global South, particularly in the built environment issues and challenges. Many of our academics maintain active research interest in these areas. We also have a growing mass of PhD research students who are working on these areas. To capitalize on our expertise and strong connection with the Global South, we have established Global South Nexus as a research group within the School of Design and Built Environment.
Global South Nexus core teams encourages global North-South research within school, universities and beyond, supported by an international advisory board. We promote debates in various aspects too, and also position on North-South dichotomy.
We search for theories relevant to Global South ground realities, to inform practices to promote global sustainable development while shaping the built environment through effective planning, management, and governance.
Here at the Global South Nexus, we have a very exciting agenda. We are planning to organize events. For example, we had inaugural international seminars in July 2021 on sustainable transformation of Global South.
We are also active in identifying collaborative research partners from the Global South. For example, we have initiated dialogues with the universities in Bangladesh, India, and many other countries. We also plan to work with the international development agencies to develop collaborative research projects with partners from the Global South.
We are very hopeful that the Global South Nexus will generate North-South dialogue that will encourage theoretical debate and collaborative research. The Global South Nexus aims to generate knowledge that is reality-based and effective, that can promote SDGs globally.
From Global South Nexus, we invite you to join this new and exciting initiative. All right. So before we start our formal session, I would like to acknowledge of the country. I wish to acknowledge the custodian of this land on which we gather meet today and pay my respect to the Wajak people of the Noongar Nation and their elders past and present. So welcome again for the second International GSN Conference 2022. In this segment, in the conference, host will provide welcome address to our audience. And we are very pleased to have the Deputy Vice Chancellor Global of Curtin University, Professor Seth Kunin, and the Vice Chancellor of Centurion University, Professor Supriya Patanaik, who will be joining online with us. First, can I please invite Professor Seth Kunin for the conference welcome message. Professor Seth Kunin.
I'd also like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, the owners of this land, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and future. In thinking about the concept of the Global South, I looked on a map on the internet this morning, and it had, various bits of what we might think of the Global South, but I noticed that Australia is not included in that, and I can understand why. But in thinking about what we've just done, acknowledging country and the fact that there are people whose voices are marginalized, people whose cultures are, engulfed by Western cultures on top of them, living here in Australia with us, that also need a voice and also really should be part of what we think about when we think about the Global South. I think I would want to add that color into at least part of Australia, because I think it is something that we have to recognize, that the Global South can be with us in the Global North, because there is a lot of issues. And I think the UN sustainability goals really emphasize that that sustainability is not just about the South, and issues of sustainability, particularly in thinking of indigenous populations, but other marginalized people, are in all of our communities. So I think that sort of just struck me as I was walking here this morning. This is a really fantastic conference, and I think that I really want to pay my respects to the teams that have put it together, the team from Curtin University, the School of Built Environment, from Centurion University, and from the UN, to really set up a conference like this that brings together people from different parts of the world to address issues of sustainability, to address issues of communication between the Global North and the Global South, is really something that chimes in with what Curtin University is about and what we really need to be about even more than we have been in the past. When I was looking at the things about this conference, one of the things that struck me was looking at one of the statements about things that someone suggested I mention, which had to do with 3 different sustainability goals. Sustainability Goal 11, cities and communities; Sustainability Goal 13, climate change; and Sustainability Goal 17, global partnerships. And I thought, it's a little bit, maybe it's a really nice connection, but Curtin University's new global strategy, or actually the strategy for the university as a whole, though I'd love to have claims on it, brings together exactly those 3 elements. So if you take cities and communities, that's about people. That's about how people live, how people engage with their environment, how their environment allows them to enhance their well-being. Then you have climate change, and that's very much with our second pillar, which is planet. The university is increasingly interested and concerned with making sure that issues about sustainability for the planet are built into everything we do, are built into everything we teach, how we work as a university, and how we engage with different parts of the Global South and beyond. And then, of course, Sustainability Goal 17, partnerships, global partnerships, again, is our third pillar. So it's people, planet, and partnerships. And again, really emphasizing that the themes of this conference and the issues of how we engage with the Global South are really now built into what Curtin University is trying to do. So I would hope that out of this conference, not only do people think about how they might be different in the different communities they work in their engagement with the Global South, but how this conference might take the issues that are now being discussed more within the university and move those forward in challenging and interesting ways, because we've only begun to think about those three issues and only begun to think about them in a very managerial type way. How do we actually make them real so that they actually have a real impact on the communities here in Australia and the wider sustainability goals? So this conference is timely in that it fits in with the university developing its new strategy, but obviously it's timely looking at the issues of the world that we deal with every day in terms of global warming, in terms of poverty, in terms of issues about war that we have in Ukraine and other kinds of that really impact people. And you were hearing, I'm sure all of us have heard on the news recently about how what's happening in terms of what that war is doing to the people of Ukraine in terms of the destruction of their infrastructure, the destruction of their cities, the destruction of their ability to live, and our responsibility to make sure that we develop communities and partnerships between nations that allow people to thrive. And there's real issues today that we're all facing in thinking about thriving, not only in the global south, but very much in the global north as well. So I think that the issues of this conference are really important. And looking at the themes of all of the different papers, it really is fascinating to me to see how one is bringing together issues about how one lives in cities and language and gender and other aspects of smart cities and the way that communities grow and develop. These are really important issues for Australia. They're important issues for the global south. And most importantly, it's not a one-way kind of learning. And I think that that's what this conference is really about. It's about saying, how does the global north learn to be different, learn to address its ways of living differently by engaging with the global south? And that's very much what we claim to do in Australia when we engage with our Indigenous communities. We claim that we're learning from them about how to be different here. We claim that we're understanding human relations in a different way. We have to make those claims real, both here in Australia when we deal with the Indigenous communities, but also real when we engage with the global south and take them seriously as partners, not as people that learn from us, but people that we learn together with. And I think that that's really fundamental. I was mentioning to one of the coordinators of this conference that, of course, as one of the slides mentioned, we have campuses in the global south. We have a campus in Miri. We have a campus in Mauritius. We also have a really strong partnership in Sri Lanka. And I hope that next year's conference takes place in one of those campuses where the issues of the global south and the voices of the global south are really very strongly heard and transformative for all of us. So again, congratulations on a really great conference, a really thought-provoking set of papers that I wish I could be here to attend, but unfortunately in my kind of role, we never can attend. We just come at the beginning and say goodbye, but it really looks like it can be really transformative. So thanks again and congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Professor Seth Kunin, for your very inspiring words. And we all are really working towards the Curtin's strategic vision on people, planet, and partnership. And I hope that will really, this conference will contribute to those strategic alignment. I just wanted to remind you this conference is also live streamed through our YouTube channel and also the LinkedIn platform. And thank you who are joining online. And now I would like to invite our co-host, Professor Supriya Patanayak. Supriya is the Vice Chancellor of the Centurion University in India. So Supriya, it's over to you to welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sopran. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, Supriya, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Professor Sid Kunin, DVC Global, Curtin University. Professor Michael Douglas, University of Hawaii. Mr. Enrique Pacini Ongtat, keynote speakers from various universities, my colleagues from Curtin University and colleagues from Centurion University, ladies and gentlemen, I would firstly like to thank Curtin University for inviting us to co-host the second International GSN conference this year. It's indeed a wonderful conference. The theme, Localizing SDGs for Built Environment and Communities, a North-South exchange, highlights the need to not only localize SDGs, but also to accelerate their implementation. This not only can be attained with the participation of several stakeholders, including representatives from governments, civil society, private sector, industry, academia, and others. This can only be attained through this. Local institutions are in close proximity to communities and citizens. They play an important role in understanding their needs, identifying gaps, and minority and vulnerable groups, providing basic services, and facilitating awareness around the SDGs. While recognizing the need for localization of SDGs, how and what to localize still poses a huge challenge, and the need to identify, collect, and disaggregate appropriate data based on the SDG goals and targets is critical. We at Centurion University are constantly posed with these limitations in data. At Centurion University, we have focused on 9 SDGs where we have strength, of which SDG 11 is not one. However, this conference provides us with the impetus to focus on both the built environment and cities and climate action. In addressing the various challenges and opportunities arising in localizing, making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, I'll consider 3 issues from the perspective of local academic institutions, especially Centurion University in India. The first is local enterprise, which is the outcome, which is inclusive of the entrepreneur, the person, and entrepreneurship, the process. These need to take into account local resources and local markets. Local institutions can play a critical role in incubating and handholding such nano and micro enterprises to ensure that the processes and outcomes are sustainable. In fact, we have a center for innovators and entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs, which actually is responsible for incubating uh, uh, various startups. The second is waste management, where the mantra of the circular economy, reduce, reuse, and recycle, is key to addressing issues of sustainability. Knowledge dissemination and implementation support in order to transform local communities through low cost, appropriate technologies is a key role for institutions. The third is greening urban spaces. With the expansion of urban spaces and the destruction of existing green spaces, it is imperative to address this issue. For this, there is a necessity for policy coherence at all levels of governance with a keen participation of local institutions. Local institutions can not only ensure that biodiversity is maintained and extended in their campuses, but can participate and converge their activities with various local bodies. By taking into consideration these 3 aspects with several others, the process of bringing the SDGs to the local level and vice versa is both a top down and bottom up process that enhances vertical and horizontal coherence at policy and implementation levels and thereby contributes to the transformative change that is embedded in the 2030 agenda. A North-South exchange will enable us to learn from each other and extend the theoretical debates and research efforts to a wider platform. With these few words, I would like to once again thank Curtin University. I would also like to place on record that Century University of Technology and Management, Odisha, would be pleased to host the next GSN conference. I wish this conference all success. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Professor Supriya. It's really nice to have you as a co-host of this conference, and we wish our partnership will go far from here. So, in fact, so when we started GSN, obviously it is in the School of Design and Built Environment, and we really could not organize the conference with the support of the school. And I would like to invite now Professor Michelle Wilson, the head of the School of Design and Built Environment, to formally open this conference. So over to Michelle.
Thank you. I'm only newly head of school, so this is one of my first duties while I'm here. So thank you for this. This is lovely. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and echo Professor Seth Coonan's call for authentic learning and collaboration. I think in these discussions we absolutely need to be learning and dialoguing with our First Nations people, and we have a lot to learn from them. Walking together. I would like to welcome all participants online, and it's quite disconcerting looking at myself on the screen. Welcome all participants online and here at Curtin University. I think you've got an exciting couple of days ahead of you, and unfortunately I too won't be able to participate in much of it, but I look forward to hearing how it all goes. I would also like to echo both Professor Coonan and Professor Supriya's comments around the need for authentic collaboration discussion across borders for local action around global issues. We have a lot to learn from one another, but we also have a lot that we can help one another with. And so opportunities for bringing people across nations together to discuss very real and important and pressing issues are wonderful. And it's wonderful also to be able to carve out time to have those discussions. So DBE, the School of Design and Built Environment, is a very diverse school, and we recognise the importance of bringing diverse research interests and strengths together to come to very innovative, complex solutions to complex problems. The Global South Nexus aims to showcase some of those strengths and capacities to offer world-class research engagement beyond borders. In the past year, this platform has achieved a significant milestone, collaborating with international partners such as Centurion University and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. It will definitely foster further dialogue, and we're already talking about the next year or two ahead, and that's fabulous. I'd like to thank Mohammed Swapan, Atiq Zaman, and Shad Khan for leading such an important initiative, and for all the people who are around who are supporting ensuring that the next couple of days are a very successful initiative. I'd also like to acknowledge the support from the Faculty of Humanities and the University, and I look forward to hearing how it all goes. Having said that, I'd like to now formally open the conference and wish you all well over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Michelle Wilson, Head of School of Design and Built Environment. So that concludes the formal opening session. So we'll now move into the plenary session. And the first keynote is from Professor Mike Douglas from University of Hawaii. And this session will be moderated by Associate Professor Shahed Khan. So Shahed, take a seat, and probably Mike will join online. All right, just stay with us. We are trying to connect with Professor Mike Douglas, who will be presenting online.
My name is Shahid Khan, and I'll be moderating things for the next while. So, Professor Michael Douglas from Hawaii is to be online. We are a bit 10 minutes ahead of time, which is very rare. I've never seen that happen before. So, very thankful to all our, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, the head of school, for being so more than efficient with time management. So now while we're waiting to be connected to Hawaii, I'll also just take this opportunity to point out that after this plenary keynote, we'll have a panel discussion. And the panel members are here, so I might as well take advantage of the fact, but asking, we've got two panelists. We've got Dr. Dora Malinova from Curtin, Western Australia. She's one panelist. The other panelist is Professor Smita Mishra from Centurion University, India. So, because it is all about North-South and what universities do or should do, so we've got, I think it's a good representation. We've got the North represented, we've got the South represented, and the best thing is that we've got a gender all right. Finally. Good to have the other side, lopsided on the other. So when you're comfortable, please, you can take your seats here. Or you want to, you can watch that screen. Up to you.
Either way. Yeah, let's do it after my. Yes.
Okay, so fine.
So finally, we are now connected with Professor Michael Douglas from University of Hawaii. Hello, Michael. How are you? It's
okay. I'm here.
All right. It's good morning from Perth.
Good morning from Hawaii.
All right. Great. Thank you. So Professor Mike Douglas is a Professor Emeritus in University of Hawaii, and he will be presenting on the SDGs and the roles of universities in moving knowledge to action. So it's over to Mike.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
We can see you, but not your presentation yet.
Okay, my presentation is loaded, but it's not showing on your, what can I do?
Just give us a second, probably we'll see how we can help you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we can see your slide, Michael. You can go on. Thanks.
There's no way to change the slides.
So, Mike, can you please just tell when you need to change the slide, and then we can change for you.
Oh, okay. So I'll begin. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me aboard. I wish I were there with you, but it couldn't be arranged. So I want to talk about localizing human and planetary sustainability. And I use in my subtitle here, an age of great uncertainty. So I'll tell you all about that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So I'm starting by saying that the SDGs are at a crossroads. We have several reports coming out this year. It's basically the halfway point between 2015 and 2030. And the reports are showing the following points that I've listed here. Fewer countries are now monitoring. It seems to be a flagging or lagging commitment. Many of the SDGs will not be met, and many are reversing. In addition, the impact has been largely discursive about how we understand and how we talk about the SDGs. But the more profound normative and institutional impact remains rare, and scientific evidence suggests only limited political impact so far. Further, United Nations Environmental Program says that too little, too slow, and the world is heading for an irreversible tipping point. So the question I want to address, how can universities assist in an accelerating process of linking knowledge to action to sustain human and planetary well-being? Next. I'm sure you're all aware there's quite a literature that's appearing now about how universities can play a leading role in accelerating the processes of sustainability. And I just take a couple of examples, one from Curtin University itself and another from Australia and New Zealand. And I've selected the points that they've also selected to talk about further, how to localize by including civil society, how to better measure progress, talk about new governance models and power of the people and collaborations. And on the right side, we're talking about inclusive education, evidence-based solutions, transdisciplinary research, which I think is the most difficult of all that universities can accomplish, public engagement and cross-sectoral dialogue. So this is a background. I want to now present to you my concept of how we link knowledge to action. And let's see the next slide. So John Friedman, a very well-known, famous urban planning educator, once defined planning as linking knowledge to action. Well, I'm using that term to talk about how universities can take the critical thinking, and we have to emphasize that the job of the university is critical thinking, and then linking that to knowledge and action. So I believe there are actually 4 spheres that we have to talk about in order to do that. And one is to interrogate the goals and values. So for example, if we're talking about poverty, let's really seriously talk about what is poverty? What is it as a concept? What are the values involved? I'll give you examples of that later. Secondly, then we take these values, let's say eliminate poverty, and we look at the real world, and we have to go out and get evidence, and we have to find proof, and then we have to explain And if there's a difference between the goal of eliminate poverty in the real world is not eliminating poverty, then I call those substantive issues, the issues that we must address for policy. Most of the social sciences and the university in the humanities spend all of their time on this side of the diagram. They don't venture too often into the other side, which is policy formulation, the C area. So usually policy has two elements to it. One is the intentions, what we're going to do, but also the instruments. I'm sorry they're not apparently showing well on your slide here. And finally, taking action, implementation. It's one of the weakest links of all, particularly when we talk about monitoring and evaluation. Many donors and aid agencies don't even monitor and evaluate what they're doing after they put the money on the ground. So implementation is a big sphere itself. This, the two together, the policy and implementation, I call the procedural issues or the action, how to take action. It matters tremendously what you've done in each box because they relate to the others, each circle. So, for example, if we define poverty a certain way, then we're going to look for certain kinds of research and proof. It will lead to certain policies and implementation. I will show you a couple of what I call paradigms in the next slide. So this is what we can call the neoliberal paradigm. Some of you may be aware that neoliberalism appeared in the 1980s with a tremendous overwhelming force and took over most of development planning, including the World Bank and United Nations. So in this formulation, and I'm being very, very concise, so I know there are other more details to this, but poverty is seen as a condition of insufficient income to obtain basic human needs. The explanation largely was there are too many people in relation to the size of economies, so we measure poverty by poverty lines, consumption, and health. It's a purely material definition and aspiration in terms of curing or eliminating poverty. What do we do as policy? Well, in the purest form of this paradigm, we accelerate economic growth and trickle down economics by deregulating, privatizing, and global investment. I point out that in the 1990s, the World Bank insisted that if it was going to give a loan to a country, they had to privatize. So we had a whole era of privatizing water delivery, all of the public utilities and so forth. That's been backed away from to some extent. And finally, who is actually going to take action? Well, we came up with the idea of PPP, public-private partnerships, and the public was, of course, government, and private turned out to be usually very large-scale organizations. So we can see this paradigm is self-contained. It has its own way through these four areas. Let's compare this to a political economy framework in which poverty might be defined as a form of oppression through unequal access to the basis of social power. And therefore, we're not looking necessarily, we can use poverty lines and so forth, but what we're really looking for to match that definition would be qualitative and quantitative studies of exclusion, inequality, exploitation, cultural imperialism, the things that create difference and inequalities in society. Then in our policy intention, we would be looking more toward transformative political reforms for inclusion and justice and the right to the city, rather than more economic growth and trickle down. And who would be the actors? Well, certainly the people who are the oppressed would be part of it, as well as local and national governments. So I want to point out it's a very serious matter that universities go through these processes of linking knowledge to action by looking in these four areas and having debates and talking about it, and not necessarily reaching one conclusion, but having a variety of perspectives always available on this. Okay, next. So the same I would venture is about this whole idea of sustainable development, and just contrast the extant model that has been adopted by the UN for many decades already. It's the Venn diagram that that shows visually that somehow economy and society are autonomous, largely autonomous from the environment, that as long as we satisfy human wants, there's no real concern for the natural environment, according to the Brandt report. And technological advances, economic growth, and lifestyle changes will save the day without fundamental political and structural reform. And so what's the outcome of the policy we get is carbon trading, recycling plastic, these kinds of things that don't really go deeply beyond the existing relationship. And then we find out recent reports show that, well, neither of these is working, and we're getting further away from actually tackling the issue. So I'm inviting us all to look at a different formulation, which is really society and economy wholly within nature. When we wake up in the morning, take a breath of air, we drink water, and so on, we're in nature. We cannot do without nature. Nature can do without us, but we can't do without nature. So if you take that as a starting point, you'll get to very different policy and implementation. So I point out a couple of the worldwide new efforts or renewed efforts that we see emerging. One is Planning with Nature, which is Ian McHarg's famous book from the 1960s. And it's not compact cities and that kind of thing. It's actually planning with nature, following the contours of the landscape and so forth. In a sense, and at the same time, there's a global rewilding concept. And it's not just about the far peripheries and the mountains and the forests. It's really about cities too. It's quite an exciting thing to look at. My fear is that if you don't accept this idea that we are part of nature always, we won't get to these kinds of alternatives. We're going to stay over in the current framework. Okay, next. So what can universities do to not only talk about knowledge to action within the university, but also to go into the real world and engage in moving knowledge to action? So I invent this Center for Sustainable Futures. It doesn't exist. I'm just putting it there as a placeholder. But the important point is, I think that centers, more than departments or individual disciplines, centers are the places that are most positioned to actually have multidisciplinary discussions. Again, I have been teaching for about 40 years or so, and I see this the most difficult thing for universities to try to address, how to get more disciplines engaged in conversations. And I think centers can do this, centers or institutes, if you like. And I give some examples of the things that I've been involved in. I may be bringing coals to Newcastle, as we say. You may already be doing these things, but just for our discussion, I put them out here. Roving seminars, collaboration with community projects, student practica, training programs, professional consultancies, intramural education research, public fora, multidisciplinary conferences. So this is the kind of the new university that reaches beyond the ivory tower and gets out in the real world and starts to roll up sleeves and get involved with people. Okay, next, I want to give you some example on the next slide of between 2012 and 2018, I was the head of the Asian Urbanisms Cluster, the Asia Research Institute at the National University of Singapore. I organized about 25 multidisciplinary conferences. And on the left side here, I show you the names of those conferences, and on the right side, all of the disciplines. In any one conference, at least 15 different disciplines or professional program, people representing them were engaged in the conferences themselves. So I'm just showing you this because I know it can be done. And when you do it, you'll get the most surprising conversations. You'll get a historian interacting with a business school person and then talking about this problematic. Now, the key to a conference, of course, is the theme. It's not a subject, it's a theme. For example, reducing poverty. So everyone has to bring their own discipline background to talk about that particular point. Everyone agreed that these were some of the most exciting conferences. They're surprisingly not difficult to do, and I wonder how many people in our audience here today have engaged in them. Just as a quick aside, I taught half-time in the Asia Research Institute and half-time in the School of Public Policy. They were located right next to each other, and the School of Public Policy did not even know that the Asia Research Institute existed. And I don't find this so surprising. So the plea for multidisciplinarity, I don't use interdisciplinarity because suggests that somehow they're integrated. We haven't reached that point very often, but multi we can certainly do. Okay, next. And here are examples of some of the outreach activities that I have engaged in. For example, in China with students from University of Hawaii, and my students from University of Hawaii come from all over the world, and then National Taiwan University in Taipei, and also Shibei Dashui, Northwest University in Xi'an, joined together for the one-year practicum. We had 35 students from all of these universities, and we had big audiences coming every time. It took us 1 year to finally finish our report, and which was actually upon 3 competing different approaches, or if you'd like, trying to monopolize the policy over economic resilience through high tech, environmental integrity to reduce environmental impact, and then have heritage and tourism with living culture. And what was interesting, I think rewarding for us, is that our report was accepted by the Xi'an government for policy. Professional consultancy, I taught at the University of East Anglia in England and Institute of Social Studies, Netherlands. Both of those places had professional consultancy organizations with them. We fielded ODA, Overseas Development Aid, and so forth. And bringing those grants in really generated a new level of professionalism for both students and faculty. And I haven't seen that very often, but I know it's possible. Public forum, every year I would organize a urban forum in Hanoi with Women's Association. And also I worked with people in Thailand to have an annual Livable Cities conference and gave awards. And more recently, a Progressive Cities program that I organized conferences in Leiden, Paris, Rouen, Seoul, and other places. All of these open to the public, and they're huge events. You know, hundreds of people come to them, and they're very exciting to do. I'm sure you've done them yourselves. And finally, training programs is my final example. So provincial workshops. This is for the Hanoi Architecture University. I had a grant from the Ford Foundation to organize provincial workshops. So these 5-day workshops. And the intention was to bring social science perspectives to the engineers and architects that were in the planning field. Again, very exciting, lots of good discussion. The impact may have been less than we hoped because people go back to their disciplines quite easily. But anyway, that was quite good. Okay, so those are the background kind of approaches that universities can do. Now, what I've also invited us to think about is beyond 2030. And when I say age of great uncertainty, what I'm really talking about is the interaction of megatrends that are very powerfully emerging in the world, and they're intersecting in different ways around the world. So pandemics, they're here to stay. Apparently, we're now supposed to wait for or plan for new ones. The Anthropocene, climate change, is not just climate change, it's also pollution, species extinctions, and so forth. Global migration, some people say, hundreds of millions of people are going to be traversing national borders within a few years. And it's emerging of conflict and environmental collapse that's driving it. We're in an age of high inequality, of monopolies and economics, and politicized social divisions, global supply chains, democracy in retreat, and what some people call the demographic winter of super aging societies, shrinking labor force, and urbanization. And finally, artificial intelligence and its impact on employment and a whole host of things. These are all coming at us, and they weren't really integrated. And I want to point out that these all appear in different constellations in the context. So there's no one size policy that fits all. That's why we need localization. However, localities can mitigate, but they cannot resolve megatrends. So these solutions of localization must scale up. Okay, next. Finally, I want to say that requiring localization or requirements of it, there are really 4 areas that I want to emphasize. We have to translate from expertise of the university to social learning. We cannot have just experts of different professions trying to save the world. We have to have entire societies engaged in it as a social learning process. So we have to start pushing these areas of inclusive governance, of distributive justice, including the right to the city. We have to, it's not even on the agenda in many places, but social vitality, conviviality, civic and public space, social capital, these are crucial to getting people to learn and respect and have dignity and engage with each other in a positive way. And finally, at the bottom, flourishing planetary. So, okay, and next. While we're busy doing our SDGs and so forth, the localities and communities are already scaling up, and we need to catch the tail of this. So there are, for example, associations of architects, NGO coalitions, Global Alliance for Rewilding. And if we can start to catch the coattail of these organizations, I think we have a chance from building on localization and then reaching up and going much more broadly. Next, thank you with lots of aloha. That's my presentation. I hope it's made sense to you and we can have some discussion. Thank you very much. I'm over to you.
Mike, would you be okay with questions?
Of course.
Of course. All right. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Great, thanks, Mike. Do I just speak from here? Is that fine? Can you hear me? Do I need to come up?
Yes, I think that will be better.
Mike, thanks very much. My name's Todd.
Hi, Todd.
I just wanted to ask a question about just pick up on something around nature. Just realised my hair is very, very messy. Apologies to that, everybody. I think in a place like Australia, where I guess there's now kind of strong recognition, so it's quite political too, is that the Australian environments were shaped by First Nations people over tens of thousands of years, and also I think that if we leave nature in a place like Australia, it's not going to recover. If you leave a farm, it's not going to turn back into bushland. So there needs to be much more kind of active engagement with those kinds of questions of restorative ecologies and regeneration. If we take that on board, does that shift the kinds of the way that you'd perceive environments? I'm thinking here in the terms of localization for a place like Australia and Perth about how we might want to engage with these questions of environment right here. Thank you.
Sure. Well, if you look at the rewilding literature, particularly that coming out of Europe, it's quite sophisticated and diverse. For example, they have policies for the city, policy for suburbs, and policies for the faraway places, and they're quite different. The ones for cities, for example, will be much more engaged in some of the things we're more familiar with, like tree planting, the right trees, getting the landscape so that when flooding comes, you know where the flooding is going to be. Instead of trying to build walls and polders, you actually replan the city so that when the flood comes, those areas that are flooded, we know those are the areas that we have to let be flooded while we protect the other areas. So my invitation would be to look at some of the rewilding literature that's coming out of Europe. I can separately I'll send Shahed some of the links to that. It's quite exciting stuff. It's not simply the faraway wilderness. And I do take your point about not trying to recreate something of the past, which is already a monumental kind of thing to do. But nonetheless, I still think that in the main, we have to have enough spaces to let nature regenerate itself. We can't continue to think that we can somehow tame and master nature and then we will plan for nature. It's not working. It hasn't worked.
Thank you for that. Any question, comment? Dora?
Yes. Hi, Michael.
Hi.
I actually come from what used to be the East, originally from Bulgaria, and the political economy paradigm was actually quite common at that time, and it was something that didn't produce what was expected to produce. So how do you see, I really liked your approach between the two paradigms. How do you see them going into the future, knowing that the political economy paradigm wasn't that successful? So where do we see the future?
Well, okay, first of all, I'm not necessarily thinking of a socialist or communist solution. Political economy is simply talking about power and who has power. And so we have, there's Swedish socialism, there's all kinds of different alternatives. What I'm trying to suggest, without necessarily picking sides at this point, is the university must engage with these. It's the job of the university for critical thinking. We can't just accept the SDGs at face value. That's not our job. They may be correct, they may be not correct, but where is the discourse at the university, in anthropology, in sociology? I would suggest that most of the university hasn't a clue about SDGs. There are very few departments that know about them, and the rest of the university blithely goes on in their life. So that's my first step. The second is I would nonetheless say that it is about power. And unless we talk about this decline in democracy in the world, unless we talk about how we can get to more sense of inclusion and justice, we're not going to get people engaged in actually dealing with the bigger processes of global climate change or whatever. And I'm speaking from a country that's hugely divided, with a lot of people very angry at each other. We need to find a social basis for people to talk with each other. That's why I use the word conviviality. It's a very powerful term that has been lost because it's considered not material or not important, but is, to me, the magic ingredient that's going to save the day. How can people treat each other with dignity, with respect, and get on with their daily life? That's the foundation, to me, of collaboration. Where is that in the SDGs? Probably it's somewhere, but I'm not blaming the SDGs in that sense. We need to highlight what's the most important steps to take. And I would think there were the four I mentioned: inclusion, justice, social engagement, and then a different perspective on the environment.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the point about conviviality, and hopefully the conference is contributing for that as well.
Well,
Thank
I think your home part of the world has a lot of conviviality, by the way. Really.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Could perhaps take one more question, comment? Please. Maybe, no, come here. We have you on the camera.
Professor Douglas, thank you for your keynotes. My name is Enrique Passini, United Nations. I liked your comments on instruments that can promote cross-disciplinary research, how to further this approach of having people from different areas talking together and working together in academia. And you mentioned mixed research centers, also conferences like this one, which work to further this cause. My question is how to go beyond and make sure that those interdisciplinary centers also work with private sector. Because I work with many developing countries. I come from the developing country myself, and there is often the problem that the interaction between the private sector and mixed research centers, which have a lot of potential, but they don't take off in reality. So what is your take on that? Thank you.
Okay. Well, the simple answer, maybe too simple, is invite them to come. If you're having a conference, have the business world also involved. But it's too broad of a statement, the private sector. A lot of people don't even know what that means. In fact, some people say, oh, that includes civil society. And I'd say, no, it doesn't. We're talking about business. And I think that you would find a very large difference between the corporate world and the local business. Now, I know that's very, very brash of me to say, but we have to, when we think locally, we have to engage local business as well as the larger organizations, business organizations. So oftentimes, well, if you're in a slum in Jakarta, for example, you know, someone's making bread and selling things. Are they a business? Of course they are, but they're not usually considered to be a business in terms of that kind of setting. And I would say, let's consider them all. Anyone who's engaged in an economic activity is running a business. So my plea would be to broaden the idea of what is a business in the private sector and move it away from the blue ribbon kinds of committees that you get from very large scale organizations. Not to dismiss them, they should be included too, but they shouldn't be dominant. We need to have local actors if we're going to localize.
Well, thank you, Michael, for that. And let's move now to the next phase of the plenary where we have the panel discussion. Could I request the panelists, Professor Dora Marinova and Professor Smita Mishra Panda, to take the seat?
Can I put the
Smart?
slide?
Just do that. Can I meanwhile talk? Another round of 2 minutes each if they want to add to their comment or react to the comment of other panelists. And once we've done that, then we'll open to the floor for questions. So I hope we can have some, lively discussion. So just bear with me for.
Okay.
You can join there.
So who starts first?
We can have you go first.
Okay.
Sorry?
Do you have the other slide as well?
We'll figure that out.
Okay.
Right,
So,
we let,
so when I was working on this last night, I kind of thought about Curtin University as a person, because we know that each institution has its own characteristics. And if you can go to the slide, please. Okay, just keep going on the next one. So obviously the question is, where do universities fit within the SDGs, and are there different roles of universities in the global south and the global north? So if you can go further, next one. Okay, so I thought of the universities as having distinctive personalities. And I thought that the universities could look at themselves as an introvert person, and that's a person who feels more comfortably focusing on their own inner thoughts and ideas rather than what's happening around them. Or alternatively, the universities can look at their role within the world, which is the extrovert perspective. So that's a person who is sociable, convivial, cheerful, and always full of excitement and joy, and want to be the center of the things that are happening. And there is obviously a combination of the both, which is the ambivert perspective. And that's a person who's kind of adjust to the situation, changing their behavior based on what are the priorities, what is happening around the world. So if I can have the next slide, please. So with introvert perspective, we saw a lot of universities engaging in university rankings. We don't have any of the senior executives here, but we know how important this has been as to who is number one, who is number two, who is number 702. So these university rankings have become quite influential, and a lot of universities have started to obsess over them. So the other thing, there are two rankings in particular, and I'll show them in a second, which relate to sustainability. The other things that the universities have started doing is develop institutional strategies, how they can become more sustainable themselves. And that includes things related to having sustainable campuses, how they deal with waste, what energy sources, buildings, procurement, a number of issues. And all that is within a context of the universities see that they have a particular role within society, they're responsible, and there are certain expectations that are associated with how they should perform and how should they deliver their teaching. So the next slide is the QoS. I think that came up last month, where they use the environmental sustainability performance and the social sustainability performance, and they ranked all the 700 universities around the world. Number one was the University of California, Berkeley, the top university from the Australian universities is University of Sydney, and the ones that are from the Global South, University of Hong Kong and University of Sao Paulo come at number 34, Curtin is there in the group 191 to 200. 291 in environmental, 149 in social performance. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? That's another ranking, which is the Times Higher Education, where it ranks the whole number of universities, where Western University comes number one. And what's quite interesting about the THE ranking is that they use the Sustainable Development Goals in particular. And what I put there is the general across all goals. Is Western Sydney University comes first. We have a person here from that university. And then number 4 was quite surprising to find King Abdulaziz University from Saudi Arabia and University Science Malaysia. And Curtin, it wasn't just that was a ranking released earlier this year. Curtin is completely missing, so it wasn't even included in that rank. So if we go to the next slide, please. So that was how we think about ourselves in the kind of competing, showing that we are so good. But if you take the extrovert perspective, then what becomes really important is the education, research, and innovation that are happening within the universities and how they deliver and how they benefit the broader society. And we see this in any particular goal you look, you see the universities delivering cutting-edge research, strong institutions, governance, promoting partnerships, and most importantly, universities play a role in soft diplomacy, not just with international students, but also even in the research area. And it's quite important how we deal with industry university collaboration, and industry in this language is anything that it's not university, it's government sometimes can be considered as industry. Next slide, please. So with that, the question arises, who shapes the research agenda? Is the research agenda driven by the university, civil society? Is it driven by industry? And it's quite interesting, last year we had a report looking at how universities should deliver teaching and learning, the Bean and Dawkins University Industry Collaboration report, which essentially put a lot of emphasis of the role of industry in shaping the curriculum, in offering cadetship programs, building linkages between different tiers of education. And we've also had for quite a long time joint research programs with the cooperative research centers, with the SRA research linkage grant schemes, linkage grant schemes, and we have example as the Legacy Living Lab that has more than 30 industry collaborators. The next slide, please. So then, how can we do this ambivert perspective where we actually adjust, because there are benefits from the extrovert and the introvert perspective, but how do we do things that allow us to perform best as universities? So that's when it comes to sustainability, we need to see sustainability as a foundation for transformation within the curriculum and within society, and mainstream it in all offerings. Co-designing with government, community, and industry of research agenda as well as curriculums is really important, because that perspective is the one that is supposed to give us motivation and hope rather than just look and say everything is going so badly, we're reaching tipping points, we're losing biodiversity. Next slide, please. And now I come to the global north and global south. Willy Brandt was the chancellor, the German chancellor in the 80s who put that division. But earlier this year, there was a study done by the British Council looking particularly at the partnerships between the global north and the global south. And what they concluded is that somehow global North universities seem to be more credible, particularly when it comes to funding organizations than global South universities. And this despite the fact that some of the global North universities appear in the sustainability rankings way above global North universities. The other thing that they concluded is that global South universities somehow assume they need to have a partnership with the global North university to be successful and to improve their prestige. I fully support partnerships. I'm not that convinced that they're needed just to be successful and improve prestige, because to me, the partnerships and the learning needs to happen both ways. There is so much that we can learn from the global South. And the benefits are seen as new curricula, innovations in pedagogy, training of academics, and things that go beyond, that go to the broader community. To me, it's very important that this partnership should be equitable, going both ways, because we are faced with the same global challenges, and we're dealing with issues in relation to climate change, biodiversity loss, sea level rise, and we need to see universities as ways of building trust and being able to work collaboratively and enjoy our the knowledge that we create. Next slide, please. And how do we future-proof? I've been too long. How do we future-proof universities? That's another concern that I've had with so much influence from industry. So there are certain areas that have been that are put there, and I'm happy to elaborate on them. But probably the ones that I want to emphasize right now is we see increasing role of social sciences, because physiological solutions are easy to deliver. It's much more difficult to change people's behavior. But at the same time, we need to see our role in scientific evidence. And if I can have the next slide, please, because it's not that you are not entitled to your opinion. It's actually you are not entitled to your opinion unless you can argue for it, unless your opinion is informed. And this is where it's quite important, the role of the universities. You can next one and the one after, and the one after is where I want to finish right now, is that the role of the universities goes across all the SDGs, and they cannot be achieved without the universities, both in the global south. Yes.
Right, can I talk from here? Yeah. Thank you for the opening comment, and now can I request Professor Smita Mishra Panda to give her comment. I have 5 minutes. That's appreciated. Thank you.
I have a few slides because Shan told me you have to speak for 5 minutes. So
He told me 10, 15, sorry.
I
will let you go 7 minutes. Don't worry.
I don't take 7 minutes. I just have exactly 5 minutes. But I'm still wondering, what is useless knowledge? Because you did mention that the World Economic Forum, said that let's embrace all the useless knowledge. I'm still wondering what is useless. But anyway, I think what Professor Kurla did was to, give that, what is that? Extrovert, introvert, and ambivert. Yeah, I think we are everywhere. Centurion universe. I'm talking about my universe. Yeah, so it will be from that point of view, and we are everywhere. So let's see. Next, please. Yeah. So very quickly, the university got formal recognition in 2010. Before that, it was just an institute. Yeah, so we are only 12 years old, right? And it was recognized as a skill university in 2017 by the government. And what I would say is that sustainability has been embedded within the DNA of the university. You see, from its inception, we didn't, so that way I would say that we were, well, not introvert, extrovert. We didn't think of the rankings or, you know, the SDGs or the MDGs, or before that it was the MDGs, right? We were not thinking about that. We wanted to do this, right? So, however, no efforts were made. I must admit here, and Supriya would also agree, that we never had made any efforts to record all its relevant interventions, activities, education, deliveries, and engagements. And it's only now that we are trying to do it, because we know that these SDGs have come, and everybody says that you have been doing this. So it's only now that we participated in the world rankings. Actually, WSU, you know, helped us in filling out that whole thing and uploading all the reports. So by design, you can say that the university, 5 campuses are located in remote areas which have no effective urban planning bodies, city councils, or urban local bodies. Centurion had to evolve its own systems and processes, to recycle and reuse wastewater and upcycle the food waste into biocompost for cleaning the campuses. And these are just few initiatives. There are many more. Okay, to remain ecologically responsible, the university has partnered with various institutes, and other universities to convert waste to wealth. And these are some of our very, flagship, I would say, initiatives. That's why I'm mentioning them. There are many more, but my 2 colleagues who have come from Centurion will be talking more about it tomorrow, going into the details of the various initiatives. So I thought I'll just, briefly mention a few here. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? So basically, the university cares now in delivering the SDGs, and we see that we have been doing that, right? So commitment to this emerges from the President's office, from the very top, through community engagements, academics, research, and entrepreneurship. Government is very supportive in our endeavors at Centurion. Of course, we have our own problems with the government because this is a private university. And but we have been getting a lot of recognition from the Planning Commission and the Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India. And we find that this has been mentioned in various important documents, including the United Nations. So at present, you can say in the past 1.5 years, we're trying to align with the SDGs in all its above endeavors that have been mentioned. Next, please. I don't have much actually to show. That'll come tomorrow.
Next slide.
Yeah. So you can see these are our achievements. I can't see them. So you can, maybe I'll just stand up. Sorry, I can't see from here. There are 20,000 unbanked people in rural and urban area of Orissa, the state where we are located. Oh, I can't see the slide. Where is it? Why are you? Yeah. I'm sorry, urban area of Orissa and Andhra Pradesh, where our campuses are located, got financial inclusion. 35,000 per day. Students graduated from health profession, medicines, nursing, and midwifery and health sciences across all levels of study. 10,000 community diagnostic centers were established, has vaccinated 10,000 people from the local community. 786 students got placed in companies of their choices. And 10 female personnel in higher echelon of leadership, because we are a highly patriarchal society. So when I say, some people might be only 10, but that's also big for us, right? 300 million revenue from the industry, that is in rupees. 101 community outreach activities by School of Fisheries and Sustainable Fishing. 245,000 kg per year is the production from in-house apiary, that is honey and that. And of course, this is what is planned. So we want to double it in the future. So these are a few activities that we do, and these are very much aligned to the SDGs. And we do much more, and that will be presented tomorrow. So next, please, if there's any others left. No? I don't think there's any others left. Okay, this is the last. Okay, yeah. So I would say that we are very much on the track, and we thought this is an opportunity for us to not only I would say showcase, but I wanted to discuss this, that this is what we are trying to do in eastern part of India. India is very big, right? And when I say, and this is definitely not representative of all the universities in India, one. Two is that there are other universities also into this kind of action learning, action research, and all these activities, but the number is very few, yeah? And I'm not trying to compare Centurion University with those universities, right? Yes, we have a lot to learn from each other, from the global north. I have never used these terms, global north and global south. It's only, here for the first time I'm doing it, yeah? So thanks to Sopon.
Oh, it's not me
So
only.
we have much to learn from each other, and let's see what we can do in future with respect to Global South Nexus, right? So that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita. And at this stage, Mike, would you care to make some overall comment and before we take questions?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you everyone for those all too short presentations, I'm sure. Thinking about extrovert, ambivert, and all that, I think introvert is probably the most difficult, actually. How to get the rest of the university to talk to each other. It's very, very difficult. About global north and south, I always wondered, is the University of Hawaii in the global north or south? But it's nowhere on the list you presented. We don't exist. And yet the services we're providing to the Pacific Islands in terms of sustainability is tremendous. So I've never been a champion of all of these lists and who makes the list, but I think we have to interrogate them a bit more, as useful as they might be. Now, who's in this group? Is it local industry and so forth? I had a friend in University of Penang, and one day in his anthropology class, he actually invited a peasant, a farmer, to come in the classroom. The student had no idea what to do. The guy just stood there. Oh, a farmer. Oh my gosh, what shall we do? So what I'm saying is we have to go beyond the usual blue ribbon kinds of people and talk to the actual people who are impacted by things, not just who represents them. Particularly, we have to talk to local governments. I don't very often see that on the list. But in addition, we have to talk about the people who were in the natural disaster, the people who actually suffered from it. Yes, of course, it'd be great to integrate sustainable development. But first of all, what is sustainable development? I'm sure you're all tired of this question, but it's never interrogated. It's just, oh, here's the UN statement of what it is, and we'll go from there. And I'm suggesting that's got us in the wrong direction. That's my point of view. What's your point of view? We have to have the whole university, when you talk about sustainable development, to actually think, what is it and what's it trying to do? And not just fall into the kind of structure of power that we're seeing before us, if I may say. So what I've made the case for is we have to take expertise that the university itself is uniquely able to put together and take that into a social learning process. And to do that is a huge, huge task, but it's not being featured in the kinds of ways that the SDGs and others presented. I know there's a lot of work on SDGs and it's all out there in the world, but it doesn't come together in that fashion very easily. We have to engage the population of the world in through university education and its outreach, and actually being part of a transformative engagement. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for the comment about sustainable development, because this is something that, thousands and thousands of definitions, and nobody agrees with what exactly it is. However, what to me is important is the manifestations of climate change with extreme weather events, with wildfires, with changing weather patterns. Another issue of big concern to me personally in the research that I have been doing around food is how we use the soils, because there is much more awareness of fossil fuels being non-renewable resources, but there is less awareness of soil being a non-renewable resource. So how we produce food, how we convert native habitats into what we consider useful use for grazing, for livestock grazing. And the consequences from that is huge biodiversity loss. I've been reading the book that I had on the slide, Silent Earth, that talks about the decimation of insects around the world. And a lot of this is due to the fact that we use monocrops, that even on our lawns here in Australia, we're trying to get rid of anything that flowers slightly differently, and we call weeds, which impact seriously the native species and the insects. And the insects are so important. They're probably about 4 billion insects, and we have named only a small fraction of them. So our knowledge is very, very limited of this wonderful world of which we are part of. So we can spend time with discussing definitions and things like that, ignoring the reality that's happening outside. And for me, this is much more important, to be connected to the world, to be in the world. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Smita, would you like a quick comment? We want to open the question.
I think it's okay. You can open the question.
All right, so we'll open the questions to the floor. Any questions from any of our panelists, including Mike? Do we have any questions or
I have a
comments?
question, but
No,
that can wait. That's okay.
We first have the floor, please. I think Australian universities can do something about the environment, sustainability. Now, in one of the postgraduate unit I taught each year, multicultural nonverbal communication, offered to the TESOL students. We used one image, newspaper clipping from the Australian newspaper, The Australian, 2016. The Melbourne University students got their clothes down, moved, and they got on the top of the building, protest against the university, drop your assets. Apparently, the Melbourne University has got a lot of funding from the government, and they have purchased a lot of air conditioning and also lab facilities. So apparently, the students got a very strong sense of environment protection. So they want the university management to drop their assets. So I think the university can do something about it within the university. Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions, comments?
Did they get punished? Did they get punished for getting
so
above
I got the image here, if you would like to have a look, so look.
Yeah.
That's the image from the Australian.
Yeah.
It's on the top of the building.
I'm always very hopeful when it comes to the younger generations, and particularly a lot of my research relates to Generation Z. They have been so active, and they have embraced a lot of these issues in a very passionate way. However, they don't have the power, the things that we were discussing earlier. So how do you also take the power, and how do you influence? Or how do you share the power?
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you. Just thanks for the discussion and all. And thanks, Mike, for your contribution there. I just wanted to make a comment. You mentioned the problems with universities and the lack of cooperation across different disciplines and so on. But that's starting to happen now. But one thing that maybe I've observed a little, and it could be a potential problem, is actually within that whole field of sustainability. There could be a potential for a silo mentality to develop in that, as you have separate areas that are pursuing their own areas of researches and agendas without that more holistic perspective that's required of sustainability, because it's much more than, say, soil regeneration or livable cities. It's also about lifestyles and all this sort of thing, which I think across all those different areas. So there is a potential risk that we just repeat the patterns of the past with these sort of silo mentalities within that whole broad theme of sustainability. If you'd like to comment on that. Thanks.
You say within the field of sustainability, within the field of, so you mean to say there could be a separate center or something from the top? It has to be, you have to mandate it. Then only people will come together. Because in our university also, and I think universities across, we find these silos. And they don't want to talk to each other, talk with each other. I'm so happy to see a linguist here from AWST. You see, it's unimaginable that a linguist will participate in a sustainability conference. What would linguists have to do? You see, and the other question was useless knowledge, and this is where I disagree. There's nothing called useless knowledge. No, inverted comma. Yes, inverted comma. I understand. But some people think that say for example, some may think that linguistics is useless. Why do you have to? I mean, I know the next generation, the younger generation, think like that. Why do we need to study languages? My children ask me, why do I need to study Sanskrit? This is not going to give me a job. So this is what I say, this attitude has to change. And only then we can work with each other and not like, in silos and say that, we have the solutions and you don't know anything. You anthropologists don't know anything. This is what is happening every day. And the same, I have that experience in our university, although some of the important people in our university are social scientists. So we have been able to push certain things like, for example, make the gender course. It's an introductory course. It's offered to all disciplines across the university. Climate change, sustainability, and organizing. These are two courses I teach across the university. So I know there's been a lot of resistance, but we have made it mandatory that you better understand these issues. So that's all. Of course, through the conference we'll be discussing many other things.
Thanks, Smita. Sorry, I thought it'll be a good chance if you could get your Vice Chancellor to make a quick comment.
A few comments. Can you hear me? I don't think she can hear. Supriya, can you hear me? Do you want to give a few?
Yes, I can hear you. And thank you so much for inviting me. I actually enjoyed the plenary. This kind of gave a historical view to what is today. So it's wonderful. And I, as Professor Smita Panda has highlighted, being from the social sciences and being a primarily technology and management institute, we have had to actually mandate quite a few things, as she's pointed out. And in fact, even our whole endeavor at SDGs, we were doing a whole lot of things, and we only now say that we are aligned with the SDGs, but we were right from the outset doing a lot of action learning and practice oriented, skills oriented, hands on kind of practice areas. And we were also always, the university itself has incubated several enterprises. So that is, which sit on the margins of the university. So we have we have tried to walk the talk. And I think that's what is most important thing. And I think the other thing I would like to point out is, sometimes we're coming from different points. We're starting at different points. And I think when we are talking about even the north, south, and, I was just looking at some of the presentations and we say that, okay, what are we doing converting waste to wealth? Somebody might think that, okay, this is such a small endeavor. But at the end of the day, because where we are starting is, something, we're kind of, uh, um, we are starting very late. And so we have to kind of catch up in a way, and not catch up in a way, because as I said, it's just a different starting point, and we have to just kind of uh, do what we have to do in order to and you're right about uh, actually challenging and critiquing, and that critical thinking about what is sustainability itself. I think that kind of debate does not happen in universities. And we are also, again, mandating some of those kinds of debates through our various research centers that we have established. And we are trying to force that kind of multidisciplinary environment, which is which is quite a challenge actually, coming from a very um, uh, within Indian context also, what we call it a backward state. So that's all I would like to add to this whole debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya.
Thank you, Supriya.
So,
I think that the question was to Mike. I wonder whether Mike wants to. If you have
Sure.
Mike, if you would like to respond.
Is there anything particular I'm responding to?
The silos. Yeah.
The silos was raised as a point?
Yes. Well, first of all, to Professor Patanayak Supriya, thank you so much for your comments. And you're the only person I can see, so I've been watching your face as I talk, and I'm glad you registered to some of the points I raised. Yeah, but the silo problem is entrenched. It's very difficult to overcome. But since you're all located in the same area, same place, at least you have a chance to make it happen. And I applaud any effort to get people from one branch of the university to actually have a dialogue and express, you need time. You need a lot of time for people to interact and come back again and again. So it's not just a one time, but to create those opportunities and those moments where people can get out of their departments and come together, even over a lunch, and they're just having casual conversations. These can spin off beyond anything we plan. It's being there, being together, that's really important. So I really applaud all that you're trying to do, and I wish you all the best in doing that.
Thank you, Mike. So we are towards the end of our session, and I'd just like to, put a few questions, if I may, for us to think about later. One is, Dora, you mentioned all the rankings, and so what will Curtin do now? I don't want to repeat those rankings, but yeah, what should Curtin
Try
do?
to manipulate them.
Let's try. And the other question is, it's great to find that Centurion University South, in the global South, has been doing stuff on the ground, has got results to show for it. And for them, it's a matter of realigning with SDGs, perhaps. But the fear is that it could be, it might end up in labeling or relabeling.
Yeah.
So that's fine, but that then can create some gaps in the approach. And the question would be, you're getting great government support, but does that come with some strings attached? I'll leave it there. If Supriya, you want to answer to that, fine, in a minute. Otherwise, we have to close the session.
Yeah, just in a minute. No, I think in some ways, in some of the areas, we have been front runners. In fact, government is actually coming and looking at us for some of the responses. So it's actually been very good. But despite that, I must say that in India, especially, working with government is a real challenge, and it's a constant battle. So yes, there are strings attached, uh, and but we know that we have to work with government. So we continue to engage, and we continue to look at what can be the best outcomes from that
Great,
process.
thank you. And before I let you go, just you have your conference bags. If you look into your conference bag, there's a sheet of paper which gives some information about the conference bags themselves, and there's a disposable pen, ballpoint, within the bag. And that, if you read, then you'll understand what Centurion University has been doing in terms of social enterprise, etc. So just we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for this pretty interactive session, and so thank you for being here. Over to morning tea, the last event.
All right. All right. Thank you, all panelists. And now we'll have a break. So the morning tea break, and then we'll be coming back at 10:40 for our the presentation and first session on inclusive and participatory planning. All right, we'll see you then.
Thank you, everyone.
It's next room, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Can I just get this one before I forget?
Thanks.
Yes.
Mentioning the PEC, carrying, so I'm thinking of that as
That's why I think the most was it so
Okay, so we are getting organized to start our first session. Huh? We'll call you. So, if anybody in that room, could you just come and please take a seat? So there have been some, as usual, there have been some last moment adjustments to the program. So I'll be chairing the session. Can't hear. Who can't hear? All right, once again, we'll now begin our session, the first technical session. And there have been a few last minute adjustments to the program. So we are going to have 5 presentations in this session, starting with Professor Smita Panda, and then that will be followed by Professor Salim Sadek, and then the third will be from Mohammad Nahiduzzaman, fourth and fifth. So they are not changed. So we've got 5 papers in the session, and we will begin this session. The title for the session is Inclusive and Participatory Planning A. That's the first part of this. We have another repeat on this session later. So I'll start with inviting Professor Smita Mishra Panda from Centurion University with her paper on title Leave No One Behind, including transgender Hijra community in urban waste management in Cuttack City in Odisha. So could I please invite you to the podium?
From there.
Yeah, thank
Thank you. Thank you. So hello again. So I think after this, I'll not be visible, because I was there in the plenary and, the first presenter. So I thought I'm high dose of, you're all getting a high dose of Smita Mishra Panda. But this is an entirely different presentation that I would be making. Yeah. So as Shahid said, yes, thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you also for providing the opportunity to co-host this conference, right? So this is the first session, inclusive participatory planning and participatory planning. I'm not the chair, Shahid. You're the chair. It's not changed. Anyway, doesn't matter. So as you can see, the title is Leave No One Behind, including transgender. Now, transgender here I've used as a generic term. It's a generic term, right? Hijra is the local word for kind of one type of transgender. Yeah, basically, in many, it's known in English as eunuchs, right? Community in urban waste management, Cuttack. Now, how do I go? Press down. This one? Oh, yeah, slide 2. So this will be broadly the plan of presentation. The status of transgender communities in India, Norissa, is something that, because there are audience from different parts of the world, I would like to do that very briefly. Then we have the transgender policies and welfare that are now gaining a lot of prominence, and how that is, how we can link that with the SDGs. So kind of convergence, right? Then the third is what I would discuss is the transgender and waste management. It's a case, actually. It's a study that I've done, and we are trying to do a little more detailed study. So this was a very preliminary study. Based on that, I'll make some observations here, and then some relevant issues and challenges, and my final comments.
Okay. So if you look at the transgender population, they belong to the, obviously all of you know that they belong to the non-binary category. And the transgender population in India is estimated to be about 4.8 million. According to the 2011 census, that was first time in the census they recorded the population of the transgender people in India. And that was 2011, because 2011, every 10 years we have a census. 2021, the census is not yet out because of the pandemic, and it's got a little delayed. So obviously the number would be much higher. Now, let me tell you that these figures don't mean much, because the population, actually, the real population is much higher. Because if you say 4.8 million, these are the people who have, who have disclosed their identity, right? So there are many who don't disclose their identity because of various reasons, primarily because of discrimination at the societal level. So the population in Orissa, the transgender population in Orissa, is about 20,332. But because my studies are basically in Orissa, and I've talked to many activists and social workers, they say that the actual population is estimated to be about, it's much more, 6 to 7 times higher than what is recorded. So like I mentioned, that many do not disclose their identity as they are not accepted by the mainstream society. Yeah, we can debate on what is mainstream. I also believe that we can, what is mainstream after all? But well, that is society which comprises people like you and me, right? So this study, or this, what I'm going to focus here is on one group, and that is the Hijra. And they definitely experience gender dysphoria. Now, gender dysphoria, by definition, you see, it means it's an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth, sex assigned at birth, and one's gender identity. Yeah, so biologically you are something, but your gender identity is something else, right? So that's the incongruence. So they dress, act, and feel like women. They're born as men, biologically, but they feel, dress, and act like women. And that's where the problem is. So this is India. If many of you may know where Orissa is located, this is Orissa, the red boundary there, red, And this is the goddess, Bahuchara Mata, the goddess that is worshipped by the transgender people. It's not worshipped by anybody other than the transgender people. They get a lot of, strength. They say that we derive a lot of strength from this goddess. And there is a temple in Orissa, in a place called Katak, where we did the study. And you won't find non-transgender people going there. Yeah, like people like you and me will not go there. And this is a troupe. You can't make out. I mean, they're dressed like women, right? So this is a dance group, right? Dance group of Hijras. And this is getting very, very popular because there's a lot of demand from people like us, to perform these item numbers in our cultural functions, festivals, life cycle rituals like birth of a child or marriage, right? So this is what they are doing, and they make some money in that. Yeah, this is, you can see that they are fighting because there is a bill that has come out, the protection bill, but there are certain clauses in that bill which they don't agree. So this is where they are, they are sloganing, and they're fighting. And here is the repeal. This is the photograph on the right hand side. Yeah, what is there on your, okay, right hand side? You see this lady who's standing here is now standing for elections. She's very well known. Her name is Meera Pareda, and she's standing with her group. And this group, they are very happy because the Article 377, has been repealed. Now, Article 377 criminalized same-sex, same-sex sexual intercourse. So basically, they criminalized homosexuality. And that article was, in 1868, or, during the British time, that article was promulgated. And it has no meaning now, but the government of India repealed it only in 2017 or 18. You see, so they're rejoicing, although they have problems there, certain clauses, but at least they have taken out that, they've repealed that archaic law. So if you look at the transgender status in Orissa, it is basically the low-income groups, yeah, Hijra, who are visible, mostly in the urban public spaces, engaged in begging, sex work, and badhai. Badhai is, they say it's blessing, because many people in India, why many people? Everybody in India considers that in certain occasions, especially in life cycle rituals like childbirth, marriage, or even, you know, when they lay the foundation stone of their house, you know, they seek the blessings of the hijra, the transgender people. Yeah. So they that is their traditional occupation, right? They have been doing that and still continue to do that. And performing, you know, they perform nowadays, you know, they perform, you know, to the Bollywood tunes, because that has become so popular in India, songs and dances in wedding and other cultural functions. They are a highly marginalized and discriminated community and form their own groups. Yeah, they have their own groups. One is it's an institutionalized guru chela. Guru is leader, chela is follower. Yeah, relationship. So each guru, say for example, very quickly, I'll just mention, will have about 40 followers, and whatever income the followers make, that is the chelas make, 40% of that will go, and it's non-negotiable. It goes to the guru. Yeah. So that is a very, very institutionalized, non-negotiable relationship that is there. Yeah. So there can be several gurus, not one guru, several gurus, and they will have a set of chelas. And they worship this Bahuchara Mata goddess. So during COVID-19 pandemic, they completely lost their livelihood, because, you know, their profession, you know, involves a lot of physical contact. So they lost their livelihood means, and I did a study. In fact, I've also published, and you can say they were already vulnerable group. They were an already vulnerable group, and in that situation, that is during the pandemic, it can be said, you can say that from vulnerability, they moved to precarity. Yeah, precarity is a concept which is being used, and I've used that in analyzing their situation, where they're completely isolated, marginalized, in fact, starved, you know. So post-COVID, they were noticed by the public authorities, right? The government, particularly the local governments, as one of them who has some education and was very active. And she also was an activist. Yeah. Many of them, you see, could be into these professions, but they could also be activists and social welfare, engaged in social welfare, right? As one of them was working in the municipal corporation as a city mission manager. Yeah, various things she was involved in, not only for the transgender group, for in general, yeah, for specific urban programs. So she's the one who took up this cause, you know, and we were not very sure that she would do it, because she had discussed with us, but some of us who were doing this studies, and she had discussed, but we didn't know that she could take it up, and she did. So she had the courage to do that. What? Yeah. So some landmarks, I must say, because this is where you'll understand the Transgender Protection Bill of 2019, which prohibits discrimination in employment, housing, education, healthcare, and other services. This is a very big boost to the transgender community. Then the repeal of Article 377, which I have just mentioned in 2018, which recognizes homosexuality. Then there's a transgender policy of Odisha, that is, the states or the provinces also have their individual state policies, right? And Orissa has one. Not that all states have, but Orissa has one, which was, it was, implemented it's implemented in 2017 through a program called Swikriti, which is a scheme for promotion of transgender equality and justice. Now, I will not go to we have done an analysis of it, but I'll not go into that, but it's not very effective, what I would like to say. And the worst thing is that they have placed this issue, the Swikriti scheme, in a department which is meant for disabled people. And that's ridiculous. They're not disabled. Yeah, they're not disabled, right? So what I would like to conclude from here is that convergence of national and transgender policies and the SDGs, yeah, there is a convergence, and increasing their visibility in the policy and development space. Now, coming to the urban waste management, this I can do very quickly. The Orissa government, that is the state where I'm located, where I did this study, took the initiative to involve the transgender persons in 3 activities. Yeah, 3 separate activities. One is operation and maintenance of the FSTP, that is fecal sludge treatment plant, operation and maintenance of water treatment plant, yeah, and garbage and waste collection and segregation, which is a huge issue in our countries. I mean, that part of the world. Yeah, the urban local bodies signed an MOU. They actually signed an MOU, yeah, with the 2 transgender self-help groups. I hope you understand what self-help groups. These are collectives, yeah, 20 to 30 members in the collective, where they form a group and they stabilize. They do internal savings and all that. Yeah, they stabilize and take up activities as a group. Yeah, that's a very, very powerful platform. Yeah, the 2 groups were known as Bahuchara Mata, based on the goddess, and the other one was known as Parivartan. Parivartan is actually literal meaning is change, transformation. So they came in partnership with the urban local bodies, and they were engaged in all these activities from 2020 onwards. So it's been a very, very recent initiative. Yeah. This is the city mission manager. If you can see, this is Soni. Yeah. She's a transgender person. She played a pivotal role in mobilizing transgender people into groups to come forward and manage municipal services in the city of Cuttack, which is a small city. It has about 600,000 population. She was an interface, yeah, the role of an interface between the transgender community and the urban local body administration. Yeah, that's very important. And she was a role model for others and have been able to lead a dignified life of which she can be proud of. That's what she keeps saying. But some also say that, well, she hasn't left her traditional occupation, but I don't want to get into that. Now, all these activities have led to a lot of national recognition. You see, this is the Indian Sanitation Coalition and FICCI. FICCI is a commerce Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce, yeah, in India. And they came together and they gave the TG, the transgender SHG, involved in FSTP, that is fecal sludge treatment plant, an award, and it's at the national level for their outstanding work. And this was being implemented by the Orissa Water Supply and Sewerage Board. And this definitely created a ripple effect, because these are the transgender people, because that was COVID time. That's why they're wearing the masks. So this created a ripple effect, right, to replicate this activity in 4 other towns in Odisha. I mean, this was a demand from the transgender people who, they'd also wanted this from their local governments. So this demonstrated the strength of the TG SHG visibility, and it brought a lot of visibility for them in the public domain. These are some photographs. Yeah, this is garbage, yeah, segregation. This is treatment, how they convert the garbage into manure, and these are the different groups. Okay. Now, I'll just give one narrative, is that Baibhabi is a female name, but the male name for this person on the left-hand side, she's a transgender person, and that's her boyfriend. Yeah, and they both are working in WATCO, that is Water Corporation of Orissa, right? Baibhabi, and her given name was Bismay. Bismay is a male name. Shared that since her engagement in the WATCO project, yeah, the media have lauded her for her engagement in the project, and she has been spearheading the TG community, that is transgender community, in a government project. Yeah, once she was recognized as a respectable individual, she found going back to begging or sex work very, very derogatory, and that's very important, because she sends a message to her community. Now, I'm not being judgmental here. Please understand that. So this also motivated her to strive harder to open new avenues for others in the community in the city of Cuttack. According to her, the media has played a very critical role in encouraging the hijra to change to a more dignified source of income. This is according to her. Now, what are the relevant issues and challenges for us to reflect on, particularly from the SDG perspective? is the government of Orissa received praise and accolades, because they were creating waste to wealth, doing this waste to wealth programs, engaging the most marginalized community, for this purpose, right? So it was kind of, they were trying to showcase this as something successful, very successful, and something that other cities and other states can learn. And some officials are of the view that the programs were hurriedly conducted. Yeah, capacity development of the Hijra was not done it was done in a haphazard manner, and that's why they didn't know what is expected of them. Monitoring was not so easy. Yeah, these are the small problems, small in the sense that when you're talking about sustainability, these are the issues that will come up, right? And the gurus, especially those are the leaders, they didn't want the community, their chelas, to go into this because they will lose their income, because what they get paid as working with the urban local bodies is not so much. You see, the remuneration that they get from begging, sex work, and badhai is far more lucrative. Yeah. So how to do that? How to. Yeah. So these are things that we have to discuss. The wages the Hijra receives as a worker is not lucrative. Yeah. As they are much higher, they get much higher amount from their traditional occupation. They are not accepted until and even ill-treated by the non-TG community. That is, you see, if they are working for us, say, for example. Now, if you don't treat them, if you don't accept them, yeah, if you don't internalize the fact that they are one of us, then it's not going to be sustainable. Let me tell you, that attitude is still there. Yeah, we treat them as untouchables, as if they're to be just, if you look at them, you just want to, go away from there. That is a kind of treatment. Unless that changes, nothing is going to change. Nothing will be successful. You can try all these initiatives. Yeah. So, for the Hijra experience, what they have experienced is that some found it respectable and some are not satisfied, as the Hijra does not have much education. They have very little understanding about the terms of reference, wages, the ways of the government. So they are unable to cope with the work that will sustain their interest. The challenge is to have more people like Soni, the city's mission manager, and Baibabi as interfaces between the community and the urban local bodies. The Cuttack experience has motivated the Hijra community in other districts of Orissa to network with the urban local bodies. I mentioned that, to engage with them in urban development projects. And these are in different towns, in Orissa, Paradip, Dhankanal, and Parlakhemdi. Now, it's too early to draw conclusions on the sustenance of these efforts to engage the transgender in urban local bodies. Right? I don't think I have another one. Final comments? Yeah. So such efforts to include TG in the transgender and urban development programs resonate with the overall objective of the SDGs, leave no one behind. SDG 1, that is no poverty, SDG 11, reduce inequality, and SDG 17, where we are talking about partnerships between local communities and the local government, that is the urban local bodies. We need to have sensitization programs for the urban government officials, and that is very, very important to change their mindsets, because some of them still think that this non-binary category is it's all psychological and it's not physiological, which is very sad. So many educated people talk like that, top bureaucrats talk like that, and you just don't know what to say. So attention has to be paid by the government to make the programs for the transgender sustainable and not a short-term activity to just gain publicity. Yeah, which is probably now, but it's too early to say because it started in 2020. So attainment of SDGs is possible only when the ground reality is well understood by the government, and capacity development of all stakeholders is given highest priority, especially when engaging with this type of community, the transgender. So there's an increasing demand by the Hijra for taking up other activities now, because they think that, okay, we are able to do something like this. So as a collective, we can also do other things like Ahar Kendras. Ahar Kendras are for subsidized food centers, which are set up by the government, right? Operated by the government, or some common resource centers to help the people. So these are my final comments. Thank you very much. I know I have overshot, but that's okay. Yeah. Questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Smita. Okay, we'll have another presentation before we open questions. So the second paper is by Sir Salim Sadek from Edith Cowan University, Western Australia. And the title is, Does Resident Satisfaction and Residents Ambassadorship Behaviors, RAB, Influence Place Attachment to City and Neighborhoods? So please, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Salim Sadek. I'm from the Edith Cowan University, and specifically I'm from the School of Business and Law, and my area is in marketing. So in this presentation, I will be talking about the place attachment to city and neighborhoods from the residents' perspective. And so the specific question we had for this particular research was that, does resident satisfaction and residents ambassadorship behavior, we call that RABs, do those two things impact place attachment to the neighborhood and the city level from the perspective of the residents? Okay, so that's the agenda. So I'll be having a little bit of an introduction, then we'll talk about the lit review. We'll talk about the hypothesis we have. We had a couple actually, and I'll show you the conceptual model that we were testing, the methodology results, findings, implication, and future research. So what we have got from the literature is that cities are competing against each other to attract tourists, highly skilled workers, businesses, and to retain residents. And even if you look at the way the Perth Tourism Board, the Western Australian Tourism Board actually is advertising for people to come to Western Australia, for example, or to the Perth city, there is competition. So the research basically looked at how we can retain the residents, that is, how we can make sure that the residents stay at that particular city. And the reason we looked at it is because if the city loses residents, then the city can suffer from adverse consequences. For example, the city may not be able to attract government investments or investments from the private sectors if the residents are basically leaving the city. So failure to attract investments can hamper the development of new facilities in the city, consequently making the city less appealing to new residents, tourists, and investors. And the cities may die. And many of the regional cities in Western Australia actually has this problem. And this one kind of ties into that sustainable cities and communities of the SDG goal number 11. And if you think about it, I mean, the residents are required. If the residents are not there in the cities will not be sustainable. That's the whole reason it will feed into that particular SDG goal. So the one we are looking at is the place attachment. So place attachment is a critical aspect that can build long-term relationships for the residents with their place of living. And in our case, we looked at the city and also the neighborhoods that they are living in. The place attachment is defined as the attachment that people have to their place of living in terms of economic, urban services, and psychological attributes. So the attachment is actually multidimensional. And I'll show that to you in the next slide. So it's not just psychological, but it can also be the attachment they have with any physical objects. The place attachment reflects the emotional and the social bond that people have with their surrounding places. So prior research, especially by Ramkisoon et al. 2012, they kind of empirically showed that place attachment has 4 dimensions to it. Now, I should make a point over here that the place attachment has actually been measured in various ways. So some researchers have measured it as a 1 dimension, some have measured it as a 2 dimension, some have done it 4, and I've even seen 6 dimensions for place attachment as well. But we took this one because this was empirically shown by the researchers to have 4 dimensions. So the first dimension we looked at was the place dependence. That's basically the functional connection between the resident and the physical environment. So the residents having some kind of connection with the physical aspects of the place of their living. So that could be, for example, the park, the roads, the cities, the buildings in that particular place, that kind of thing. So they're dependent on that particular place. Could be schools even. The second dimension is the place social bonding. So that's the residents' sense of interpersonal relationship that they feel they have with other residents in that particular place. Place identity, how residents define themselves. And this is very common, actually. Some people might say, I am a New Yorker, for example, or might say, I'm West Australian. So they're basically defining themselves as part of that particular, or with that particular place, essentially. And place effect is the emotional bond the residents share with their place of living. So how do they feel emotionally with their place of living? And that's the place effect. The other two constructs that we're looking at, or concepts, was the resident satisfaction. So that refers to the residents' evaluation of psychological, social, and physical attributes of their place of living. So the idea is that if they are positive, if they have a positive evaluation about the attributes of the place of living, we have good roads, for example. I'm satisfied with the roads we have. I'm satisfied with the houses that we have, that kind of thing. They will be satisfied. That's the whole basic definition of residential satisfaction. So previous studies have found that resident satisfaction is related to services, safety, facilities, parking, noise, social contacts, and also relationship that they have with their neighbors. And another study found that there are 4 factors. That's not the only study, but that study basically found social image of the neighborhood, services, green spaces, and social relationship can also impact residential satisfaction. And the one we are interested in to look at as well is the residents' ambassadorship behavior, or RABs. And that's actually been defined back in 2016 as the word of mouth behaviors of the residents who promote the city to others. So if the residents are happy with the place of their living, they're more likely to engage in positive word of mouth. I've actually seen this happen, especially in social media. So there are things like, I love this particular place, could be Williton, for example. And there are people who actually ask residents whether, and I'm going to move into this particular suburb, is this a good suburb to live in? And the other people will then say, yes, it is a good suburb. We have these good things about this particular suburb, that kind of thing. So that's basically a word of mouth behavior on the part of the residents that can also reflect place attachment to that particular place. And so that's basically what we looked at. RABs are seen as cost effective and an efficient way to promote the city because that's much more, I guess, not company oriented. So the companies, when they advertise the city, people may not believe in that, people may not trust it. But when other residents are talking positively about that particular city, then there is more likelihood that the potential residents will actually trust that information. So what was our hypothesis? So given the importance of place attachment, we wanted to find out if residents develop place attachment from place satisfaction and the RABs. So in this research, we hypothesized that the residents' place attachment to their place of living, which is a place attachment in this case, is influenced by satisfaction and the fact that they engage in this positive word of mouth behaviors. And we also looked at this relationship from 2 different levels of place scale. We looked at it from the city level, and we looked at it from the neighborhood levels as well. And the whole idea is that if we have satisfied residents, then they are more likely to engage in RAB, which in turn develop resident place attachment toward their city and neighborhood. So this is what it looks like in a conceptual sense, conceptual model, figuratively. So we have resident satisfaction, and that can lead to place attachment, and that's been shown. But we were saying that it probably goes through this particular aspect, the new thing that we're looking at, residents' ambassadorship behavior. And the other thing we did was to consider place attachment as a second-order construct, where we had these 4 constructs or dimensions that I discussed previously. Okay, so what was our methodology? So we collected data from Khulna city in Bangladesh, and we collected data for all those constructs. We collected data at the city, at the neighborhood levels, and we analyzed those data using structural equation modeling. And this is basically reiterating the fact that place attachment was considered to be second-order construct. And we actually did that because Ramkissoon 2012, they actually considered that, actually showed empirically that it is a second order construct having those 4 dimensions. So we were kind of following their structure as well. So these were some of the questions we had asked, questionnaires we had, and some of the results you can see there. This is the important ones in terms of the results. So we were trying to see if the satisfaction impacts RAB, and if RAB impacts the place attachment. And as you can see, both at the city level and the neighborhood level, these hypotheses were supported. Now, when we come to the mediation result, it's a bit different. Mediation was basically, the idea was that whether RAB, in this case, residence ambassadorship behavior, whether it mediates the relationship between satisfaction and place attachment. And we found that at the city level, there is a partial mediation. So what that basically means is that when people are satisfied, they do develop place attachment directly, but also indirectly through the RABs. But when we go into the neighborhood level, we found that there was full mediation, meaning that when they're satisfied with their neighborhood, their place attachment goes only through the RAB. It doesn't have a direct impact. That's an interesting and contrasting result that we found. So this particular slide basically reiterates the thing that I've just mentioned. Resident satisfaction with their city and neighborhood led to higher RABs, which in turn influence residents' place attachment. RABs partially mediated the relationship between the resident satisfaction and place attachment, whereas fully mediated the relationship at the neighborhood level. And that these constructing different findings, I'll put it that way, suggest that place attachment in neighborhoods will be greater when residents are satisfied with their neighborhood and when they do engage in RAB. So if they're satisfied with their neighborhood, that doesn't guarantee that they will place attachment to the neighborhood. They also have to engage in positive word of mouth behavior for the place attachment to happen. What are the implications? Well, we were looking at place attachment, how we can develop place attachment. So yes, investments in improving residents' perception about the city image and the quality of life that can impact their satisfaction level, can encourage the residents to spread positive word of mouth about their city and neighborhoods, which in turn will then lead to greater place attachment. So green spaces is a good idea. Green spaces like parks and things like that, where the residents can interact among each other, will cultivate emotional connection, and that will lead to higher place attachment. Social media is another one. I just gave an example of Facebook pages where there are I love Williton or I love Kunana or Zundalab, something like that. There are Facebook pages like that, and where the residents actually come together and interact. And city councils, in fact, can also interact in those spaces. This is the digital community, basically. And once the residents feel that they are contributing to the discussion of their suburb or their neighborhood, we will get more place attachment and less people will less likely leave that particular place. Lastly, some future research. So we didn't look at the length of stay. We didn't see whether people live longer, have high place attachment, although previous studies actually have seen that and they have found it actually does happen. We didn't look at the age, whether age has an influence on this particular relationship. We didn't also look at family life cycle. So families with younger kids might have different types of place attachment depending on what cities they're living in, neighborhoods they're living in. And also in our research, one of the limitations, probably figured that out by now, we had one country, one city. So we are saying that this could be retested in multiple cities and in multiple countries. All right. Yes, thank you very much for that.
Any questions now? Before we move on to the other papers, any questions for the first two speakers? Oh, yes, sorry.
Dr. Smita, Mr. Panda, thank you for your talk. And my name is Linda House. I'm a PhD candidate in smart cities. And I was just wondering to what degree mobile phones are used by the literate community.
Oh, yeah.
And if that's helping to overcome the digital divide.
Is there a
The microphone?
How far they use only mobile phones and social media to communicate with each other and also solicit customers. You see? And they all of them have good smartphones and they're very high speed ones. So there's nothing. They use everything, in social media to communicate that. Yeah. Yes.
So that's a resource that they've taken up and that's easily accessible to them. I'm just wondering, in terms of all that, the plans, even the mobile phone plans, is that paid for by the group or part of the collective at all, or is it
individually mostly, as far as I know? But yes, but they are a very solid group.
If you can stand there, then online people are.
Yeah. No, what I would like to say is that they are a very strong group. They have a lot of solidarity, and this solidarity I could see when during the pandemic, because they were all in trouble, but they helped each other because of that strong solidarity. They could somehow bounce back, although very slowly, but because of the solidarity, they survived. You see, they got very little help from outsiders, so they survived that. So that is very clearly seen, and I must say that is something commendable because they didn't leave each other, although their profession is very, they're competing for customers, say, for example, right? But they understand what it is when there's nothing, when they don't get anything, and when the government is not helping them, when the people have completely dismissed them, all their customers don't want to come near them, because of that fear of COVID. And somehow they were also labeled as COVID spreaders, and this kind of thing. So anyway, they're highly marginalized. So when this thing happens, they, slip into further vulnerability, and that's what I say, precarity. If there are any other questions to me, please ask me now. Then I can.
You both. Any brother.
Hi, Dr. Smita. This is for you. Thank you for your presentation. This is just for increasing a bit of my general knowledge. I've grown up in Bangladesh. I'm a Bangladeshi, and I'm very familiar with the transgender people as well, and the cultural, discrimination and everything that they go through. So I just am curious about one thing. I want to know that on one hand, we have the society being scared of them, fearing them, and on the other hand, we call them to bless the newborn babies or newlyweds. Why is
that? Is
there a
contradiction? Yes. Yeah, that is a belief. That's a belief that to be blessed by the hijra is considered auspicious. Yeah, but they won't want them to be around all the time. And you see, what happens generally is, I'm sure many of you would know from South Asia, is that when they come, they will come in groups, and they will want some kind of money. They will bless your child, and they want some kind of money. People just quickly give them the money, and they want them to be out of the sight. They don't want to engage with them or make them sit and entertain them and all that. So can you believe it? I invited some of them to my home in India, and it was such a shock. Because everybody, they can be recognized very easily, you see. It was shocking for our neighbors. And I think they just didn't know what to say, because they know that I'm a strong person, I'm going to give it back to them. But they did come and ask me that, how could you do this? How could you do this? That you invited them home and you're entertaining them, discussing with them and sitting with them. Utna baitna jisko kehte hain, how could you sit with them? Which is, we are a very caste-based society. Yeah, and this is worse than being a lower caste. Yeah, an outcast or lower caste or Dalit. This is worse than that. So that is the kind of treatment they get in our society. Now you want them to do these, get engaged with the urban local bodies, get into all these activities. You see, it's a long way to go, but it's a good initiative. I would say it's a good initiative. Yeah, because we now get to know some of the challenges, the real challenges. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? The two speakers here.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question from online participant?
Sure.
My question is for Dr. Smita Panda. Thank you so much for the nice presentation. It's really enlightening. My question to you on the barrier part. I know there are a lot of social barriers involved, especially stigma about those Hijra population, right? Because of the livelihood, sometimes they could be very insisting, very aggressive towards getting money by any kind of either blessings or kind of like coercion activities, right? So there's stigma around those population that they are sometimes be very unexpected, and also that's why population have kind of disengagement with those population because they don't understand their nature of need versus their vocabulary of talking. And I was wondering, when you have looked at policies of inclusion about those populations into society, how those barriers were actually effective or a real cause of problem into the inclusion process.
The policies, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether they're working or not. Yeah, that is one thing is at least they are being given some importance. We were not talking about them. We were not talking about them. We were not discussing them. They were not visible. They're invisible. They don't want to, they just deliberate neglect, I would say. Yeah, there's a deliberate neglect. But now we can't, because now in every form that we fill in for the government, for the banks, for jobs, there is a column which says third gender. Even in our university, we did that. You see, we brought about these changes, and it's a welcome change because either you're a male or a female. There's no other category. And let me tell you, some of the this group that I was discussing about are the low-income groups who are forced to, do this begging and all that, begging and sex work and that. But then there are people from middle class, upper class. They're not visible because their parents are very supportive of them. You see, they give them money for education. They are not seen, and then they also apply for jobs and they get good jobs, but not as a third gender. The people who have got good jobs are as either men or women because they don't disclose their identity. They don't disclose their identity. You see, it's only when these policies, became popular and people started talking about it, those people who had, entered government jobs or whatever jobs, or even as politicians, they came out with their identity. You see, till then they were not disclosing their identity. See, so that is what. And some of the policies are there are problems because you see when it says that you can't self-identify yourself. Yeah, self-identification is that when I say that I'm a transgender, I mean that should do. But then there is a clause which says that a medical superintendent has to examine you. Now that's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. Yeah, you see, it could be. Yeah, so these are things that they're not very happy about. So we can discuss
any
more.
further questions?
I just have
Yes.
another for Dr. Saini today. Thank you. I was going to ask about with resident satisfaction and being a resident ambassador. Does that then sort of affect the level of participation that those people put back into their communities? Are they more likely to volunteer, or is there a level of reciprocity?
Yes, that's actually a good question. So that's actually probably the next. Okay, so that's actually the next thing that we were going to be looking at, where we are planning to look at the consequences of having place attachment. So we know that when you have strong place attachment, you're less likely to move away from that particular place. In fact, we have found that with hazardous places, like people living near the earthquakes or flood areas, do not like to move out because they're so much attached to the place, even though they have these floods happening pretty much every year or earthquake happening every year. So how can we turn that into a positive thing, like make them do something that helps the environment? So one of our next plan is to look at how place attachment can impact pro-environmental behavior, how they might be encouraging other residents to clean up the place, how they may actually clean up the place or something like that. So yes, there will be those voluntary things happening.
I would like to ask a question.
Oh,
Yeah. Is that you see, I was just trying to, put your situation in mind. We are not very different. So you know what we would have done? We would have got a celebrity. Yeah, and he would have been an ambassador. Yeah, and he would have, and I don't know whether that you're doing that. Yeah.
No, we haven't done.
You haven't tried that.
No,
yeah.
no, we haven't done
because
research
then
on
that way many people would be, encouraged to come to that
Definitely,
neighborhood.
yes, it's a possibility.
Yeah, that is being done. I know that it's being done in India. And also, well, sometimes the estate people, the real estate people can bribe somebody to become an ambassador. I mean, that's possible in our part of the world. So, well, I'm just,
No,
these are
that's
just comments,
absolutely
I'm not
possible.
asking you any question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to respond to that?
No, it's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions that we could, are there any more questions?
No more.
No, all right, okay. So thank you to both our presenters, Khalid Sadek and Smita Mishra. All right, so now we move to the next presenter, and that is is Khondakar Muhammad Nahiduzzaman from University of British Columbia, Canada. This will be an online presentation, and the topic is gender inequality in urban mobility and public spaces before and after the pandemic. Lessons from the global north and south. All right, so now it's a pre-recorded presentation.
But the presenter is there.
Okay.
Neither is there.
Okay, this is a pre-recorded presentation, but the presenter is on the other side of line, so
I will be presenting.
you're doing a live presentation?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm updated. So it's much better to have a live presentation. Okay, so now it's over to you, Khondakar Nahiduzzaman, please.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can carry out that long presentation because of my flu I'm suffering from. I would rather go for a recorded version of presentation, and I can take questions towards the end.
That should be fine. Please. Technology. It's almost there. Nahiduzzaman, can I ask you to share your video? If possible, because there's some technical hitch at our end. Can you hear me, Nahiduzzaman?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to share here, but I'm not sure exactly the right way.
Please go to present. You're taking the present option.
Okay, I see. Sorry.
Go there, and then there is a video file.
Shall I choose the share screen or?
Yes, yes, video. Registration.
Alright, let me know. Sorry, I'm not very used to the system. It's taking a while.
For the next presentation.
I need some help here because once I choose share screen, I don't see my file here.
All right. Microphone will try to make it work. So meanwhile, we'll sort of change the order. We can have the next presenter, which is Ping from University of Western Sydney, New South Wales. And the title of the presentation is Language and Cultural Diversity for a Sustainable Future in Australia. So over to you. They're setting up the slides. Yeah, while they are setting up the slides, I'm just said a little bit about the university. So the Western Sydney University was rebranded in 2015 from the University of Western Sydney. So Western Sydney University now. Right, the topic I'm going to talk about is the role of the language and cultural diversity can be achieved through partnership so that we can build a sustainable future in Australia. Next slide, please. I would like to give first an outline of the major topics to be covered. First, I'll talk about the major context in which this talk is developed. Second, and I will talk about the concept of linguistic imperialism. Then followed by the cultural, if you like, hegemony or imperialism. Next, we talked about how we can work through partnerships. And then the key point would be on the language, culture, and as a linguistic or language ecology and sustainability. So finally, I will arrive at how cultural diversity can be considered as a cultural ecology and a sustainability as well. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. All right. The concept of linguistic imperialism was proposed, a while ago, as early as 1992 by the scholars. Now, some of the specific points under this concept is the native speakerism in English as a foreign language or as a second language around the world. In the English language teaching as a second or foreign language in a non-native English-speaking countries, the theory proposes that all students, non-native speaking students, should model after the native speakers. You will not be considered as competent if you do not have a native speaking accent or level of literacy. So that was accepted in the 1960s, 70s, or even 80s. Then it was turned down. It has received a lot of criticism because that is not the way it should be. Because people, language learners, are individual.
They have their own specific language learning setting in their own countries, and also specific cultural context in which that learning takes place. The theory that come out of this, is from the Western soil, not from the non-native language soil. So that's the big difference. The other things is that English only in the English international education as a business, as we have seen, particularly in the English-speaking universities. So English international education as a big business around the world. So you see that around us, the teachers will say to the students that you should speak your English only, no other languages, because you are in the English-speaking countries. So imagine why the non-native speakers use their own language and demonstrate the various cultural identities. They are displaying their individual identities, their cultural roots. You can't take away the roots. You need to respect their individual, their way of living, just like the human rights you have. Then the next point I'm going to cover is the learning the language other than English is not required in the Australian universities, nor in none of the in Australian universities is learning a language other than English is required. So this is a very, very bad situation for the Australian future. Even if the Australian government have proposed the white paper Australia in the Asian Age or Center, they have realized that it is very important for the Australians to learn a second language, and they have the mobility grants, they have the various grants to send students overseas to learn a language in context. But the students are just not interested in taking up the initiative. They do not have that motivation. They're comfortable with speaking English only. So this is a situation we need to look at. Now, cultural hegemony is not independent of the linguistic imperialism or hegemony. This happens from the political, area to economic area as well around the world. And if you look at the cultural dominance, you see that when the wars are launched from the Western military powers, the media follows. Their voice is much louder than any other than the media from any other part of the world. So you can see that how social media, newspapers, TVs, social medias are fully used to do the propaganda. Afghanistan, Iraq, you look at this. There are so many tragedies around there, but they are not reported behind the scene. A lot of things are happening behind the scene. Because in English is used for the international trade purpose. And it is the English as an international language in the sense that we know that English language has made a major contribution to the advance of human civilization. At the same time, it also de-highlights other languages and cultures. So we need to have some critical discourse analysis so that people become aware of these issues. If you look at the entertainment circle or area, you will see that Hollywood, is dominant as well.
in publication, academia, we all know that you got to publish in English. And you have to publish to the higher English, level or standards. Although situation is somewhat changing, publishers also accept publications in other languages than English. So it is important that we maintain the claim that language diversity can help us to achieve the language ecology. Now there's the International Association of Language Ecology, and I'm one of the members. So that the community sustainability could be achieved. So language ecology can disrupt linguistic imperialism. When language ecology occurs, so every other minor language can be valued, even if it has a low economic value, but it has a long history. It has a very rich culture. If you look at many African cultures, Egyptian cultures, Indian cultures, Chinese cultures, unfortunately, the other one got out, because it was not, sort of maintained. Okay. Now, so in Australia, now another claim is that human rights, language rights, now should be considered as human rights. Every language group has their basic right to speak, maintain their language. Many non-English speaking parents have this anxiety that their children are not learning their own home language or their mother tongue. We all know that if the language does not exist, your culture will disappear. It is more likely to disappear as time goes. In Australia, as you know, that Michael Klein, published earlier talking about the dilemma in Australia between multiculturalism and monoculturalism. So this is an option not only for the government, but also for each individual in Australia. And we see that the Australian government, departments change its names many times from have different versions. It has a shaking off multiculturalism from it. So you can see that it's the move is delicate and is also implicative. Now, we all know that the Australian Aboriginal or Indigenous languages, starts to gain attention after many years being made absent from the public side. So language diversity as a part of the sustainable community development in Australia. And this is the SDG 11, which I focus on. Now, the next topic would be the cultural diversity as a cultural ecology. So now we all know that in Australia, we have many cultural diverse communities. If you look at everyday routines, food, festivals, many people enjoyed and get engaged in this activity on a daily basis. So we can see that these are very, very authentic and specific that make Australian life, rich and better. Cultural diversity
is also as a well-being of the Australian, communities. So the mental health, cultural diversity also is recognized as the cultural, identity of people from different language and culture. And this should be, maintained and allowed to further develop. And also, I would think that cultural diversity is a part of the democracy and human rights as well. I wouldn't elaborate due to limited time. Now, when we work with partners, with local professional associations, then we will make our voice louder, and we can have the critical discourse, within the community, and also within the higher education sector. When we talked about this issue and people become aware of it, and people start to pay attention to it. Okay, so medias can be used to conferences like what we have, and also publications as well. So all these measures can be taken to make things happen. So in summary, language ecology is important. It can help us to maintain and keep our Australian communities sustainable. So in the same case with cultural diversity, it can help to enhance the community cohesion and solidarity, so that we work together as a one group, so that we can achieve the linguistics ecology and also cultural diversity as our goal for my talk, through our joint efforts and through the partnerships with the different stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Not ready yet?
Yeah, I'll try, but you can go with the question first.
Questions.
All right, yes. So we'll invite questions on this paper by Ping An. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah. Well, thank you for your presentation. I'm sure it's one of the very different presentations, probably. But I just see this, the cultural rights is already given to us by the Universal Declaration of Rights. You probably know 1948. The cultural rights is one of the items there, very clearly mentioned. So if there is any, and you feel that it's being violated, and I don't know, you're talking from the Australian context, right? If I understand. So if it is violated, then it is justiciable, isn't it? And Australia has promoted immigrants here, right? And has accepted immigrants. So with all this given to a person, so why do you say that this is undermined or nobody pays kind of attention that it should get? Yeah, so that's my question to you.
Now, if we look at the current situation in Australia, it's not so bad. But when you look at its history from the European early settlers, in the last 200 years, how the early European settlers mistreated the Aboriginal people and the language, their culture, they expect the Aboriginal languages will die out. So did their culture. If they were taken away from their family and they were, allow them to speak English only in the white family, and this is their conspiracy. Re-education, if we use the so-called re-education, the Western world used for other countries. So that's the shame. They do not, Aboriginal people didn't have a voting rights, in the early, I think, the 60s. Later on, now they were given the rights. Now they're talking about the land, they talk about the culture. Now the language is back on the agenda, on the school curriculum. Each university has the pro-vice chancellor of engagement. That is all with Aboriginal matter. We got the funding from the Australian China Council. Now it has changed its name. And we translated the 2 books from English into Chinese, and we published with the Aboriginal Study Press in bilingual version. It is through these 2 books, the Aboriginal Sydney, the Aboriginal Darwin, that I educated myself and got to know so much about this history. If you look at the conversation now, the cultural diversity is highly valued in Australia. We do recognize this, but there is more to do. As we see, the department name changed from immigration, no more immigration, the name. Citizenship is not there anymore. Now it's border protection. Looks like it's going to fight. Just kidding.
Can I just comment? Because Australia actually, Australia doesn't have a Human Rights Act. So we, and I was just checking which states have it. So Western Australia doesn't have either. But ACT, the Capital Territory, Victoria and Queensland have.
Sorry, but they haven't signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
We have signed it, but we don't have the legislation within the country to enforce it. So only 3 states have it, and Western Australia is not one of them. So that explains why a lot of things that are happening have been possible, because we don't have the legislation to enforce that. And because we're talking about sustainability, I want to say that the right to clean air is something that was added recently to the Human Rights Declaration. So it will be interesting how this is going to be implemented across clean air and clean environment, how this is going to be implemented across the world. Thank you.
Just quickly to add to one point, not only were Aboriginal people were mistreated, but also non-European immigrants were also mistreated as well. For example, Japanese were doing pearl harvesting in northern Queensland. They were not accepted. Chinese were not accepted. As the customer, the early European customer officials will give them an oral test at the gate. They use terms. They say, you do not have our accent. You need to go back. I use these stories. And this is from SBS. It's not an engineered story. It is from SBS. Historical documentary. I use these to in our language teaching and testing subjects to tell how you should increase the validity and reliability.
Now it's not there.
No, it's not. But they have the citizen test. It has a different version. Anyway. So there are always some political issues, political agendas involved. But things are getting better. Yeah, very, very promising. See the promising situation.
If there's a quick question you can take. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it just reminded me of my days when I went to do my studies in Japan. We did all the English tests in order to get the scholarship. But when we arrived into Japan, we had to learn English in Katakana, which was in their language, and by the time we finished off, we basically started to forget the English part of it and all the pronunciations started coming in the Japanese context.
Yeah, yeah. You know, so when you forget your own language, that means your target language is achieved. That's what Marx said.
But we'll have to move on to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now, Naiduzaman, we'll switch over to you.
No, it's still recording.
We can start it, right?
No, it's still recording. I'll just, yep, just give me a sec.
Gender inequality has been a matter of great challenge that society has been suffering for a long time. In this research, we're trying to understand that how gender inequality has been manifested in urban mobility and urban spaces, especially before and after the pandemic. My name is Nahidu Zaman. I'm a faculty member at the Faculty of Applied Science in the University of British Columbia, Canada. As the context is concerned, it's important to understand what is gender inequality, right? So essentially it refers to all sort of unequal and also unjust distribution of resources, regardless of their status and also their nature of need in the society, right? Sadly, there is a growing widening gap of this disparity of inequality among the gender that we have seen across the board. And especially with the effect of COVID-19, we have understood that there is a more widening gap of such unequal access to different services such as urban mobility, urban spaces, because women tend to spend much more time at home because they have not only their responsibility for cooking, caring kids, and also other household-driven jobs, but also they have understanding about the need for the actual formal employments. So when we have seen the pandemic has hit across the cities of the world, women had to stay inside the home, not only for caring kids and other household activities, they also have to stay home because they can save time and be efficient in their work while doing the job remotely, right? So we have seen such context where women has been really being dynamic, yet they're being the subject of discrimination that we have captured through research. So this is not only the case for global north, this is also the case for global south. So essentially, we are trying to understand what is the nature of the inequality we have seen across global north and south, and then what are the differences, what are the commonalities we have, and what are the takeaways for us to understand what, how, and what we can possibly minimize those gaps to make sure women have better access to urban mobility, and they have also equal and privileged access also onto urban space. There is no doubt that women are less paid, if unpaid, for their essential jobs, caring, cooking, all those household jobs. Even the pandemic has given us a lot more opportunities to understand their needs and more, even though there were high restrictions on mobility outside. But women had to go out with their kids because of refreshment. At the same time, they have to take out the elderly people on the wheelchair to make sure they have the chance for fresh air to get to go with. At the same time, women have to go out to the grocery to make sure they have all the necessary items for the kids to feed with, right? So if you add up all the needs, all the responsibilities being carried out by the women, then definitely pandemic has shown us that we cannot perform those responsibilities unless we can think about a new design, a new task for planning, both on urban space at the same time on urban mobility. So we have such striving need now to understand what kind of changes, what kind of strategies we can put in place to make sure we can make those places, we can make that mobility really congenial, friendly, effective for women, so they become more mobile and also feeling safe in urban space. The interesting fact that even in the pandemic, women tended to assert themselves more because not only to protect themselves, but also to protect the families from any kind of possible infections, right? And this is not only the case across global south, this has been the case across global north as well. So if you look at the statistics here, that even by age group, what of the nature of self-isolation those women have been doing during the pandemic has been staggering, right? So it shows really that if for the sake of their sacrifice, they would like to make sure the family safety and also family welfare has been upheld and they're being taken care of. This figure perfectly demonstrates about women's daily activities and what they engage with. Uh, Women has definitely a formal job, which is a paid job, which has longer engagements and also responsibilities. Besides that formal employment, they are highly engaged with a lot more informal jobs and responsibilities, which are totally unpaid for. For example, if you look into the home as a center point where they are taking care of the elderly people, to the park, they are taking care of them, they are taking kids to the school, for example, or they're taking the infant kid for an outing walk, for refreshment, they are taking them to childcare, they're going to shopping for purchasing necessary grocery items and such. And also they need to go for recreation and leisure activities for themselves to have some refreshment on. So if you think about all those kind of activities which are paid and unpaid, so they're heavily engaged with a lot more context. And we're trying to understand that context through two lenses. One is urban space and other one is urban mobility. So how urban space has been really designed that has inclusive in a certain extent to understand the needs of the gender, like women. At the same time, whether urban transit services has been prone to such inclusiveness of the need of such women, so their mobility becomes easier, safer, and convenient. So this is absolutely essential to understand urban space, urban mobility through the eyes of women. Meaning, what are their perceptions, which are important, which are really critical to redesign, to understand the new criteria for planning of urban space, at the same time, routing, designing mobility for them, right? So the pandemic has been really critical in many fronts. And one of them is that it has shown us that how women has been subject of disadvantage, either on the public usage, public space usage, or and when it comes to using the public transit, like mobility-wise, right? So that's why it's very important that how we can use their perception to make sure, at least to these two fronts, like public space and also mobility could be redesigned, rethought, to make sure that those two items are inclusive to the needs of this gender. On this slide, I'll try to show you the phases we have followed before we can conclude the study. So essentially, the thing we've tried to do to understand the dynamics of the gender gap with some context, such as infrastructure, public transportation, open space, and especially since women are working at home. So we also look into the infrastructure that we're provided to help them work at home in a situation. So we employed snowball sampling technique to get data of interest. And then we also used a different dose of statistics where we have tried to divide the time into three phases and see whether these three phases are critical to the point that they cooperate and if they make sense and give us some insights which will be helpful to help design or redesign the space within the urban mobility. Interestingly, we have chosen especially because this is such important critical place which are not so far away from global south. So even though it's on global north, it has a good attachment with the global south as well. So we have chosen Sicily to see how funding of the city are actually corresponding to the same phenomena or some sort of understanding in the global south. So when we have tried to conclude the study, we tried to see these facts that whether urban planners, geographers, all those urban scientists need to be more careful in terms of getting to know the attributes which define women and their engagement at home, outside, and how we can understand those attributes better so they are really useful, critical in terms of replanning urban space, at the same time, how they influence in redesigning urban mobility, which possibly could make those women or gender, in this case, much mobile and effective.
The first research step: investigate and cluster female Sicilian population through the dissemination of a questionnaire and a snowball sampling process. The questionnaire has two sections, one dedicated to social demographic data and the other to mobility details, with particular reference to walking, use of public transportation, and use of public spaces. The private section allowed the results to be investigated in the form of judgments on a Likert scale, and the results were corroborated by the evaluation of product alpha coefficients. The results not only highlighted different mobility trends, but also critical issues that lead to the need to rethink the design of urban space, as well as gender requirements in transport infrastructures and mobility, with reference to Goal 5 of Agenda 2030, making them gender responsive in the global north and south, and lay the foundation for continuous dialogue. Therefore, these initial results lay the foundation for improved practice that are flexible and adaptable to changing inequalities in developing countries. The sample analysis consists of 615 women with a prevalent age of 31 and 45 years. About the 74% of the sample analyzed frequently travel by accompanying their children, and even greater percentage of 88% frequently travel accompanying family members such as elderly. The trends are perfectly aligned with other European contexts in which many women do not frequently move alone and have to make multiple moves during the day to fulfill a range of activity beyond work. Among the special demographic variable investigated was a car ownership and driver license, obtaining that about 83% of the sample does not directly own a car and often borrows it from family members. About 98% of the sample has obtained a driver license. The sample has produced a special distribution shown by the graph and maps and referring to the 9 Sicilian provinces. From the perspective of areas, the sample recorded an either response from women living in cities than similar trends from women that living in metropolitan areas and or villages. Before the comparison of data obtained from the questionnaire, it was useful to analyze the mobility data made available by Google during the pandemic periods. As can be seen from the comparison of free period, there was a collapse in public transportation and an increase in outdoor travel, such as the study investigated walking as a way of moving in three different contexts like square, parks, and playgrounds. The use of certain types of public space would fulfill not only displayments, but also sports and the recreational activities alone and in company. As can be seen from the graph, it denotes a response value with a high frequency of walking in both public space and parks and outdoor spaces. The use of public transportation decreased dramatically from March 2020 to August 2021, and the left-hand graph showed that home-to-work and home-to-school trips had predominantly negative and thus low frequency rating during the period of the greatest restriction. The graph in the right part also shows trends related to travel for activities such as leisure activities, going to the hospital, and grocery shopping. The graph on the left shows a trend of the use with a periodic frequency attested by the value 4, with an increase in the value during the recovery periods 2020-2021, and a similar trend in the pre-pandemic and second pandemic phase periods. Overall, the sample made very few judgments defined as never or one. Instead, contrasting values is evident in 2020-2021 periods compared with the other two periods. There may be many reasons for this, such as the continuation of smart working, or distance learning, or even job loss. In addition, increased use of private vehicle has drastically reduced walking, especially when not alone. Regarding the activities at park and outdoors, there is an almost positive assessment with an increase in the period 2020-2021, defining the willingness to move to less crowded areas, resume playing sports, or walking as an antidote to anti-stress without using protective devices such as masks. Regarding the use of public space such as park, described on the left graph, reveals a constant daily use value from 2020 to 2022. That displayed is 4 and 5 in the three different periods, with records to the use of space with children's playgrounds. A slightly decrease in threats is most probably due to the increased fear of infection among children and child adults during the use of games that are not often not sanitized. The highest ratings are found in the reference to rating 4, and the large gap rating is seen in the two extreme values like 1 or never and 5 and in this line. We measure the internal consistency of some survey or a questionnaire. As can be seen, the table results obtained above to 0.9 and 0.95, so the sample was reliable for each question and the respective variable investigated in the three periods. The years 2022 and the closest 2023 are to be the years of major transformation, direct and indirect, in the mobility sector. Since 2020, a number of factors are combined, such as the exogenous factor related to the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused the world to undergo a kind of global shock, while assisting the implementation, in the same time, of new European environmental and climate policies. A number of strategies has led to a series of change relating to the consumption habits and lifestyle of individuals, and also the commitment of stakeholders to promote new, more technological advances and high-performance solutions for sustainable mobility. Several nations are attempting to associate efforts to reduce the impact of human activities on the climate with a number of global trends aimed at decarbonized mobility, covering four aspects in particular relating to shared mobility, receipt of urban spaces, innovative solutions for electric mobility, Internet of Things, and geofencing. All of are also having an impact on the function and structures of urban space as the spread of smart working and mobility as a service platform that will push to change the arrangement of our cities as well. In conclusion, the results of this first phase of the survey and the research show that the sample examined has had an excellent reliability, and the results obtained show trends for different pre- and post-pandemic periods. A different use of public space is shown, and these results should be considered by local administration and to them transport manager in order to implement policies that encourage the spread of sustainable mobility while ensuring greater equity in transport services for women that walking alone or with children and or the healthy. The next step of this research will be conducted analyzing some correlation between the variables through the assessments of the key square values. This step can become part of an approach that is conductive to a better treatment of on-school and on-work travel plans at the local level and also allow for optimizing strategies for implementing better urban and transport planning in developing countries. I'm Tiziana Campisi, the second of
All right, we are sort of run out of time. So I'll take up one quick question. Anyone? Yes.
So any specific reason for using this snowball sampling for this study?
The reason we chose because sometimes people are not very afraid to come forward and talk to, and that's why we thought this is the only way in the context of Sicily would be a better way to get the data for. Time was one factor for sure, and resource-wise, so that's why we tend to choose for snowball sampling instead.
Thank you.
All right, maybe one more question. Any burning questions? No? All right. Okay, so it has been a sort of technology disruptive session, but I think it's been very interesting. We've had 4 very interesting presentations, and I'm really trying to make connection. I could make a lot of connections between structural groups, whether it's the Hijra transgender community or the language groups. There's a lot of similarities I could see there. And I could also see in 2 presentations how COVID sort of perhaps gave some benefits as well. Made us look at things that transgender, the Hijra issue became more apparent, more desperate situation to be handled. And we saw the other issues also coming out in urban mobility, etc. And so in a way, they were quite desperate, kind of different papers, but if you look closely, they're quite connected. So with that, I will please ask for a hand for the presenters. And then I deliver the best news for the day. Lunch is served.
And 1:30.
Please be back here at 1:30 for our next session. Thank you.
Next session or this session continues? Or
The building's like I got out.
After lunch, yeah. So we're going to go to after chicken tank. Yeah, too. When you're
But it's like all of them, it doesn't have confusion like whether you'll be presenting or not.
Yeah. No, I think it's actually worked really well. Up to that point, other than that, this morning.
Seems like what is
You know what it was?
Thanks for being here to listen to this presentation. My name is Kyle Chandrasekhar.
Liang is going to kill me about his.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. One of our presenter are missing in the first session, so we'd like to have that presentation now. And this is under the session 1, inclusive and participatory planning. And this is from Kayal Vijay Chandrasekhar from Bond University in Queensland. And the topic is community engagement strategy of regional smart cities in Australia, a reference framework for Indian cities. So we have the presentation from Kyle.
The ongoing research presented here is about understanding the community engagement strategies of smart cities in Australia, in particular for regional cities, so that we could evolve a reference framework for Indian smart cities for improved community engagement. As part of the study, we have looked at the Smart Cities Mission of India, understand the challenges in citizen engagement in India's Smart City journey, and the Smart Cities and Suburbs program of Australia, following which a review of community plans of regional Australian cities has been undertaken. Over the last decade, smart cities have become a global phenomenon, with several countries joining the movement with representations in both global north and also the global south. Till date, there is no universal definition of smart cities. However, it is an established urban planning model that utilizes technological innovations and analytics to overcome urban challenges. Despite lack of definition, it's widely regarded that smart cities have 6 key dimensions, namely smart economy, smart living, environment, governance, mobility, and finally, smart citizens. So, given this context, who exactly is a smart citizen? Smart citizen in a smart city is considered to be a ubiquitously connected individual who is equipped to actively engage in the physical and digital spheres of the public life. They play a central role in the smart city narrative, not just as users, consumers, decision makers, but also as a source of data. However, many cities around the globe take up the smart city idea are more oriented towards technology-centric planning than a citizen-led approach. There are several terminologies used within the smart city narrative, which implies community engagement and public participation as the key themes. In this context, we are going to look at community engagement practices in 2 countries to draw some lessons. India's Smart Cities mission was launched in 2015 and had the grand vision to transform 100 cities, spread across the length and width of the entire nation. In brief, the mission had a 2-pronged approach, namely area-based development and pan-city development. Area-based development denotes redevelopment, retrofitting, or a greenfield proposal for a part of the city, while pan-city development relates to implementing one or more city-wide smart solution. As part of the Smart Cities mission, probably for the first time, citizen participation for proposal development was made as a mandatory requirement in the selection process, with the third highest weightage given for community engagement. The top two criteria being feasibility of the proposal and result-oriented developments among other criteria as well. A centralized portal was launched for cities to host engagement polls and surveys in order to receive feedback on smart technological solutions and on the pan-city and area-based development ideas. To understand the number of responses received, here is a graph showing the responses received from 10 regional cities. The numbers look fairly encouraging in some cases as Jhansi, Meerut and Aligarh, but it is quite low in some other instances, for example in Agartala, Ranchi, Allahabad, etc. However, it is important to get a contextual understanding of the population of these cities to understand the effect of these numbers. The graph here shows the low level of digital participation when compared against the population of the respective cities. And in almost all of these instances, you can find the engagement level or the participation level is quite low. On reviewing the community engagement and participation levels in India's Smart Cities mission, the following challenges were identified. City mission officials had to engage with private consultants to formulate the plans and work on detailed proposals. Given the mandatory requirement for citizen engagement in the mission and the time constraints, the engagement was more tokenistic in most cases than a meaningful participation. There's also this lack of training period for the digital transformation so that citizens are able to be aware of the solutions and participate in a meaningful way and also improve the outreach program. Thirdly, use of centralized portal and heavy private sector involvement. There was limited direct interaction between the city government and the citizens, which resulted in exclusion of some sections of the community. There was also this huge disparity in internet provision and accessibility between the rural and urban regions of the country. And in several instances, there was also cherry picking of participants based on their social and educational affluence, as those citizens were easily accessible for the officials and the private consultants in order to get the feedback, and this resulted in feedback from only a small section of the community. The final barrier is the online portal. MyGov portal was using English as the main communication medium, and therefore this was again limited participation by some of the citizens, especially from regional communities. Based on the above analysis, we now proceed to look at the approach adopted in Australian Smart Cities and Suburbs program. The Smart Cities plan launched by the federal government in 2016 provides strategic directive to state and local governments. The plan is implemented through two ways. Firstly, by the City Deals and Regional Deals, and secondly, by Smart Cities and Suburbs program. 9 city deals have been signed till date, and over 300 smart city projects were applied through the Smart City and Suburbs program competition. Participatory governance and democratic practices are legislative responsibilities of local governments in Australia. Therefore, most urban and regional governments prepare long-term community strategic plans in consultation with the community and other stakeholders. Based on our review of community engagement practices in a smart city setting, We see that the community strategic plans under two categories. Firstly, the engagement plan that is part of smart city making process, as identified in the case of City of Marion, Gugong, etc. And secondly, a community engagement process that is part of overall strategic vision in setting out the region's priorities, as in the case of Sunshine Coast, Fraser Coast, and Marine Prong, etc. In the first instance, the community engagement process itself is, as part of the engagement process, the smart city projects are included within the document. And in the case of smart community as a vision, the smart city framework is a separate legislative tool and the community plan is developed separately. And in some instances, as in the case of Smart Bathurst, the document clearly identifies that the term community is used in lieu of the word city. We can now look at some of the examples of the strategic planning documents. With the City of Marion SmartCom strategic plan, it was developed on the basis of the Community Vision 2040 documents. The plan has 6 principles, namely people-focused approach, advancements based on problem-centered lens, maximizing the value for money, collaboration, reducing the digital divide, data as an asset in a meaningful way, and enhanced transparency and accountability. In addition to the above principles, 3 goals are also developed, namely smart community, places, and organization. The plan also identifies or utilizes a scoring system for identifying projects based on maximum benefit to the community. Sunshine Coast in Queensland is often regarded as an Australian leader when it comes to smart city policy and initiatives. The Council has a dedicated smart city framework launched in 2016 and a separate community plan was later developed. However, the Council has specifically developed another guide known as the Excellence Framework for Engagement in order to achieve its ambition of becoming Australia's most sustainable region as a healthy, smart and creative city. As part of the Excellence Framework, it has also developed a well-considered construction spectrum that identifies the levels of engagement required. The construction spectrum is based on the International Association of Public Participation Engagement Model. In addition to the construction spectrum, the document also outlines key methods that can be employed and the level of resource requirement at each stage of the engagement process. The Fraser Coast Smart Communities Plan sets out the strategic priorities for community engagement and smart city project deliverables. The plan was developed based on online and face-to-face community consultation modes, and it clearly identifies the action areas and performance measures. The community-centric deployment of smart city technology and collaboration with community and stakeholders are 2 of the key principles outlined in the plan. Maribyrnong in Victoria has a draft smart city strategy as well that is currently under progress. The Council has developed a separate community strategic priority document leading up to the year 2040. And as part of the Smart City framework, the Council strongly identifies the level of integration between Council and community. Also, 6 principles are identified in the framework, along with clear identification of objectives and measurable outcomes to achieve these principles, and one of the principles being an empowered and connected community. The 4 different community strategy plan that we have reviewed had different approaches. However, with each of the approach, it is quite evident that there was a specific outline on actionable plan and measurable outcomes as part of the overall strategy. while in some cases the strategies or community engagement strategies were part of the overall smart city framework, and in some instances it was part of the overall community plan or vision for the region. The objectives and the outcomes were clearly specified in all cases. Based on this, the concluding remarks are participating plan making mechanism
And here. So now,
All right, welcome back. Let's move into the next keynote session. So our next keynote presenter is Professor Josh Byrne from Curtin University. Josh is the Dean Sustainable Future in Faculty of Humanities, and he will be talking on 115 Hamilton Hill, a case study in mainstreaming sustainable urban development. So over to you, Josh. Move with this one. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Swapan kindly mentioned, I am the Dean of Sustainable Futures within the Faculty of Humanities. I thought I would just take a moment to explain what that is, because I've had a few questions on that this morning. My role as Dean of Sustainable Futures is one of 4 recently created capability platforms within the Faculty of Humanities. And of course, the School of Design and the Built Environment that is helping to run this conference is part of the Faculty of Humanities. And these 4 platforms, Sustainable Futures, Indigenous Futures, Global Futures, and Learning Futures, have been set up within the faculty to help support the development of learning and teaching, research, industry engagement, and impact across those capability areas. So I am an environmental scientist by background and have had a long career in urban design and urban sustainability. The work that I do as a researcher, which is what I'm presenting on today, really is at that interface between innovation that comes about through embedding research in projects, but also very much from a practitioner base as well. And I've been fortunate in my time at Curtin. Prior to this role, I spent 6 years as a research fellow within the School of Design and Built Environment as part of CUSP, or Curtin University Sustainability Policy Institute, researching projects in the field of low carbon housing and low carbon precincts. But my earlier research work is in urban water, and so I'm fascinated in this interface between urban water management and the built environment, and in particular, how we can use water better within the urban landscape to support urban livability. The project I'm presenting today is a live case study, and I thought it would be a good fit for the program. It's a very broad program, as we've seen, which is terrific. But I wanted to give you a taste of some of the built environment design, planning and design that we're doing here at Curtin with our industry partners, namely Development WA, who is the West Australian State Government Development Agency. And as we know, the urban environment is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions globally, around 40%. And here in Australia, housing accounts for around 60% of the emissions coming from the built environment. So just looking at addressing the pressing issue of climate change, the built environment is not only a priority area to address because of those high emissions, but also we would argue it's low-hanging fruit. Some of the easiest emissions to address is actually in the built environment. And we need to look beyond just emissions reduction when we're looking at how we create sustainable urban developments, insofar as not only addressing a range of other environmental sustainability considerations, but also making places that are truly livable. And I was really pleased to see in the earlier presentations topics such as water-sensitive urban design and rewilding being acknowledged as important parts of creating places that are habitable for people and also can be regenerative in their design. So the case study is 115 Hamilton Hill, and no, they're not typos up there. That is the name that has been given to it. As we know, with residential developments, they are branded and given a name that happens to be the one. So I feel like I'm forever explaining that it's not typos. That's how it is. And I do abbreviate it to numerical 115 throughout, but that's the proper name. Anyway, it's a residential development that is in construction at the moment and has research and innovation embedded right to its very core. And it showcases a range of things: housing diversity, and housing with very high performance requirements in terms of their climate suitability and energy efficiency. Also water sensitive urban design and heat mitigation, which is important given that we have we're in a part of the world that is drying and getting warmer, and also it's in a part of Perth that is recognised for its heat stress vulnerability, largely because of poor quality housing stock and low tree canopy. There's also a big focus on waste avoidance and resource recovery, and of course net zero energy housing. What is particularly relevant is this is not a boutique environmental or sustainability sort of themed project. This is a mainstream residential development done well. And it's a very important part of the work that we're doing, how we mainstream this. So a quick overview of the presentation outline. I'm going to put this project briefly in the context of the trajectory of other living lab-based research projects that we've been involved in here at Curtin in this space, an overview of 115, and then we'll focus on some of the key sustainability initiatives, both at the development scale and at the lot scale, and really focus on how they work together. And this is important. And then finish up with some of the knowledge sharing and industry capacity building activities and outcomes from this project. And I think this is probably the most important. When we're looking at mainstreaming, we have to do more than just highlight what's done well. It's more about the transition. And how do demonstration projects like this, even though it's a real world project that still has a demonstration value, how do they play a role in transitioning to better outcomes? So this is showing a trajectory of projects that we've been involved in at different scales over the last 10 years. And it starts with a reasonably modest two-lot residential subdivision in the Fremantle suburb of Hilton. It happens to be my home as well, and hence been called Josh's House, a particularly young, creative, branded name, that one. You can see I came up with that one. So Josh's House, and this was a project that we undertook on a personal level as a family, but also became a living lab and a major project for the former CRC for low carbon living, where we were demonstrating how volume industry is capable within its current capacity and costing constraints to deliver high performance net zero energy homes. So that was built, documented and monitored for nearly 10 years, and lots of publications coming out of that. And the learnings that we gained from that project were then incorporated into WGV, which is a 2-hectare medium density residential development project in Fremantle, again by Development WA, our state government development agency. And as a living lab, again, supported by the CRC for Low Carbon Living, we had a number of researchers involved in documenting and contributing to that development over about a 6-year period. And in fact, one of the PhD graduates from that particular project is with us here today and has since moved on to bigger and brighter things within local government. And again, seeing how projects like this really do become platforms for training and skills development and how they people go out to the real world. Moving on from that, East Village at Knutsford, another project. This one's 1.5 hectare, even denser, at around 100 dwellings within that across townhomes and apartments. And then finally, 115 Hamilton Hill. And importantly, there's been a continuation of collaborators through all of these projects insofar as the client lead being Development WA for the latter three, but also a number of the key consultants and importantly, the same research team all the way through. So there's been a building of knowledge and skills, and over 10 years, thinking and technology has evolved. So we've been able to test new things, getting to a point where we were looking at testing net zero emissions design and energy systems at my place that were still looking at dual fuel, applied at WGV. Very quickly, we saw we can move all electric. So through retrofitting, looking at moving away from the use of fossil gas, and then getting into projects like East Village, where we have embedded networks and renewable energy generated on site, including energy storage, and then up to 115 Hamilton Hill, where we're actually removing any incentives to make these things mainstream. The market's ready for them. So a quick overview of the project itself. So it's 12 hectares. So this is the largest of the case studies that I briefly touched upon. It's on the former Hamilton Senior High School site, so a relatively large land parcel. It's just south of Fremantle, so about 17 kilometres from the CBD of Perth. It's a near coastal suburb. One of the important things of doing a development like this is recognising that it is being inserted within a residential area, an existing community. So a lot of our work is on infill, recognising that these projects do need to fit within an existing urban fabric. Of course, the greater infill we can do when done well and doing density well, it takes the pressure off an expanding metropolitan footprint. So the series of photos here give you a bit of a snapshot of the timeline, starting with the school as it was when it closed. So at the beginning of 2018, there's the old school buildings. It's a sort of 1950s and 60s sort of era development. 2021 there at completion of civil works. And what's worth noting is one of the big initiatives that was done was there was a decision made after a significant technical review and business case to actually deconstruct the old school. So not do a straight demolition, but deconstruct it, salvage anything that could be reused that has value, everything from good quality red bricks that could be reused through to all the high quality hardwood timbers. High value recyclables like the metals, the copper and so forth were stripped out and recycled. But the idea was try to follow a waste hierarchy to put materials to their best use. The outcome of this was actually over 10,000 tonnes of construction and demolition waste repurposed and recycled on site. So a demolition crew was engaged and a processing facilities and a crushing plant was set up, and the bulk of the materials that couldn't be salvaged, so old broken tiles, crushed up concrete, asphalt, were all crushed and screened and stockpiled. And in fact, you can see in that middle photo to the front right-hand side, you can see there's small stockpiles left. That's what's left of the aggregates. Most of the material was put into road base and into drainage features for stormwater across stage one, and the rest of the materials will be used to service the rest of the development. So of this, around 1,000 large truck movements were avoided, not having to cart that material through suburbia and bringing virgin material back, nearly 10,000 litres of diesel saved, and about 660 odd tonnes of CO2 avoided. But really it's about reducing risk, it's about reducing diesel particulate being emitted through suburbs, and all of this at $100,000 cost savings to the project. So this is one of the big first moves, and then from 2022 plus, with construction underway, that's some imagery of what it's going to look like. Okay, so let's look at some of the development scale initiatives beyond that initial big move of waste avoidance and resource recovery, is around putting this project within its local ecological context. So for those who aren't familiar with this part of Perth, the site, which is that red block you can see there, was adjacent to a metropolitan road reserve corridor, which was set aside for a now doomed highway. It goes back to 1950s transport planning, and there was the reason why that green corridor connection is there is because it aligns with a major road reserve. And fortunately, a political decision was made to take that road reserve off the planning scheme, and has now been reassigned to conservation reserve. So for us, that's really important. Other than it being one of the best east-west wildlife corridor links left on the Swan Coast Plain, linking wetlands through to the coast, it also informs a design response and the type of ecological restoration through landscaping and urban greening that we can fit into. We can take cues from the plant species. The landscaping that is put in can also create habitat to extend from that wildlife corridor into the rest of the site. So a big focus of this on-site was then retaining existing trees, making sure the landscape plan that sits, of course, within the overall structure plan of the development really provides connectivity from that southern bushland, which then connects to that wider corridor right throughout the site, and a series of pocket parks created around retained trees, landscaping alongside major footpaths and bike riding corridors. So there's good permeability through that site and also for people as well. Then also the development scale is looking at diverse urban form. It's a residential development. There will likely be some small commercial activities, but very small given the nature of the suburban neighbourhood. There'll likely be some cafes and pop-ups and these types of things, programmed and events-based mainly. But the focus really is on diverse housing to ensure diverse community opportunities. So detached lots, townhomes, micro lots, multi-residential. A requirement for design considerations for accessible design for multi-generational living, and also research and demonstration into what we call modern methods of construction. So moving away from conventional construction into more lightweight and quicker to build homes. The other big focus around public realm is in water sensitive urban design, as I mentioned. So again, in the early part of the project, a decision was made as part of the structure plan approvals to retain all stormwater on site. And this has meant increasing the requirements for local stormwater infiltration on lots, and then putting in what we call at source stormwater controls across the rest of the site, things like permeable paving, roadside swales, water harvesting, tree pitch. You can see those in these photos. These are all documenting what was built in the early stage of civil and landscape works. And then finally, for large flows that move beyond that initial upcatchment water harvesting, getting that water into the soil to support landscaping, it goes into infiltration galleries around the site. So all of this was done alongside retaining around 40% of the original advanced trees, and that is actually an incredibly challenging exercise for a sloping site like this. The original topography was retained to keep the character of the site, and so the nuance is how do you work stormwater in over this the relief of the topography and integrate it in and around existing trees. We also have set a target of a 30% tree canopy on establishment. And of course, all of these initiatives, that mosaic of connected pocket parks that I showed you in the previous slide, the retention of the advanced trees, the 30% tree canopy, and the distribution of stormwater flows right across the site, all key responses to addressing urban heat, alongside, of course, high albedo materials as well. So some of these stormwater features, and this stuff should be really simple, but would you believe that this very modest little piece of permeable paving that you can see there, if you have a look at that little detail, that just shows how there's the permeable paving, gaps in the paving filled with screened aggregate, water goes down and fills up larger pores within aggregate subgrade and then soaks into the soil. So it's ideal for putting around trees and so forth, because you extend the root zone of trees. This really modest little example is the first approved permeable paving on a public road in Perth. I mean, for goodness sake, that was in 2020 when that wasn't approved. We put people on the moon in 1960. But such are the barriers to simple initiatives like this. And of course, that particular barrier, like a lot of the water sensitive urban design implementation challenges, are at a local government level, where local government historically is risk averse. They take ownership of these public roads. And so normally the answer is no. So I'll explain a bit more about how we work through some of these challenges in the last couple of slides. Other stormwater features, so roadside swales. This has just been constructed. It was planted up just recently. And this is about harvesting water off the road surfaces, getting them into roadside basins, which are then landscaped to become landscape features. So swales as a concept, sort of a shallow trench off the side of a water harvesting area, nothing new, been used for a long, long time, including by lots of councils now. But typically swales are in areas where there's not much public view. We've designed these as landscape features on the main road as you come into the development, again, to try and celebrate the harvesting of water. And we've chosen plant species that normally grow in what we refer to as winter wet depressions on the coastal plain. So these are plants that thrive when they're partially inundated and then can survive in summer when there's no water. And then finally, for the big events that have to go somewhere, into these infiltration galleries. So normally what would happen is the excess stormwater would go into compensation basins, which are incorporated into landscaping, but we're on the top of a hill here. So this is areas where you don't normally see water pooling or ponding like that. And also public space is too valuable in these infill sites to have areas that are partially inundated at different times of year. Plus we have the constraint of trying to locate their stormwater controls amongst all of these large mature tree root systems. So instead, we've identified at the lowest point of the catchments these infiltration galleries, which go underground and can be built over with roads or landscaped. And just to demonstrate the types of sort of integrated thinking here is that there are several products that are available, 3 main ones we looked at. And so we had a multi-criteria assessment tool where we looked at why would we choose one over the other. Now, not surprisingly, the one that was favoured by council was the one that was most expensive and had the highest carbon footprint, because it was like a concrete bunker. The one we wanted to use was actually the lowest cost, lightest weight, lowest carbon footprint, and had the greatest opportunity to incorporate recycled aggregate, which of course we had loads of, having done the local demolition. So again, this was a process that required lots of negotiation, a bit of compromise, and we have those in place. More about that soon. We also put in a community bore, and you'd be familiar with the standard groundwater bore, very common here in Perth, where water is abstracted from the superficial aquifer and used for public realm landscaping. The community bore concept goes one step further, where it also distributes water to all of the private properties for irrigation of gardens. And the drivers for doing this is that we can supply this water at a lower financial cost, more importantly, a lower energy and lower carbon cost than the standard would be, which would be scheme water on a medium density infill development like this. And we were able to demonstrate through the stormwater harvesting model how this could be a sustainable source of water and still have what we call a net recharge scenario. So more water going in than is being taken out. But finally, in terms of the development scale things, the public realm landscaping is done to a very high standard, but with a very low footprint. So incorporating materials that were salvaged as part of the demolition. So you can see the timbers there, the gabion basket retaining walls with pieces of concrete and broken brick, and then the repurposed brick as well as one of the advanced, mature trees in the background in the middle shot there with bird waterers for black cockatoos. And then on the right, some examples of some of the nature play equipment, which was made using salvage materials, and they have been designed to interpret black cockatoo nests, just for your interest. So a big focus on materials that suit the place, that have a low environmental impact, but very high quality. And the quality of the public realm is critical when we're creating these urban environments for people's well-being, but also they play a role in the habitat value for other animals as well. And again, that's part of the human experience also. So moving to some of the household level things. So all of these development scale initiatives, they from a project delivery, that's done planning, design. There's negotiation with regulators for approvals. When it comes to the household scale, we're putting in place requirements that the people who buy these lots and build need to be able to do. So we've set a net zero energy and therefore a net zero emissions for operational energy for all the dwellings. So there are, here in Australia, for those not from Australia, there is a regulation guide called the National Construction Code, which sets minimum energy efficiency requirements, but they are minimum. They're kind of the most basic practice, and they're designed to eliminate worst practice, essentially. So these design guidelines that have been prepared were designed to test the market and push industry's capacity to deliver high performance homes. So the main objectives being to promote climate responsive design, so thermally comfortable, particularly in our hot summers, to reduce energy consumption and create healthy, comfortable homes, and to be net zero energy. So there's no reticulated gas. All the homes have to run on electricity and matched with solar. So the requirements that are put in place to build are a minimum 7.5 star rating under the National Housing Energy Rating Scheme, light coloured roofs, mandated solar PVs, no incentives. We know the market's ready for this now and it's not a barrier. Electric heat pumps or solar hot water systems, and then minimum efficiency requirements on fixed appliances, and be EV ready. So that means pre-rot wiring so people can plug their cars in. And this is important because what we're seeing is that new homes being built are typically sold within 3 to 5 years. So making sure that we're putting these things in place. So these homes, which will likely be around anywhere from 30 to 50 years, are future ready. And it's the design guidelines and the design review process by the estate architect, which is the mechanism to make sure these things get done. There's a similar suite of initiatives for addressing water efficiency. So with the focus being to reduce reliance on scheme water, which here in Perth is a very high energy water source because of the large contribution of seawater desalination, to utilise local water sources, so rain and groundwater, and to create cool microclimates. And so we have requirements then embedded in the design guidelines around highly efficient fixtures and appliances beyond what's required under the construction code. Dual plumbing to toilets and washing machines to enable rainwater to supply those. Efficient irrigation, connection to the community bore, and all stormwater retained on lot. And finally, this is complemented by landscaping requirements to make sure that there is a minimum area of landscaping to help support the thermal performance of the home, the inclusion of deciduous trees on the northern side. And these guidelines are all about minimising heat gain and heat storage, urban heat, reducing the amount of hard stand material and the embodied carbon with that, increasing stormwater infiltration, and providing shade and habitat. So again, guidelines in place there. So these homes are now under construction, and we're setting up the performance verification, and this gets into the knowledge sharing. So all of these materials, by the way, are open source, and I'll provide you the link at the end. But as moving to this knowledge sharing, which is where I'll finish up, a lot of these things we're putting in place are all what we would call best practice or first principles. And when we know in many cases the strategies that have been deployed have been improved over time based on those previous case studies, but always testing new requirements or pushing things a little further. So one of the things we've done is create this overlay of performance monitoring using LoRaWAN technology, so low-cost sensors across the whole site that will monitor water use, microclimate, energy use, and so that's all being installed as we speak. And then getting into more of the policy and capability and capacity building, alongside the project, which is all about the delivery, that's the things that I took you through, and then the performance verification. It's now about how do we engage with the key stakeholders, particularly across state and local government. So those tiers of government and the relevant departments that are normally the people who would approve or not approve these types of initiatives to build capacity. And so we have set up a program called the WaterWise Exemplar, and focusing here particularly on the water use and the urban greening, and have a reference group that has been involved throughout the planning and construction of the project, who help guide the research activities and help guide what types of documentation come out of this project, resulting in the guide for a WaterWise development, fact sheets written for industry and local government. And then finally, with that chart there, you can see those 3 columns. The one on the left is, I guess, a flow diagram showing the standard residential development process. The one in the middle is the current statutory urban water planning response requirements. And the one on the right is what we're calling the WaterWise pathway. So through this process of delivering this project, engaging with stakeholders, identifying the barriers, overcoming those with creative responses, documenting those, we've identified this series of steps, or this pathway, which is beyond compliance. So this is what you do when you wanted to deliver an excellent project, but that is still in line with mainstream expectations and possibilities. If you'd like more information, there is the project URL and all of the materials, the guidelines, the design guidelines themselves, the WaterWise guidelines and other fact sheets are all open source and ready to be used. So watch this space as Curtin continues to document this and move into verification phase. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Josh. We are really tight with the time because we have a very long session ahead. So I'll just take 2 questions from the audience for Josh.
Yep. We have 2.
So with all the requirements, especially with no gas, how do you stop people from installing, say, bottom gas?
It's a really good question. Look, there is no way we can stop someone putting in bottle gas, but it would be very unlikely unless someone wants to run a barbecue. I've got an electric barbecue, by the way. There are now electric Webbers and they're fantastic. So the technology is there. And look, the move towards electrification is now gaining such momentum. You've probably seen it in the press. It's now standard for Development WA, by the way, for all of their residential developments to be no gas. And then a number of major private developers are all following suit. So if someone wanted to put a bottle gas in, it would be unusual because from a cost perspective, for running the household, a single fuel home with that fuel being electricity as opposed to dual fuel with gas is more cost effective. And the research also shows that it's much better for your health not burning gas inside the household. So I think the days of gas within households are numbered.
Thanks very much, Josh. I've got I'm really sticking 2 questions that are about communities.
Sure.
The first one is about the ecological communities and the plantings. Are there requirements for people to, because I know that it seems like you paid a lot of attention to the ecological communities and the specifics of that. Are there requirements for the private households to do that? And the second community question is, in terms of the people who are going to be moving in there, are there organisations coming out? Is there kind of, you're already seeing a voice from those people? In terms of how they're organised and what they're up to?
Yeah, 2 great questions. So the first one in terms of planting guidance for the individual households. With design guidelines, we have, which I showed you the cover and the steps for approval. There are 2 components. One is what we call design controls, things you must do. So meeting 7.5-star NatHERS, dual plumbing the house. These are all, you're having PV. These are all design controls. You must have them to actually get through the stage gate of planning approval and pre-building licence application approval. When it comes to landscape plantings, we employ what we call design guidance, where we provide recommendations of plant palettes, make it really easy for people to choose plants that are suited to that soil type, to this climate, and ideally fit within the local plant communities. But we don't go so far as forcing people to put certain things inside their garden, with the exception of mandating deciduous trees and vines only on the northern side of homes, because that's a fundamental element for the performance of the home thermally. And that's we consider shade trees as structural elements, whereas shrub plantings and ground covers and other things aren't. They're kind of more transitional. The second question around the human communities that form around this. Look, most of the work so far has been around the existing community because they've been there for a very long time. It's been a very long process of engagement and getting input into expectations for what this new neighbourhood's going to be like, how it integrates with the surrounding neighbourhood. There's been street planning exercises and other initiatives to try and connect those. It's probably too soon to tell what's happening with new community members because the homes are just under construction still. But a great example very quickly is to have a look at WGV, which was the precinct done earlier in that trajectory, where that is now an established community. Jess Bredsel's work was working very closely with community members and understanding their home systems of practice and what it was like moving into a development that had an environmental sustainability branding to it. Some amazing work and lots of publications, so check them out. But what's really amazing now, as it's become more mature as a community, is these people within WGV, which is not an enclave, it's not ever considered as a standalone gated precinct, it is part of the local urban fabric. They are self-organising, and they're trying to organise initiatives and activities that Development WA had done there now. So they did a lot of great seeding community development work, but like most developers, a time comes, they move out. These people are self-organising, and they will take some of the initiatives that they can do at that community level, at the social level, even further. So it's another space that perhaps we should go back and do. They'll have us some more research there. So anyway, I hope that's been helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Thanks a lot.
Actually, I want to ask
Oh, we've had one question. I feel we can't say no.
Yeah.
Very, very I'm sure you must have thought about it, but I couldn't get that in your presentation. Have you looked at any gender dimensions in your project? The gender.
Oh, gender.
Yeah.
Gender.
Because when you say community,
Yeah. So not specifically. The demographic considerations that are probably more front of mind on projects like this are around affordability, and to some degree there's linkages there with gender, particularly single women households, but also around ageing in place. That's where we have significant issues in Australian housing, is homes not being designed. So it's more around affordability and ageing in place more than gender being top of mind at the moment. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
And can I just say, I must duck off now, a bit like the others earlier. I've loved being here this morning.
Thank you, Josh.
And well done to the organisers.
Thank you
so much.
Bye.
All the best.
All right.
All right, without further delay, let's move into session 2, sustainability and safety in built environment. My request to all presenters, please keep your presentation within 15 minutes because we are really running out of time. So let's move on to the first presentation from Samuel Noble from Curtin University, Western Australia. He's presenting on sustainable decision-making, what is green. So over to Samuel.
Thank you very much. So yeah, pretty much my presentation.
I'm a final year student undertaking a Masters of Environment and Climate Emergency with Curtin University. I would like to start off by saying a massive thank you to the GSN International Conference Organising Committee for allowing the opportunity to speak to you all today. Today's presentation, I'll be unpacking my dissertation research study, which is Sustainable Decision Making, What is Green? Throughout the presentation, I will be discussing a fair amount of information with regards to consumer choice towards environmentally sustainable options. specifically how consumers are to know what is or what is not environmentally sustainable. We'll take on a few differing perspectives, both from the buyer and supplier, some of the associated challenges of this issue, and also present recommendations to the primary research question, which is how are Australian consumers to know if they are making environmentally sustainable choices. The structure of today's presentation will go as follows, starting with a background of the context in relation to the SDGs and some of the key drivers of this conference, as well as the research background and the study undertaken to present the findings and the recommendations. The research base and key findings, recommendations and proposals, finishing off with the future considerations, why this topic is so broad, the challenges it presents and the significant amount of work in this area going forward to further address the issue. In a bit of a background to this topic, this has been something that I've always found quite interesting and a challenging one to answer. Justification to dive into this topic deeper and try and unpack the issues at the core of what would need to be resolved if we were to allow consumers to know how sustainable a product or service is. The premise of this study was to add to what appeared to be overall good intentions of buyers and the movement and willingness to want to choose more sustainably. In cities across the world, this is being demonstrated in the way in which movements towards environmental action are gaining momentum. The desire to prevent the impact of climate change and achieve the SDGs is being taken on by so many. The encouraging signs of people wanting to do better and choose better was prevalent, but how are we going to truly know what is best for the environment within a largely goods and services space for what people are using for their everyday lives? When it comes to choosing sustainably, the items we purchase can be dominated by green marketing. It could be recycled, made from environmentally responsible materials, source responsibly, decomposed, the list can go on. These great features alone don't make them necessarily environmentally sustainable, and for the use of the term in this presentation, green. They could be outperformed by a number of other competitors that have no such marketing, or the product or service may be sustainable, but in the background the organisation offsets this benefit by something like having really high carbon emissions. These are just some examples of the challenges that we all face as consumers, but are provided with no real way to truly know what the best choice is. This is a major challenge not only for Australians, but all across the world, with having to look at how we can provide transparency as the major undertaking of this presentation. A key question to the GSN conference today is looking to address some sustainability indicators and how these could be monitored for comparison and benchmarking. This is at the core of the undertaking and work closely with some of the SDGs in particular. These includes Goals 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, 13, which is Climate Action, 16, Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, and 17, Partnerships for the Goals. The main goal of focus is 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, as we look at accountability and addressing the goals directly. In the 2022 Sustainable Development Report, Australia's dashboard and trends are shown on screen. Of all the SDGs, 12 is the only one which falls under the most alarming categories for major challenges and is decreasing in the ability to tend to this goal. By focusing on the way in which all members of the consumption chain can be provided access on the goods and services used by everyday Australians, this can help directly attend to some of the key indicators for responsible consumption and production. To best look at addressing this issue, a multidisciplinary research approach was used to take into account the multiple perspectives of this issue, as well as narrow out the key issues which are at the core of the problem. Through a systematic literature review, surveys, interviews, and a review of applicable approaches, a comprehensive look into this topic was achieved. Some of the significant key areas and themes that came from this were understanding the consumer mindset, greenwash, and applicable governance, which looked at if the consumers were actually driven to want to purchase a good or service based on its environmental value, how greenwash could be considered for much more than what is currently on display, especially for everyday items which are using benefits of environmental action for marketing purposes, and what is currently in place for the businesses at government levels which can help provide this clarity to the consumers. In a survey that took into account results of over 100 participants, there were some major findings which are on display on your screen. 43% of the respondents answered that they thought of the environmental implications when selecting a product or service most of the time. 68% would select a more sustainable alternative even if it were more expensive. 86% agreed or strongly agreed that they would be more inclined to purchase a good or service if they were provided with the environmental performance indicators around it. 91% agreed that a significant amount of goods or services were being falsely marketed as environmentally sustainable, and 98% were interested in knowing the exact environmental implications that the purchase was going to have. All of which signified that the consumers were willing to look into sustainable options and that was a real market to want to know and understand the implications that this decision making was going to have. Interviews were also conducted with relevant sustainability professionals, which provided insight from the business perspective. The interviews uncovered a want for change amongst business operations that was internal towards improving sustainable practices and deliverables. Organisations were also largely taking into account their own responsibilities and sustainable performance internally because there was not one blanketed approach or means of auditing which could truly capture the start to finish of the business operations with regard to sustainability and that performance and real action. The metrics used for accounting for this sustainability was also very significantly depending on the operations or the specific industry. This could see a high emphasis on carbon emissions or water usage or waste disposal, all of which is very hard to package together in a way that could easily signify performance to the consumers. In looking at some current strategies which could be used to assist with allowing the transfer of information about goods and services to consumers, I wanted to highlight some current systems in place which can help address the information transfer directly and look at some of the current approaches which are being used and already recognisable amongst the industry. These included the Australian-made logo, B Corporation and also Energy Star Rating System. To start off, we chose the Australian-made logo, which is an Australian-run government program which provides the Australian manufacturers and also Australian-grown goods to be able to promote local businesses. When people see this logo, the buyers can easily recognise the kangaroo emblem or see what percentage of the item was made in Australia. This has now also been mandated for grocery-based items to show consumers what percentage of the ingredients are now being sourced locally. Approaches like this can be really good in helping to identify something quite simply and also is shown that there's different ways of being able to do this in a very easily recognised approach. The second one is the use of the B Corps and B Corporation. For those of you that don't know about a B Corporation, this is a certified logo which looks into how organisations can present that it complies with a strict set of social, ethical and environmental obligations, which also forms part of the business's core findings, responsibilities through which it's made through law. Having this logo present allows the buyers to know that the organisation is committed to making a meaningful and positive change, and it's just another way in which the consumers know that it's an organisation that is abiding by these different protocols and policies. The last one is the energy rating system in Australia, which is another icon type logo in Australia, which is mandated across all electronic appliances and gives a rating for the energy consumption, which can be used as a very easy comparison when going and purchasing one of these appliances to be able to know which one's going to work best for you and which one is really outperforming all the others with regard to energy performance specifically, in a means that is being communicated quite simply and easily. This then brings us to the proposed recommendation and the solution that we've come up with to be able to similarly provide this information to the consumers and directly respond to the research question that we set out to achieve. This is through the Environmentally Sustainable Rating System, or ESRS, and which combines a lot of the featured elements demonstrated previously in the examples. As the mock-up example demonstrates, this is a star rating system which can be issued to a business after undertaking a ESRS assessment. The model will work very similar to how the energy rating system shown previously works, and also the climate active accreditation, which is another similar model used by the Australian government to look at identifying carbon neutral businesses. This too would need to be a government-based approach model to allow for accountability and for businesses and sectors to provide potential streams for mandates where it would be most appropriate in planning the execution of this system. Quite simply, the star rating system is going to be indicative of the environmental performance and just gives consumers a very quick and easy indicator to understand which organisations are going to be most sustainable and what's going to be the best direction to go with regards to adhering to those responsibilities. The environmentally sustainable rating system would be issued to an entire business after an environmental performance review, which would focus on key areas of sustainable performance which help to capture the overall sustainable ranking of where the business is at. The metrics used for the specific business will need to be independently assessed for each business's circumstance, but more broadly compared and benchmarked to the other organisations within the same or similar industries and sectors. Payment for the rating would work very similar to that of Climate Active and Energy Rating, even the Australia Made and B Corp systems, which look at annual sales figures and end-of-year financial figures, which fall into associated pricing categorisation and scales the pricing accordingly. Businesses would be asked to renew this rating within an applicable time frame to the business, and low-scoring companies would be granted an opportunity to reassess at any stage if it's able to improve its performance in any way. Establishing the framework for the ESRS will be most challenging in the sense of creating the metrics and being able to quantify and collect this data. This could see the system establish itself with the main environmental performance indicators such as carbon emissions, water usage, waste, and then eventually begin to specify the broader categories even further to focus on the more organisational specific factors. Equally, the data presented in the ESRS logo could just focus on a key element like carbon emissions in order to get the system started and established and familiarise the market with how it should be used. Further into the future, with much more development, businesses could take these streams of metrics to start to rate specific products or services. For example, a carbon rating on the electrical appliances, which could work in conjunction with the Energy Star rating system. This concept has the potential to move and adapt in a number of different ways, many of which might be dictated by the market and what it's gravitating towards to be able to provide the consumers with the information that they're looking for the most. In closing today, I wanted to pass on the importance of choice and the difference this can make to achieving sustainable outcomes and assisting in addressing the SDGs. The proposal of the ESRS system is just one of a few potential ways in which providing accessible data to consumers can be achieved, and highlighted the importance of having this freedom of choice. If such a system was taken on by the Australian Government and used similarly to other proven models already being utilised, a system like this would go a long way in breaking down the greenwash and providing power back in the hands of consumers to choose correctly. Such a model is very complex and will have many layers and barriers to overcome, but the flexibility and ease of use of the style should allow for further integration and improvement once used by everyday Australians. This model could then be passed on to other nations and adapted further to help with taking environmental accountability into the future. We'd just like to finish off by saying a massive thank you for everyone for your time and the opportunity to speak today. Hope you enjoyed the remainder of the conference and the great insights that it's going to offer. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Samuel, for your presentation and be on time. So we saved 2 minutes. All right, so the next presentation is from Simon Luscombe from Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage in Western Australia. He'll be presenting on Perth's strategic plans, car dependency, sprawl, modernism and active transport, lessons for the global south. So it's over to Simon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sarpan, and I'll change the slides like that. Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, my day job is planning manager at Department of Planning. Sorry, it's transport manager at Department of Planning. And I just want to acknowledge my Masters and PhD supervisors, Shahed and Chopin here. Thank you for go back a long way for my Masters and PhD. So I just wanted to acknowledge you as well as your organisation of this conference. So thank you. So I just want to get into it because we've got 15 minutes, but I want to talk about this is a critical juncture with Perth's development, and it might look very familiar to you. On the left, we have the Stevenson-Hepburn Plan of 1955, which represents a very compact city, very compact metropolis, bounded by Reid Highway in the north and Roe Highway in the east. And then from 1955 to 1970, when we were running out of serviced residential affordable land, the corridor plan was developed. And it's a very maligned plan because it was a very sprawling plan for its time. And it's It was an expansionist approach and it really spread outward. There's a certain history of planning in WA which is not often discussed, and there's a lot of anti-residential density provisions contained within the Stevenson-Hepburn Plan of 1955. For example, and we're looking at so some of the provisions, and these are in the appendices, and it says there's no case for unreasonably high densities when ample building land is available. And also the second text box talks about the need to prevent high densities, which might lead to congested development and slums. And the third text box talks about preferences, that people would probably prefer a home with large garden space. So density should not be very high. So this low density suburbia that we see with Perth, 150 kilometres from north to south, was really hardwired into the planning framework in the 1950s. Very important to know. In addition, the 1955 report, which is often considered it's very celebrated as successful and remarkable, it also encouraged very small dwellings on very large lots. And more than one scholar has pointed out that the recommendations were based on an overseas UK standard of limited sunshine and plentiful rain, so really inappropriate for our drying climate. And you can see there in the appendix that how small the building envelopes were. We were really building on very small portions of land. And the question is, like, what was the remaining land intended for besides gardens and maybe veggie patch? So the philosophy in the 1950s was build anywhere. So ecological knowledge was very poor, and the exceptional biodiversity of the southwest of Western Australia was relatively unknown. Land was considered developable, whatever the type of suburban landscape being developed, without regard to the quality of bushland and regardless of its historical value. As you know, average lot sizes have reduced in recent years, rendering the configuration of a small residential dwelling on a large lot largely obsolete, particularly in new residential areas. And if you've seen a subdivision in the last few years, you would have seen very small lots, like 300 square metres, and then the house that's being built on it almost takes up the entire lot. So sprawl has dispersed low density urban growth is often pejoratively referred to as sprawl, and there's 4 widely accepted measures of sprawl, including low densities, segregated or separated land uses where shopping and commercial is away from residences, a lack of network permeability, which Perth is quite famous for with its lack of east-west road connections, and an absence of urban vitality. There's a quote here from Lutton that said, "Our government planners purposefully induced a sprawling car-dependent city, causing Perth to spread further than any other Australian city and endure traffic problems normally associated with far larger cities." In terms of the global south and sprawl, Africa and Asia account for 90% of global urban population growth. Sub-Saharan Africa is experiencing one of the fastest rates of urbanisation and sprawl in the world now, whereas our sprawl was set maybe in the 1950s to 1970s. And Africa's population is projected to triple by 2050, and population growth is a main contributing factor to sprawl. Like Australian cities, in sub-Saharan Africa, consequences of urban sprawl are bad, and including health burdens due to a lack of exercise, cost of infrastructure, loss of farm and forest lands, urban decay, depletion of environmental resources, higher land prices, congested roads, and a loss of community spirit. It's been said that sprawl impacts every city in the world, and so does road congestion. I don't have time to go per country, but you can see for some of the cities in countries in the global south. In South Africa, population growth has led to sprawl, as has rural to urban migration, where people move from rural areas to cities in search of jobs. And poor planning has seen cities grow beyond their zoned areas, resulting in the coexistence of incompatible zones. In Ghana, cities are expanding rapidly, encroaching on rural land. There's building in floodways, which increases runoff and causes flooding. In Nigeria, population growth due to migration has led to sprawl, as has climate change, affluence and transport, because as people get more affluent, they're more likely to own a private vehicle. Uncontrolled haphazard expansion. There's a lack of urban planners in Nigeria and a lack of strategic plans and planning and resourcing in local governments. Likewise, in Kenya, the greatest contributor to urban sprawl is population growth due to rural to urban migration, and low and high-rise informal settlement densities as high as over 2,000 people per hectare are typical. and high-rise congestion and poor infrastructure results in a poor quality urban environment. This is from Livable Neighbourhoods, which is a very important policy to Western Australian planning. This is Access Street B, and you can see that this is a cross-section of a normal road within a subdivisional area, 17.9 metres wide. And the philosophy used in Livable Neighbourhoods is a segregation or separation of traffic modes. So you can see that the pedestrians and cyclists are separated from road carriageways. That was the 2009 version. This is the 2015 draft version, which is on the Department of Planning website. Similarly, this has a segregation approach. So you can see that the cross-sectional elements of trees, large trees, which are very important, carriageway, shared path, and on-street parking. If we see a dual carriageway road in Kenya, a separation of transport modes is evident. You can see a very narrow median crossing. We would probably have a wider median crossing in Australian cities. Potentially unsafe elements include street lighting in the footpath, parking on the shoulder and bicycle lanes, and a lack of lane marking on the left carriageway, including parking bays. Likewise, in a bridge in India, there's a lack of separation for pedestrians and cyclists travelling through bridge. So the pedestrians have to contend with motorised transport, and there's no separation and no lane marking. In terms of trees, becoming very important to the planning system. Interesting to note there are 3 trillion trees on the planet now, or one for every 422 trees for every person on the planet. And forests are very unevenly distributed throughout the world, with many in the global south, like Congo, Indonesia, China. In terms of West Australian planning, better urban forest planning. So 6 trillion trees before humans. And you can see on the right there, that just shows a 6-degree advantage in shaded areas. So where there's trees in cities, very important. There's a 6 degrees cooler. In terms of road safety in the global south, road traffic collisions are currently the 8th biggest killer in the world, so greater than malaria, tuberculosis, and AIDS. And the vast majority of these deaths happen in low and middle income countries. And the road safety issue is not improving. And the headline just said, Africa's treacherous roads are no safer after scores of initiatives. When collisions occur, there's often no public emergency service or universal emergency telephone number. Trained first aiders are very limited, so bystanders usually lack the knowledge, training, equipment, experience, and transport to help. Hospitals lack facilities, equipment, and staff to treat road victims properly, and people often die avoidably as a result. Most road fatalities in sub-Saharan Africa include pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists. Children and adults walk along the edges of busy roads, and vendors sell their goods there, and roads are often poorly designed. So barriers, signage, and footpaths tend to be poor or non-existent. Vehicles are often poorly maintained, and there are significant problems with driver training, drink driving, and police enforcement of traffic laws. Unfortunately, active transport rates are decreasing throughout the world, especially for school children. And planning instruments instead focus on road, highway, and freeway upgrades. For many pedestrians and cyclists living in sub-Saharan Africa, there's no safe way to walk or bicycle. You can just see that the road traffic fatality rate in Africa is a lot higher than Australia, and WA is the worst performing state. 20-minute neighbourhood seeks to meet daily needs like schools, shops within a 20-minute non-motorised trip from home. So what are the solutions? So quickly, I've got 5 minutes left for recommendations. So recommendations can be sorted into inexpensive traffic engineering solutions, including helmets and seat belts, illuminating traffic intersections, removing poles and road furniture that impairs visibility, road marking to delineate lanes, and separating vulnerable road users from speeding vehicles. And I like the quote here. It just says on the bottom right, it says you can do a hell of a lot with tins of white paint. In terms of higher order roads, restricting driveway accesses, large radii for horizontal and vertical curves to assist with sight lines, median barriers, crash-worthy shoulders, grade separations, no trees and poles in the road reserve, regular signs for speed limits, overtaking lanes, and safe crossings for pedestrians and cyclists. We need to provide walking infrastructure that treats pedestrian flows as the highest priority of the transport system, so longer phasing with signals, Don't widen streets or insist on setbacks, because widening streets encourages more traffic. We need to encourage high density and mixed use and keep parking to a minimum, and ensure there's cycleways on each street separated from footpaths. Finally, planning recommendations. We need to strengthen visions within planning instruments, strengthen zones, no encroachment and uncontrollable growth, quantifiable targets, and increase the provision of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Finally, according to the report, road safety traffic system pays off. Widespread experience with road safety management in Europe has resulted in reductions in crashes and injuries of 15 to 80%. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for a very detailed comparative outlook between different parts of the world and the development pattern. Next, I would like to invite Nega Nili. She's a PhD researcher at Curtin University, presenting on a smart active transport infrastructure contributing to sustainable development goals. Over to you, Nega.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nega Nili, as Sopan introduced me, and I'm from Design and Built Environment, and I'm here today to talk about how a smartphone application can increase the use of active mode of transportation. And by the use of active mode of transportation, I mean walking, cycling, and other modes of human power mode of transportation. Sorry, it doesn't. Oh, yes. Transportation system affect the quality of people's life. Widespread use of motorized vehicle has negative effects such as air pollution, emission of greenhouse gases, and climate changes. Dependency on motorized vehicle and sedentary lifestyle also cause physical health issues and serious health concerns. Authorities worldwide are seeking solutions to decrease the harmful impact of transportation modes. Active mode of transportation, specifically walking and cycling, is a form of sustainable transportation that contributes to achieving a sustainable environment for cities. Active transportation could apply technology to develop transportation, improve other aspects of urban life, satisfy people's movement needs, and protect the environment. As a smartphone and its application are ubiquitous today and all pervasive, it can be effective to use this tool to encourage more people to select active mode of transportation. In this presentation, I first explain what kind of applications are used for active transportation purposes. Then I describe my method to respond to this question, what I found, and finally I explain how this study finding can be used in global North and South context. A smartphone and their application have dramatically changed transportation behavior. An array of apps has been developed to help people make proper travel decisions. The early use of mobile application for transport purposes was finding location and navigation. Studies show that app can affect people's travel behavior to change their transportation mode from private cars to more sustainable mode of transportation. However, not all apps are attractive to users and therefore are able to persuade them to engage in more active transportation. I categorize the existing active transportation application into three groups: mobility app, behavior app, and a facility app. The categories are based on the primary function of the application. Although it should be acknowledged that in some cases it was not easy to categorize some of the apps, as the technologies are used in several areas and have overlaps. However, this classification was helpful for understand how app technology are used in active transportation system. A smartphone application could increase active transportation by offering useful information and facilities to users. However, it remains unclear what criteria should be considered in designing the application to meet people's need for active transportation and encourage them to select active transportation. I conducted in-depth semi-structured interview with 21 experts in the transportation field to elicit their viewpoint in regards to applying a smartphone application to increase active transportation. The experts were from various backgrounds various background, public and private sector, academia, and government. The combination provides insight into categorizing smartphone apps that are used or can be used to increase active transportation. Interviewees were international, Australian and national Australian or international experts. The rationale for including international experts was to have rich general information about the applied and emerging apps technology in active transportation sector. The finding of the experts interview said that most experts believe that app technology could contribute to improving active transportation. A thematic analysis of the interview suggested that information provided by the app is generally used by two groups: general public and practitioners. General public use this information to manage their travel or activity, while practitioners utilize apps data to understand people's travel behavior. After initial analysis of the interviewees, the identified apps by experts were categorized into four subgroups: road finding apps, fitness apps, environmental awareness apps, and travel behavior apps. Route finding apps. In general, these apps allow users to have step-by-step direction on how to travel through an efficient route from A to B. Experts also indicated positive and negative aspects of the app that lead to popularity or unpopularity for cycling and walking. Fitness apps that facilitate physical activities was the second app cohort. These apps can measure users' physical activity and collect health-related data. This table showed the key findings concerning fitness apps from interviews. As you can see, such availability at any time and anywhere or incentivized scheme are the things that experts mentioned. Environmental awareness app. The third category of app provide information about various characteristics of the built environment. Users can find information about the built environment through these apps, such as route quality, and then decide which path is the best to select for their trips. The final group of apps presented information that demonstrates people's travel behavior that can inform decision makers about people's travel behavior and assist them in improving future active transportation related planning and policies. As I mentioned at the beginning, smartphones are one of the popular devices. Understanding the most important and basic requirement to design encouraging active transportation application contribute to provide better services and facilities for transportation mode. Through the experts interview analysis, 5 themes were identified that can be considered to design more encouraging active transportation application. The themes were safety and security, simplicity, connection and integration, awareness, and prioritization. The first one, the safety and security. Perception of safety is one of the important factors for selecting active transportation. A smartphone application can be used to increase active transportation safety through providing information. For example, one expert stated that when people have accurate and relevant information, they try to change their behavior. Most experts indicated that mobile apps would improve safety by providing more information about areas, situations such as level of safety and availability of active transportation facilities. Simplicity can be understood in several ways. In this research concept, simplicity is referred to ease of use and keeping active transportation technology simple, uncomplicated, and interactive. Experts explain that application designers should be careful to keep new technologies simple when designing and producing the technologies. The user-friendly qualities refer to the shape and functionality of the app's technology. Most experts stated that designing simple and user-friendly application provide opportunity for more people with different needs and ability to employ the application. Connection and integration are two critical words in active transportation area. Experts indicated that integrated transportation information is as important as the physical integration of transportation networks. According to the interview analysis, integrating different transportation data regardless of the mode of transportation in a single platform such as bus schedule or train schedule assists travelers to make their trip decision conveniently. The connection can facilitate cyclist and pedestrian movement and improve also their safety. Awareness. The fourth criteria is awareness, which can be understood in a number of different ways. Awareness in this research refers to informing people about active transportation facilities, services, and active transportation benefits and advantages. The interviewee believed that raising public awareness about active transportation facilities and benefits could encourage more people to use this kind of transportation. And the final criteria that should be considered for AWST technology is prioritization. The interviewee believed that mobile applications that prioritize active transportation over other transport modes that can successfully encourage people to take active transportation. For instance, one expert noted that the mobile application like route finding can be encouraging if the first option displayed in their platform when users use them become walking or cycling. This paper objective was to identify how a smartphone application can increase active transportation. The interviewee's analysis finding indicated that by considering the 5 identified criteria for designing and improving the AWST technology, it can be possible to create supportive condition to increase active transportation. Although considering all the identified criteria is important for future active transportation technology, according to the interviewee finding, the criteria follow a priority level. In other words, among the 5 criteria, some are more important for AWST technology that should be considered first to achieve the best outcome of using this app. Awareness is the most important criteria for app technology, followed by connection and integration. The main purpose of using app technology for transportation is its provided information. By accessing the integrated and connected information, people are aware of facilities and information regarding their cycling and walking. The information helps people make optimum travel decisions. Simplicity was the next important criteria for app technology. Simplicity is a noticeable determinant for mobile phone application and is an important for usability experience. A simplified application is more accessible to a broader range of customers and increase user satisfaction. Apart from the identified criteria and their priority in the interview, findings indicate that customizing new apps technology across different culture and urban contexts can have effective outcome. It means while all the criteria are important for app technology, they might need to be modified according to user culture, tradition, ethnicity, and the society they live in. For example, awareness is the most important criteria for app technology. Satisfying it might require including more visual information for people in global north, while written notification might be required to fulfilling the criteria for people in global south or vice versa. Finding of the other, more than that, urban design and facility have a direct relation with increasing active transportation. It means if there was not any basic infrastructure for active transportation, apps technology that offer information about active transportation infrastructure would be meaningless. Hence, localization is critical for apps technology to make it more encouraging technology for people. The interview finding also suggests that regulation and policies should be enacted simultaneously to achieve the best outcome of the app technology. And thank you very much. Sorry, it was so. Oh, I just.
Thanks, Nigar. We'll have a Q&A session after Vinit's presentation. So, you can sit down and come back. Yeah. So the next presentation is from Vinit Nofu, yeah, from your Western Power and Curtin University. he's presenting on trackless tram as a north-south development tool. So it's over to you. Thanks, and you have 15 minutes. Right. While the presentation is, we are setting up the presentation. The afternoon tea is already served over there. We really don't have any dedicated break for afternoon tea. So feel free to come over in the other room and get your coffee and the food and get over here, listen to the presentation. All right. All right. And after Vinith's presentation, if all presenters, if you kindly come over here, then we'll have a Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Actually, my presentation is really in two parts. It's more actually in response to Simon. It's a continuation of where you left. Then the other part is a continuation to what Nega was talking about. So I'm going to talk about my first section. The second section, my colleague, who's not here, but I'm going to run through the presentation as a response to Nega. Mine is a response to Simon. Thanks for setting up the pace. Well, I'm going to talk about trackless tram as a tool that will help mostly the cities in the emerging economies to technologically leapfrog into the future. Did I lose something? Did I do something? Oh, there it is. Yes, trackless tram is what I'm going to talk about today. But before I go through that, I'm just going to go through these technologies and put the pictures for you guys to see what they are. And I don't have to talk about this one. We know what this is. This, the light rail train, the one in Gold Coast, but we are so much familiar with the one in Sydney. And the benefits that are associated with having light rail systems are well documented. In all the corridors that they go through, they turn those corridors into the futuristic kind of corridors or areas. So basically, the point that I am, if I know how to operate this, why am I talking about the trackless tram? Remember those two pictures that I showed you? Now I'm putting in the trackless tram in the picture here. What makes a trackless tram different from the light rail system, that one that we showed? The trackless trams, the ones that you just shown, the one that you just seen, it uses the rubber to move on the road. It's not using the steel like the light rail, where it uses the steel tracks, but it uses the rubber, just the rubber like the cars or like the buses. And also it uses the battery. It's got the battery on top. So it uses the battery to move. It uses the electric battery that are put on top of the tram itself. And also it can be driverless using the autonomous technology. Just to give a quick specification of the trackless tram, on average, the average standard is a 3-module kind of carriage system. The length of it is about 31.6 meters long, and it's got the capacity to take almost 250 to 300 people. And it can go to the maximum speed. It can reach the maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour. And it's designed to be operational for almost 30 years. So it's designed for long-term investment. Comparing the trackless tram with those pictures that I shown, the BRT and the light rail system, the speed and the capacity for the trackless tram is as good as the one for the light rail system, the one that we are familiar with, the one in Sydney there. And the ride quality also is very, very as good as much as if you are in a light rail system. And it's got the potential to have the land developers wanting to be part of the project because it's going via the corridors, and it is good for transit-oriented development in those transit-activated corridors, or those corridors that are selected for the project to go through. And when you are constructing or implementing the project, comparing to the light rail, the disruption using a light rail system is very minimal. when you remember what happened with the Sydney light rail system, the interruption on that road, and it took almost 5 years or so, and the interruption was massive, especially with the digging of the roads, putting all those rails. Whereas with the trackless tram, you don't do that. All you have to do is to find a guided route, and you have to paint in those marks which are used as a virtual rail. So the construction of the introduction of the trackless tram is very less disruptive, and also when it comes to implementation, it's faster than the light rail system, because we know the dramas of what happened in Sydney there. Why am I talking about this whole trackless tram anyway? The point that I'm trying to talk about is the leapfrog technology. From the pictures and the photos that we saw from Samuel in the developing countries, where the areas and the corridors are very much congested, what if those areas can take exactly the benefits of the light rail system that we are seeing in Sydney without having to go through all the hassles? Because the light rail system on its own is a very expensive venture. But how can developing cities attain that same benefits that people can attain by having those very expensive light rail systems? So leapfrog technology basically is the study whereby it is when countries, especially in these emerging economies, can bypass stages in capability building or investment in technologies, bypass all these stages that most of these developed countries had to go through to become where they are now as economically developed countries. So technological leapfrogging is to jump all those greasy, not so nice stages that everybody went through and become a futuristic city in a cleaner and a sustainable way. That's the reason why I'm talking about trackless tram today. Given the photos and the presentation that that Samuel just shown about the African countries, imagine if they just go and take and put trackless tram there. Anyway, the point is, what are the key themes and the attributes that are needed for a technology to enhance or to enable leapfrogging? A paper that we did, we researched upon looking at different technologies. We found that the key elements that are necessary for a technology to enable or to enhance leapfrogging, technological leapfrogging, the technology has to be economic enough. It has to be cost effective, meaning that even countries who are having financial problems should be able to afford to buy that technology. And that technology also should be less technical, meaning that whoever adopts the technology should easily build the capability and the capacity to run them. That is, build the capacity and the ability to service them, to maintain them, and incorporate them in their social aspect without really having to call the manufacturer to come and do minor things. And also that technology should have the ability to lend itself to partnership. That is, the project, if you introduce that technology, it should make it easy for other business partners to be part of that project, hence reducing the cost needed to fully do the whole thing. And it also should have that likability. The community should kind of like that technology, and they should be able to really support it, especially when politics comes into play, if the community supports that kind of technology. And that technology, in a nutshell, should have or enables eco development, broader economic development. It should be, in a sense, fulfills the sustainable development goals. Whatever it does, it should, because everything now is built upon sustainable development goals as the answer trick for what is economic development. So that technology should be able to make the realization of sustainable development goals in reality. So the question is, do trackless trams satisfy the requirements of the technological leapfrog or leapfrog technology? Do they satisfy that? Looking at them, they are so cheap enough. Actually, the cost of putting trackless trams project is almost 20% of the cost associated with the light rail system. In Sydney, we know when it came to the budget of the light rail system, developing countries can't afford that. But with the trackless tram, which is almost 20% of that cost, that is one attribute that the trackless trams has. And also the trackless trams, are they less technical? It's easy to put a trackless tram there. There's not so much complication that you need to do there. And the navigation system is really standard or smart. And also trackless trams, do they have this ability to attract partnership? Once you introduce a tractor tram in a corridor, you are very assured that the real estate development real estate agents will be happy to be part of the project, and they will really want to come in and make sure they are the ones who develop the stop stations and the smart stops. And also, because the tractor trams go via the corridor, it literally changes all those downtrodden corridors, the ones that we saw from the picture on these developing countries. They can change those corridors into the corridors of the future, into a futuristic thing. And that is totally achieving that Sustainable Development Goal 11 and other sustainable development. They are really tick all the marks when it comes to the attributes of a technology that enables leapfrog technology. Now, I'll just push it on to the next stage that answers or that is in pursuant to NEGA about the smart stops, how these technologies can enable smart stops. So Jay Wood is going to have a quick talk on how this is possible. I'm not so sure if his video is. Well, the next part. Oh, I'm not so sure if his video is going to be talking.
Jay, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, there is audio for it should be playing. If you just go back to the first slide. Up the top left there.
Top left there. This one. Now the next one. How do I play the video? There is no video. Can I just have a look?
Jay, you can also control the slide, and if you just quickly, because we have like only 4 minutes, so if you can quickly talk about that.
I can't control the slides at all. It should have audio on it. Like, I'm not sure why it's not working.
No, unfortunately, it's not working. So we slide you on the floor, and if you can tell me, I can move the slide.
Can I just do this? 1 sec. Did that upload the video?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's uploading. Yep.
Okay, that should. If you go to my slide, that should play it.
Yeah.
Oh. It's a key variable in development and patronage outcomes.
Oh, go back a little bit back. Yeah, next one.
And challenges of 5 innovative technologies that could improve the operation of mid-tier networks. This includes my recent master.
To the. This is 0, this is 1. Go next. Go next. Go next.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Vinette. And hello, everyone. My name is Jay. I'm sorry I couldn't attend in person, but the presentations so far have been great. To provide some context on my portion of today's presentation, my recent master's dissertation evaluated the benefits and challenges of 5 innovative technologies that could improve the operation of mid-tier networks. This includes the Trackers Tram. As a result, I have joined Vinette today to discuss how smart stops could be utilised as a complementary leapfrog technology within Trackers Tram systems for developing nations. The technologies researched include micromobility, mobility as a service, smart stops, mobility on demand, and lastly, vehicle-to-everything communication. While each of these technologies are innovative in their own right, I believe the smart stop best meets the criteria of a leapfrog technology. Some of you may be asking what a smart stop or station is. A smart stop is a modular, decentralised transit stop that includes a range of innovative features that aim to improve public transport attractiveness and patron accessibility. Features include digital interactive signage, ticket vending, passenger counting, Wi-Fi, recharging facilities, and mobility ordering capabilities. Key to its decentralized design is a combination of solar and wind generation, allowing it to power its signage and charging facilities independent of centralized networks. Localized power generation may provide an opportunity to produce a self-sustaining trackers network. However, there has been no investigation into the potential of this scenario as of yet, and presents a potential opportunity for future research. While I won't have time to go into significant detail, I thought it would be best to summarise the findings of my research regarding the benefits and challenges of Smart Stop technologies, as this informs its selection as a leapfrog technology. A key benefit is the improved attraction and reliability that is derived from digitally interactive displays with real-time information, allowing patrons the capacity to plan, track, and pay for journeys is argued to significantly increase the likelihood of them traversing via public transport. Additionally, the Smart Stop goes some way in reducing accessibility barriers for disadvantaged groups, such as the elderly, the blind, deaf, or even international travellers, as features such as interactive mapping, audio cues, and language options are available to reduce barriers. The attractiveness of Smart Stop amenities also increases the economic development potential surrounding stops, as retail and other services seek to capitalise on the potential traffic surrounding precincts. The stop itself also represents an area for economic development and partnerships, as telecommunications providers and marketing stakeholders seek to utilise the platform. For example, my research revealed that telco providers may utilise a Smart Stop as a 5G base station and consequently could part fund or pay rent to utilise the Smart Stop. The prevalence of smart technologies also allows operational managers new capabilities such as smart monitoring systems that can complete traffic analysis or passenger counting. The Achilles heel of the Smart Stop is the cost to benefit ratio. That is, how many benefits would these amenities realistically derive in terms of patronage improvements? My study indicates that much of this issue comes down to assumptions of stops being low amenity and minimal in impact regarding transport patronage. This largely stems from an underappreciation of the potential station amenity as a key variable in development and patronage outcome. However, there is some merit in an overinvestment in amenity, with careful consideration needed on developing smart stops or stations that are reflective of the patronage or development expectations of the network they are situated in. Lastly, the attractiveness of smart stops is largely irrelevant if the accompanying service is either slow or inefficient. In this regard, smart stops are still very much a secondary component of a successful mid-tier network. Utilising Vinet's framework for leapfrog technologies established earlier in this presentation, I've evaluated the potential of the smart stop or station as a leapfrog technology. While the economics of smart stops are inconsistent and require context-specific design, they are indicated to improve the financial applicability of mid-tier networks and their station precincts. This is further multiplied by the cheap and affordable energy generation provided by its solar and wind capabilities. Combined with the plausibility of private capital to part-fund their implementation, they meet the requirements of being economical enough, albeit the weakest justification for its classification as a leapfrog technology. Regarding point number 2, being less technical, a key benefit of smart stops is their modular and decentralized design ensures that the system is not overly complex, often only requiring a basic operational management system and communications network. With the strong penetration of 4G use in developing countries, the smart stop is in a strong position to build on the existing communications trend in developing countries. That is, heavy 4G and 5G deployment. In turn, this produces a less technical station communication system for mid-tier networks. The Smart Stop also lends itself to partnership. As mentioned earlier, my research suggests that the Smart Stop is an attractive investment for telecommunications and marketing stakeholders as they seek to utilize it as a base station for 5G networks or for advertising purposes. In this regard, developing nations could partially fund implementation from private partnerships, in addition to deriving benefits such as telecom providers supplying free Wi-Fi to the station area. The concept of partnerships also expands to the concern for community engagement. Due to the patron attractiveness being at the centre of the Smart Stop, The design of its platform and amenities lends itself to community engagement through which features can be weighed and deliberated on to produce the most attractive solution for each unique context. For example, digital signage features or how the stop integrates with street businesses could be discussed for each station. Through this, the Smart Stop has significant momentum as a leapfrog component. As mentioned previously, Smart Stops are suggested to lend itself as a catalyst for co-development. If integrated well with community development, Smart Stops are suggested to significantly increase the attractiveness of developing both near and within stops. Developments such as retail services and micromobility vendors are most likely to invest in the surrounding area. Consequently, they are able to produce a limited source of job creation in addition to the larger urban outcomes produced via the Trackers Tram. The Smart Stop will go some way in fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, the technologies associated with the Smart Stop will considerably reduce emissions and improve energy security for developing nations' transit networks due to its solar and wind generation capabilities. Additionally, the likelihood of micromobility charging at stations may increase uptake, further decarbonising developing nations' transport sectors. Furthermore, improving accessibility and usage of public transport for all demographics via its interactive displays will significantly improve SDG attainment in social areas. Additionally, the economic and social benefits as a result of job creation produced from Smart Stops, in addition to the Trackers Tram, will advance SDG attainment considerably. Based on these findings, I believe the Smart Stop could be a potential leapfrog technology for developing nations to advance to a sophisticated and highly fruitful smart mid-tier network, with the potential to skip several stages of historical requirements such as centralised power supplies and communication networks. In doing so, the Smart Stop may represent a strong, complementary piece to the more significant leapfrog capability of the Trackers Tram. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Vinit and Jay. So I think we have to take only 4 questions and as quickly as possible. So if you can quickly ask your questions for our presenters. So we have Samuel, Simon, Negar, and Vinit, and also Jay. They're online. So do you have any quick questions? They presented about the context of the global south and global north, and also the technology used in public transport. Yeah.
I'll start.
Yep.
So I saw one presentation, maybe Simon's, which was maybe classified as path dependency, like this is how it was done in the north. Situation is similar now in the south, and this is what they could do. And we heard of the leapfrog technology where you don't depend on the path and you sort of jump over the hurdle. The question is for at least 2 of the presenters, maybe 3, is that, okay, what about cultural appropriateness? Like any transfer of technology, in doing that, when you introduce a technology, its appropriateness. So one is affordability, availability. So leapfrog can perhaps do that, but then it's a cultural acceptance. So that takes into a lot of context, social context, power relations, safety, security, etc. So that's my question is getting too long, but any reaction from the speakers?
When it comes to leapfrogging there, I mentioned that it's not only technology, it has to be part of the system. If you adopt a technology that is not working as part of the community, it doesn't matter whether it's cheap or what, it will never work. It has to be the technology that the community can take it and culturalize it and make it work within its own confinement. And you should suit the confinement. That's how I was saying there that that technology should have that attribute of being less technical, in most importantly, to become whoever adopts it should have the possibility to develop the capacity to socialize that technology, develop the capacity to make it part of the community. If it's not being part of the cultural surrounding, it is not going to last. It won't even get any support. So yes, that's how I can say it. It has to also take into context the cultural environment and see whether it can suit that. If it doesn't fit, it might not survive. I'm not so sure whether I answered the question there.
Yeah, thank you. I think I mentioned to this point that I found these 5 criteria, they are so important to make this mobile application attractive for people. But we should consider in which context, in which culture we are going to use it. As I mentioned, for example, maybe visualization would be more effective for the northern context, but the notification or text message would be more practical in South context. So we have to have these 5 criteria, consider 5 criteria, but study the area that we are going to use or introduce this application to increase the active mode of transportation.
Just on one of the attributes there of what makes a technology having the ability to enhance the technological leapfrog is it has to be likable. It has to be supported by the community that it comes through. If it doesn't have that ability to be liked by the community, chances is it won't survive.
A lot of research needs to go there, right?
Yes, it has to go there. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Presentation, everyone. It was very interesting. So I may have missed the beginning of today's presentation. So Leapfrog Technology, is that a company or is that like a type of transport technology or?
Yes, sometimes I also get confused myself. This technologically leapfrogging, what it means is that you are skipping a stage, going to the future without having to go through all the stages. You see, if you look at the developed countries currently, they went through all the hassles to be where they are now. They went all through the emissions and all that stuff. So by leapfrogging technology, it's purely simple the concept of saying you are skipping certain stages to be into the next future. It's just a concept of. So, for example, if you saw the photos that I'm so bad with names, Simon was showing for the developing countries, in those corridors, instead of them going through all the stages, that all they have to do is to adopt a modern technology like a tractor's tram. The next thing they look like they are in Sydney. So that's skipping the thing. That's leapfrogging technologically. Yes, that's just a concept.
Great comment.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
Really good. I loved your talk. It was excellent. It's really
I like your photos.
And I just had a question about what the autonomous vehicles and whether you've considered, because in the global north it seems that autonomous is the way a lot of the countries and governments want to head. And I just wonder about sort of the elimination of these roles that are within our cities, so that the actual human dimension of the bus driver, you know, that greeting that you get when you enter the bus. And does anyone else think about those sorts of aspects, the social aspects of the roles, some of this autonomous technology might actually eliminate, and will that affect the conviviality that we're looking for in our cities? Do you have any comments on that?
There's nothing as good as the human touch.
Yeah.
So you don't want to live your life and you are speaking with robots. But basically, if you look at the cars that we have now, if the roads are really up to standard, most of the cars these days, they can literally move on their own without even the driver driving it. But basically what it does with what I was talking about is that those technology has the capability for them to move on a dedicated route. But yes, they have the capability to move on a dedicated route, but chances is they always have a driver there until maybe we're into the futuristic there. But because it has the driver can override the autonomous, the loss of the human touch is something that needs to be researched further. But it has the technology to go on its own without having a driver there.
All right. The last question.
Thank you for your presentation to describe the beautiful future ahead. Now, it seems that the trackless trams will be part of the fourth industrial revolution. What would you think about the balance between the industrial revolution and employment? When so many people, probably will lose their jobs because of the computerized world. Thank you.
It's a tricky one.
Go on. Go on.
That's a very tricky one. But I think we shouldn't be scared of the future. As we develop technologically wise, people also will be they'll find where they have to be used effectively. I don't see the development into of the technology into the future as a worry to the employment levels. If that development into the future helps to upgrade the standard of living of people, it's not something to be feared of. We shouldn't look at it as if it's going to replace people, but it's going to enhance the standard of living of people. There's always a way as you develop further into the future. I don't know whether that's the right answer. I never thought straight about that one.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and your response. All right. So our next segment of session 2, we'll have Sip Shankar Das, Krishna Munir, and Shamima Shima for the presentation lineup. So first we have Sip Shankar Das from Zenith School of Management, India. And Sip's topic is role of clean energy for attainment of sustainable livelihood. And do you have it recorded? Yep. Yeah, no problem. And Shiv, you can stay back for a question and answer session after the presentation.
Yeah, fine, sir. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Really thankful to the organizing committee for allowing me for this presentation. And basically, this presentation or my study is related to role of clean energy for attainment of sustainable livelihood. And it all started in 2013 when I went for a project as advised by my guide, Dr. Haribandhu Panda. And when I went to the South Odisha part, to the KBK region, and I found out that rural people, basically in those areas, they were lacking the basic amenities, and out of which the unavailability of electricity was a major concern. So we thought that how we can solve the problem of the rural people by the use of sustainable livelihood initiatives. So we tried our level best of using clean energy so that their quality of life can be enhanced. So right now I'm just sharing my screen now. We'll go for the presentation. Yeah, okay. So this is all about my presentation right now. I hope it is visible. And my plan of presentation is like this. It all starts with the introduction, literature review, quality of life and clean energy nexus, sustainable livelihood security, and clean energy nexus methodology, conceptual framework, case study, sustainable energy service model through solar energy operated Jana Seva Kendra. So 2 case studies I think this is the first one, and the second one is solar energy operated port storage system. Then we have the conclusion and references. Now coming to the introduction part, access to and affordability of clean energy is necessary for improved health and agricultural productivity. And India's problem is that predominantly we have coal-based electricity generation and centralized system. So challenge here was that India needs to move from fossil fuel centric to renewable centric, centralized to decentralized system, unaffordable to affordable energy system. So my paper basically focuses on the development of a conceptual framework and how this framework has been established or it was implemented in the field by the help of 2 case studies. Literature review, we did various literatures we collected from different sources, and we have defined the clean energy concept here. Basically, there is no universally accepted definition of clean energy. but rather in my context, we have developed that clean energy can be defined as that energy source or form that does not create any kind of negative externalities. For example, if I'll say in our home we go for cooking. Now, if we use electricity for cooking purpose, it does not emit any kind of toxic fumes. And the use of wood, coal, or kerosene, they emit. So as a result, electricity is a clean energy, but wood, coal, kerosene, that is an unclean energy here. So clean energy can be produced by using various different type of purity here, purity levels. Now, for example, if I say that coal energy fired or coal-fired energy is produced through a number of unclean processes, which includes coal mining, coal transportation, coal handling at the power plant, coal combustion, flue gas emissions as disposal, etc. So solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, these are the renewable sources or clean energy sources. Now coming to the quality of life in clean energy nexus, here we have defined quality of life in the study under context. And in the present study, an attempt has been made to define the quality of life in rural context here. So we have defined the quality of life here as in the assess, having an access to sustainable livelihood security, decent habitation, safe drinking water, sanitation, clean energy, pollution-free environment, context-specific and joyful education. Now, access to affordable energy, affordable healthcare, social security, peaceful society, and enabling institutions for a life with dignity. So these are all different aspects or elements which we have defined here for the quality of life. Now, for each parameter of quality of life, economic and sustainability, the energy sources is ranked as high, moderate, and low, depending upon the unique characteristics. So here we have found out the quality of life parameters. We have taken as pollution, druggery, convenience, extent of negative impact on health, expensiveness, and efficiency. And in the other axis, we have tried to make a comparison between the kerosene-based lighting system, candle, pressurized kerosene lanterns or other oil, and solar-based lighting system. And here you can see the pollution is very low in solar-based lighting, druggery is low, convenience is very high, extent to negative impact on health is low in terms of solar-based lighting. Expensiveness, though it is high, but efficiency is also high. So similarly, we have also taken the characteristics of energy sources for drinking and irrigation purposes with respect to quality of life. Similarly, the quality of life parameters as discussed earlier in the earlier slide, it remains the same. And again, we are trying to make a comparison between diesel operated pumps and solar operated pumps here. So pollution is low in case of solar operated pumps. Druggery is also low, convenience is high, extent to negative impact on health is low, expensiveness and efficiency is high. Then coming to the next one, similarly we have done this for the cooking services. We have made a comparison between solid coils, LPG and solar PV cook stove. Here you can see that pollution is quite low in solar PV, druggery is low, convenience is very high, extent to negative impact on health is low, expensiveness is high, and efficiency is also high. Now coming to the sustainable livelihood security in clean energy nexus. So here, clean energy technology plays an important role in attainment of livelihood security. Now, for example, I'll say that for the rural farmers, if we replace the diesel operated pumps with that of the solar operated DC pumps, then it will help in making the farmers more efficient. The yield of the crops will also become high. So we can also attach the drip irrigation system to this the total system as well. So now if I come to the educational part, then solar based lighting system in home can be used in place of kerosene based lighting so that the students or the children can read for a longer period of time. Now we can also use solar powered projectors in rural schools, which will add in the delivery of material, resulting in a better learning environment as well. Similarly, the solar based lighting systems in rural areas can help in attainment of livelihood security. Now, if I say that if we use solar based lighting system in poultry sets, then it will also help in improving the livelihood of the farmers or the poultry farmers. Now coming to the methodology, here the study was undertaken with a data collection, both primary and secondary. Descriptive case study method was undertaken, and action research method of partial intervention in the ecosystem for applicability of the framework has been undertaken as well. Now, this is my conceptual framework. It consists of different actors. Starts with the manufacturers, facilitating institutions, financing institutions, implementing agency, local service providers, and rural consumers. Rural consumers are the end users, those who will use the clean energy product. Local service providers can be the rural youth, rural unemployed youth. They can be the owners of electrical shops who can provide the services for the clean energy product as well. Financing institutions can be the government, banks, donors, funding agencies who will provide financial aid for diffusion of clean energy product. Facilitating institutions can be the NGO. Implementing agency can be an SHG or can be a cooperative society. Manufacturers or producers, they are the manufacturers of clean energy product. Now we have taken two case studies. The first one is Jan Seva Kendra and the second one is solar energy operated cold storage system. Now in Jan Seva Kendra, basically it started through an initiative of OCAC, Orissa Computer Application Center, which was established in June 2008 using a PPP mode. Now Jan Seva Kendra, the Digital India's program strategic cornerstone. Here basically this Jan Seva Kendra was established in Damarpada hamlet of Thamalampur in the Kalahandi district of South Odisha. And the major problem was that Mr. Deepak Majhi of Kalahandi, Damarpada village wants to start a Jan Seva Kendra because the people, those who are using this services, although they want to have a photocopy of or any other printing services, they used to travel about 70 kilometers from their current location to other places so that they could do these printing services, due to which though the cost of the printing was rupees 1 or rupees 2, but they had to travel 70 kilometers. Now, Mr. Deepak, he thought that, let me use a solar operated photocopier printer in the laptop. Now, the system he bought at an USD of 1231 in total, and the NGO, or you can say the facilitating institution, it donated about USD 303 in margin money, and the balance of USD 928 was obtained through a 4-year loan from an financial institution or a bank, that is SBI, State Bank of India. He acquired the system with the technical assistance from an education institution. Now, Mr. Deepak was assisted by the NGO in here, that is the facilitating institution, in approaching the bank, in comprehending the fulfilling the procedures and conditions of loan acceptance. As a result, he was granted a loan and began offering the photographic services as well as assisting others through panchayat paperwork applications and other tasks. Now, currently he earns about USD 121 and USD 145 per month from the services he does and pays about USD 25 in monthly loan payments. Now, this is the framework. Basically, it starts with the technology, system, design, financial model, and setting up the Jan Seva Kendra. The Clean Energy Organization was the facilitating institution, that was the NGO. Educational institution here provided training to Mr. Deepak, and the technology system consists of the photocopier, printer, and the laptop. Provision of loan was given by the bank or you can say the SBI. Now, payment was done through EMI, and the margin money was provided by the NGO here. And setting up the Jan Seva Kendra, it was mostly in inaccessible areas, and obviously it was also run later it was also run by women. So women entrepreneurship was also given an importance here. Now, coming to the second case study, here this case study basically focuses on a Bhusari Cold Storage Private Limited, which is based in the district of Ganjam of South Odisha. The 7,200 metric ton cold storage system is mostly utilized for the horticulture items such as potatoes and onions. Then here the problem was that they are facing an insufficient power supply, due to which they were it was having a kind of 6 to 8 hours of power cut, and typically the power which they needed for the facility to run was about 320 to 1200 kilowatt hour. Now, Bhusari Cold Storage utilization of the diesel generator was set to around 6 to 8 hours per day, which led to higher operating cost. Now, this is Bhusari Cold Storage. They wanted to lower its carbon impact by reducing the reliance on the diesel part. So they went into, or they approached a clean energy organization called EcoFirst. Now they suggested to set up a 100 kilowatt grid connected solar rooftop solar system on the BCS premises. So EcoFrost tailored the design of the cold storage facility, which was about 10,000 square foot rooftop space, and the all this cold storage system, it was all connected to the rooftop system, due to which it was able to generate about 1,47,000 units kilowatt hour per year. Savings on electricity was estimated to be roughly around USD 13346.5 in the first year, and about in the project's lifetime of about 25 years, it was expected to be saving USD 564195.19 during the project's lifetime. So accordingly, we did the framework here. The framework basically consists of the same thing: technology, system design, financial model, and setting up the cold storage system. So BCS was the clean energy organization, and it became the clean energy organization later on. EcoFrost was providing the technology, that is SPV panels and other objects. Bank provide the loan, and payment was done through EMI, and the down payment was done by the owner of BCS. Now, it was useful in storing vegetables and fruits, and which helped in prevention of rotting and sprouting. Now, coming to the conclusion part, access and usage of clean energy are crucial criteria for an individual decent quality of life. So, clean energy products, process, and associated technologies are significant for human growth. It has the potential to enhance people's health, livelihood, and overall quality of life. Access to funding is critical for the introduction of clean energy products, and loans are tough to get for the rural clients. So we need to have a collaborative approach. So here I have given 3 types of collaborations here. Technical collaboration is needed, financial collaboration is needed, and consulting collaboration is also needed. Technically, basically tells that manufacturers need to transfer the technical know-how, skills, information to the facilitating institutions, which in the case studies I have told about, the NGO and the implement agency can be the SHG or the cooperative societies. Financial collaborations can be the government, banks, donors, corporate houses, etc. They need to agree to provide capital, financial assistance to the facilitating institution and other implementing agencies as well. Consulting collaborations basically consisting of the facilitating institutions, implementing agency, they all then need to come together. They need to collaborate with each other for mentoring, providing guidance, seek support services, exchange of knowledge, and others. So this paper, or you can say this qualitative research, it was around qualitative research, and we had given our level best that how the concept framework was implemented into case studies. And this is what, and I hope that this paper will help, or this study will help in enhancing the quality of life of rural people. And this is a small, you can say, small step to a larger. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Shiv. Now I'll hand over to Krishna Munir. He's a PhD researcher at Curtin University. Will be presenting on promoting sustainable building safety within Dhaka's supply chain networks, learning from global response to disasters in ready-made garment factories. So it's over to Trishna. Just a small announcement, the food will be taken back at 4 o'clock. So if you want to take more things from the room, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My presentation is titled A Critical Juncture in the Global RMG, that is Ready-Made Garment Production Network of Bangladesh, Safety Reformations Through Rapid Transfer of Technology. Thank you. Can I have the presenter note, please?
It's already off. You need the
notes.
She needs the notes in here.
Sorry. I'll start again. My presentation is titled "A Critical Juncture in the Global RMG," which is Ready-Made Garment Production Network of Bangladesh, Safety Reformations Through Rapid Transfer of Technology. Now, the RMG industry of Bangladesh is a product of globalization that actually put this country's name on the global map as one of the top garment exporters of the world. But unfortunately, in exchange of very cheap labor and compromised working conditions. Imagine $1 billion industry paying on an average to each of its workers $130 per month. Now, before I go into the good, bad, and ugly of this industry, let me just quickly outline what my presentation is about. My presentation will mainly focus on the global garment production network of Bangladesh, which, like any other industry, functions on several national and international mechanisms, such as physical technology, social technology, electrical technology, and such others. And it's also about a critical juncture, a turning point of the RMG industry of Bangladesh, which compelled safety reformations within the industry. And my presentation will also examine the effectiveness of this rapid transfer of physical and social technology within this developing country of the Global South. Physical technology in terms of an industry could mean any tangible item. It could be tools, machines, or electric instruments which are used by human beings. It could also mean structural design or construction techniques. On the other hand, social technology is more dependent on contextual theories, cultural beliefs, and human behavior. Now, in the context of workplace safety, physical technology for garment factories of Bangladesh could include structural integrity of factory buildings, such as compliance with national regulations and rules. And social technology is more dependent on human behavior and safety culture. The argument being made here is it is easier to transfer physical technology from developed countries than it is to transfer social technology from developed countries into developing countries. The basis of this argument is that presently Bangladesh has the highest number of green factories in the world, 157. 10 of them are the world's best. But on the contrary, this, of course, is a physical technology, but on the contrary, it also has very frequent fire disasters within its built environment. And the previous incidents of fire have proven to be the consequence of human errors, which is, of course, a social technology. Now, the positives of the RMG industry are many. It's currently a $78 billion industry, being the backbone of the country's economy. It employs over 4 million people and provides employment opportunities for both men and women. And of course, it put Bangladesh on the global map. But in spite of being a $1 billion industry, Bangladesh unfortunately offers one of the lowest labor costs in the world, which leads to compromising safety standards as the owners and international buyers run after making more profit. And in doing so, the factory owners often tend to take excessive orders from clients, orders which may be beyond the capacity of their factories, and then they end up subcontracting their workload to smaller factories, which may have a situation like this, which is unacceptable working condition. And the thing about these smaller factories is since they don't directly supply to the Western buyers, any workplace hazard that occurs within these factories will not be, the actors who are involved within this industry will not be accountable for any of it. One of the outcome of such safety compromise has been the building disasters. In November 2012, one of the biggest and worst factory fire incident occurred, which is the Tazreen factory fire. It was kind of a consequence of social technology because the fire alarms were ignored and the workers were forced to continue manufacturing jerseys for the FIFA World Cup, which was going to be held in a developed country. Although the government and ILO had taken initiatives to resolve the matters, but before much could be attained, within just 5 months of its occurrence, the worst building disaster in history, the Rana Plaza building collapse, occurred in April 2013. It took 1,134 lives and injured over 2,000 people. Now, this was a structural failure, a failure of physical technology. 3 of its top levels were illegally extended. It was built on filled up land, and the factory had originally been built as a commercial bank, but was converted to function as a manufacturing factory. The aftermath was a lot of massive media attention. It was globally scrutinized, and this was the first time when consumers worldwide and NGOs had demanded safety reformations within the factories of Bangladesh. The Rana Plaza incident marked a critical juncture for safety reformations and modification of regulations. The Bangladesh government was under pressure to repair its image and to ensure that international working standards could be provided within a developing country. In response, the Bangladesh government, instead of reforming the existing regulatory system, implemented 2 transnational bodies: the Alliance for Bangladesh Worker Safety to supervise the factories that were catering to American buyers, and the Accord on Fire and Building Safety in Bangladesh to look after the factories that were assigned to provide to European brands. They were agreed to serve for 5 years. The agencies stressed more on structural issues than fire. And within 5 years, nearly 90% of the issues that they had identified within the RMG industry had been resolved. And their biggest achievement has been that since the Rana Plaza building collapse, there has not been another structural failure in Bangladesh. But why had structural issues taken precedence over fire? Well, as seen in this chart, you can see that more than 94% of workplace death is caused by fire accidents, and only 2.9 caused by structural failure. But Rana Plaza was 10 times more serious than the Tazreen because the death toll of Rana Plaza was 10 times more, of course. So that required, the structural failure aspect required more immediate attention. In 2019, the 2 agencies were, however, compelled to leave by the factory owners and other actors involved within the industry. Regulatory responsibility was handed over to the new agency named RNG Sustainability Council, and ironically, it's formed by factory owners themselves and supported by the government. So this was the 3rd time in a decade that the RMG regulatory body had been changed in Bangladesh. Before the Rana Plaza, it was under the national regulatory body called Rajuk. Then after Rana Plaza, it was transferred to transnational agencies, and currently it's under the RSC. However, fire still threatens the RMG workplaces of Bangladesh. Between 1st January 1999 to 31st December 2020, there has been 285,000 fire incidents in the country. And in 2020 alone, there has been 373 industrial fire incidents. 243 of them has been within the RMG factories. In the last 5 years, there has been 5,834 fire accidents. And although the sector earned 78 billion this year, in just one single fire incident, this same year in June, they lost $165 million. Few factors were common in case of Tazreen and Rana Plaza. Both were confirmed to be preventable. There was negligence on part of management bodies in both cases, and both failed both physical and social technology compliance. A building can be perfectly compliant and structurally safe. However, if human errors are not avoided, then the safety issues remain. Some common errors seen in these RMG factories are locked fire doors, fire extinguishers which do not work, and such others. So it can be seen that although the physical technology part has been remediated and transferred successfully, the social technology still remains to be communicated, and safety culture needs to be developed. And it's not something that you can do rapidly. It requires time and evolution of the existing system. So the social technology cannot be modified rapidly, and it is not that easy to implement international working standards within a developed country within a short time. The prevailing fire concerns need to be immediately addressed. As you can see in the SDGs that Bangladesh has committed to, goal number 8 shows a yellow arrow, which means it is improving, but it is insufficient for attaining the goal. So if the fire hazards are not rectified, then the sustainable future of this industry could be at risk. Workers have the right to safe workplaces. No one should die for fashion. No one should burn for fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trishna. May I like to next presenter? Can I invite Shamima Shima? She's a research assistant at Curtin University, and her topic is towards a sustainable public space, a case from developing country. So to you. Just put this away.
Say it anymore.
You don't need to. It's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present a paper on public space. Like, we all know what public space is. So we'll see together how the functions public spaces are played in a developing country context in Bangladesh. And let's see how we can do something to make this more sustainable. So we all know the definition of public space is something, a place or facility that is open and publicly accessible to all. And this is the place where the city come alive. This is the place of social gathering where people come together and share their thoughts. This is the place of natural thought sharing or life. This is the place of liveliness. Public space has always been in our history. It plays a greater role for civic functions, and we also see that the function is also public space also playing a vital role in today's world. As we can see, the Sustainable Development Goal is also emphasizing to provide a green public space and accessible to all. However, as we see, the population in the world is increasing. So if the population growth increase, the rate of population growth keep growing, so ensuring a public space would be a challenge. Some of the key challenges that we can see through the urban expansion, there's the place, they create a public space plan for this huge rate of population is very challenging. And as you can see that urban growth is creating a vast pocket of informal settlement. And that managing those informal settlement while ensuring the public space is also a challenge for this time. If we go specific, if we consider a developing country where the city government has very limited fund and they have also challenges, they have no proper regulations for public spaces. So developing country facing those challenges while they are facing challenges to provide basic needs, then ensuring a public space for their citizens is also a major challenge for those developing country. So what we can see in a developing countries that sometimes the public space functions varies. What that is planned initially, but over time, people changes the roles of these public spaces. What are planned in the development plans, like master plans or all other plans, with time, due to lack of proper spaces, the definition of this public space changes. Sometimes people make their own spaces to a public space for social gathering. Bangladesh is a country where 39% of the total population lives in the dense urban areas. So ensuring public spaces for this densely populated country is really a challenge. So these are let's see how the public spaces are defined in the planning guidelines and rules or regulations in Bangladesh. So these are the main regulations and act that prevails in Bangladesh. So in these regulations, we have seen this is they just give some of the definition of public spaces like open street or market areas or like greeneries, but there's nothing said that how the public spaces should be managed and what we can do to ensure a proper public space for these urban citizens. So the study was conducted in a city of Khulna that is located in the southern parts of the Bangladesh. As you can see, this is the land use map for Khulna city corporations. And you can see the small white spot. Those are the open spaces marked in the land use plan of the Khulna city corporation. That is very insignificant considering the population of about 1.5 million. So this study asked people about what are the major areas, public areas, spaces where people gather for social interactions. Most of the people says that streets and adjacent areas, they spend most of the time for walking, eating, and festival or social meetings. So streets, open spaces, and marketplaces are the major areas where people use as public space. As we have said before, due to lack of proper public spaces, there are some activities as mentioned in the document that these should be the planned functions of this area. But however, due to lack of public spaces, people like do some spontaneous activities and those become an added functions of these spaces. So some of the spaces may not be initially planned for public spaces. However, people categorize those and use those areas as a space for social gathering and meeting point. As you can see, the streets or adjacent areas, it is mainly used for walking as a space, not as a like a place where the activities people use those areas for gathering, like walking, and also the cafes. And there are some planned areas where designated areas for cafes and restaurants where people come and sit, eat together, spend some time with family and friends. These are the planned functions of these areas. However, there are some spontaneous functions, as you can see, of these areas. These are not actually planned. Like people come there for celebrate their culture. There are some some professional offices or meeting places can also be seen in those areas. And on important findings, we saw that in Bangladesh, the drinking water is not supplied by in houses. So people collect water from nearby water collection points. So then in the streets, some of the people spend those streets as a drinking for they go there to collect water. So but they spend time with other people who come there to come there to collect drinking water. So this place, these streets, and drinking water point has become a place for social gathering. Some of the functions you also see that the planned function of the marketplace was there's some corridors where people, beside doing shopping in the marketplaces, there are some corridors where people working for travel corridors and free space for roam around. But there's also some spontaneous activities, like especially for youth. They come there, they use this space as social meeting points. There also means other spaces like open spaces, the municipal parks and community parks, and there's also like open playing field where people come and play or spend time. However, there are some other spontaneous activities of these open spaces are observed, like there are some university campuses in the periphery of the Khulna City Corporation. Those are usually designed or assigned for the university students to spend their time during the leisure period. But however, in addition to the students, other community people, other citizens of the city also come there to spend time. This happens because there is lack of spaces. People have no spaces to go and spend time. And that another word is public library. So these are the main public spaces as you see in the Khulna as a developing country city. So let's see how this is controlled and managed. There's two different government authority in Khulna. One is the City Corporation Authority and one is the Khulna Development Authority. The Khulna City Corporation is the local government body. They are run by Ministry of Local Government, and there is KDA is run by another ministry. So there is two different ministry and also the two different bodies that are responsible for providing civic services in the city. So there's a clash or lack of coordination between these two different authorities in the city. There's challenges while providing public spaces in Khulna. Let's see how the master plan says about Khulna. There's a master plan that says that public space could be any building, yard, or places. So in master plan, they says that the 1 hectare of land should be provided for as an open space or public space for 1,000 populations. So this is this all about that says in the master plan. There's no direct directions that how those areas should be managed and how the activities should be planned. There's no any other specific plans or policies that guide creating or managing the public space. And there's, as I said before, there's a lack of coordination between the two authorities, the Khulna Development Authority and the Khulna City Corporations. That KCC always says that Khulna Development Authority make plans and that they just imposes on us and they say that they have to obey the rules. They never call us or they never discuss with us. They never take our opinion. So why should we listen to them? And at the same time, KDA says that this is as per rules. This is our responsibility to create and manage the spaces for Khulna. So we don't need to discuss to any other authorities. However, there is a maintenance responsibility for both KDA and KCC. So what says like KDA development areas, including urban spaces, public spaces, or other development areas, they develop those areas and then transfer those maintenance responsibility to KCC. Like the roads drainage goes to KCC, and if the electricity goes to power board, and the water that goes to KWASA. So like there's different authorities for KDA and KCC. So the maintenance responsibility is sometimes overlapping. It doesn't mean that KDA develops on area and then they maintain those areas. Not, it doesn't happen. So the maintenance responsibility quite ambiguous, not clear, and that happens like if KDA sometimes create parks, and due to this clear guidelines for maintenance responsibility, it becomes unusable, non-functional. Other challenges faced by public spaces in Khulna is like, as I said before, that fund management is one of the main problem for the developing country. Khulna City Corporation, both and Khulna Development Authority, get fund from the central government. So in some, it happens like they always get fund for creating new infrastructure. But while comes for maintenance, it is always the lowest amount of fund they get from the central government, and they're also not self-sufficient. So they have to depend on the central government fund. So if they don't have the proper fund, it's very difficult for them to manage this already existing public spaces. And the ownership can be formal and both in terms of informal. Let's see the accessibility of public spaces. we also tried to get some gender aspect of the public spaces in terms of accessibility. As you can see, we asked the population of the Khulna city what are the highest distance highest distance you travel to get access to a public space, and it found that women only travel 3.43 kilometers on an average to get access to public space, where men sometimes on an average they travel around 19 kilometers to get access. So what happens, the women only go to the places that is nearby to them, wherever men can have access to further areas. And in terms of time, women mainly travels during the daytime due to safety and security issues, whereas men can even spend until midday to those areas. Let's say I think this slide has already been explained. Some of the challenges of these public spaces in Khulna. There's no proper planning initiatives in the Khulna for managing and creating public spaces. And some of the areas we've surveyed public spaces in Khulna, and we see there's lack of green factors, and there's lack of amenities. There's no clean toilets. There's no seating or walking arrangement. There's some, but there's very insufficient for the huge number of people. And this means, of course, is not women friendly. Women don't feel safe to go alone to these areas. What we can do, we just discussed with the people and what we can do to provide a sustainable public spaces for Khulna, for the citizens of Khulna, for this huge population. And some of the suggestions came as this should be socially inclusive, like this place should be safe for children as well as women. And I don't think there's any public space in Khulna that is accessible by physically challenged people. So these initiatives, these safety issues should be taken care of while we're designing and managing the public spaces. There in Khulna, this public space should also be taken the economic aspects, like for maintenance issues. There's some private areas in Khulna, or there's some public authorities also own some of the public spaces. While we can suggest to provide tax redemption plan, like if they provide some of the amenities, if they provide some of the aspects at public spaces, then we can provide tax redemption to these areas. And to ensure an environmental friendly clean public space, we can think of providing more green and blue public aspects of these public areas. And the management coordination is one of the key issues that the KCC and KDA should work together, and all the other authorities to keep aside their differences, and they should come and decide on what should be done for the betterment of the city. I think that's all. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Shamima. Can I please have Krishna as well? And do you have Shiv online?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, good. Quickly we can take some questions for these three presenters. All right. Yeah, Jeremy. Sorry.
Thank you both for such excellent presentations. Krishna, as I watched your presentation, it was quite heartbreaking, I think, really, when I was watching through it. Thank you. It was quite heartbreaking watching the presentation and seeing the photos of there was one of the boys sewing. And I was thinking about it in terms of just my own context. This might be a simple question, but when I'm at the shops and I'm in buyers looking at clothes, what should I be thinking in terms of trying to avoid the wrong clothing brands and buying the right clothing brands?
Okay.
I'm happy to answer. Just by coincidence, the conversation has an article today, which is a report produced by Oxfam about the retailers. And what did you say? You asked about mine. Mine is actually not that bad. Lorna Jane, which has ladies, is the best. And the worst at the other end is Jeans West and Zara. And if you go to the actual Oxfam report, you'll see what are the criteria, but it's all around payment. So, yeah, there's a lot of transparency that's coming now, and we are voting without government.
Krishna, do you want to add anything? Or?
No, thank you.
My question goes to the same presentation. Thanks for the presentation. The topic interests me a lot because we are active in the textiles space, this UN, but not, at least my agency, not from the death-inducing disaster, but the slow death-inducing pollution aspect of the problem. So exposure to chromium in canneries, to dyes, to particulate air pollution, how can cause other humans loss of work, sickness, and shortening the lifespan. Yeah. Has there been any sort of non-death, like pollution-related or labor condition-related improvements after the Plaza incidents to other issues beyond like immediate safety of disasters, but also towards the pollution control?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
I think the best answer to that would be the fact that Bangladesh has a large number of the green buildings that I mentioned about. But unfortunately, these buildings, the greenery of these buildings are actually judged upon their energy efficiency and how they impact the ecology and the environment. But not on the aspects of fire safety. I mean, they are judged upon how much harm they are doing or how much harm they are not doing to the environment, but not how much harm they're doing on human lives. Yeah. So, yeah, there is work of since the Rana Plaza. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to know. You see, all this is being caused by those people, those brands that are coming to your country, right? Because they are the ones who want.
Yes.
So much of production and employment of that much labor. So it's the enforcement that is a problem.
Of course.
If the enforcement was there, I don't think this would have been a problem. If in a building which allows probably 50 people, or let's say 100 people, you have 600 people there. So this will happen. And this is bound to happen because there's pressure from outside.
Of course.
Why do those people come? The textile industries, those brands come to our countries, yeah?
Yeah.
India included. It's because we provide cheap labor. Yeah? So that is the main cause.
That is the main cause, yes.
See, that is the main cause.
Yeah.
And we have to go to the root of it. Otherwise, well, I don't know what these green buildings can really do. But I liked your presentation as well. You know, you provided a lot of ideas. But is it based on any empirical study?
Yes, actually, it was my master's study. It was happened in Khulna. We conducted surveys and also key informant interviews. We also have some discussions with the Khulna development authorities and also the Khulna city corporations. Yeah, so yeah, it's a study that I done for my master's study.
Thank you. Yeah, Shahid.
I don't know whether mine is a question or comment, but let me make it a question to Krishna. If safety conditions were improved to acceptable standards, acceptable to Australia, for example, and if wages were improved significantly, comparable to, say, Australia, for example, what would be the future prospect of RNG industry in Bangladesh?
Okay.
So take it as a comment or a question.
Well, my whole argument was about improving and reforming social aspects of it as well, not just the technical, physical, because although it is set to have a literacy rate of 76%, you know how it goes. I mean, they just are able to sign their names, that's it. So I think it should start with the laborers. I mean, when you say changing the society, it should start from the workers actually, who need to be aware of their right to safe workplaces, rather than thinking that, you know, they are obligated or they can be compelled to work in those situations. So I think they have to be that's a difficult thing to do because these people, unfortunately, they don't care about their own lives. They earn, they go back home, they buy food, they eat, they sleep, they go back to work. So that's how the cycle goes. So yeah, I would say the future would be good. I mean, on the cover, but don't judge the book by its cover.
Can I add? Sorry.
Of course.
I couldn't resist the question. That was a fantastic question. And then I'd like to comment on that because this is a really nice question. It's like, what will happen if you actually improve safety and economic conditions like wages? And we already have seen that pattern. Like actually, global buyers move away from China. China was the production house. They to India, now Bangladesh, and I think the trend is like they'll move away from Bangladesh to another cheaper country.
Yes.
The reason is like it's driven by those cheap labor and the cost-effective the way they would put it.
Yeah.
But I think the question answer would be might not, because if you increase the safety and wages, definitely global
we just lose buyers. We lose
countries.
buyers. Yeah.
So I agree with you, but at the same time I disagree a little bit in a sense that it should come from the buyers and the consumers' point of view.
Right.
We are the consumers of developed country, a global north. So whether we are making the conscious decision that okay, this is coming from this country, and I'm happy to pay extra if you maintain the safety.
Right.
Otherwise, they will always move one country to another to find a kind of cheaper options.
Right.
That was exactly my comment, but I just also want to add to that the fast fashion is the one that is creating a lot of problems, including waste, textile waste. So a lot of the responsibility rests with us as consumers.
All right. Is there any last question? Still have a long way to go. All right.
If there's not a last one, this is to Shima. And in your presentation, you said that one of the points was to ensure safety and security for women in public spaces, urban spaces, etc. My question would be very simple: how?
Is there any solution with you?
I think it's a very, I can say it's one way, you can say one way difficult, but at the same time it's easier. If we ensure community engagement, one way is the rules and regulations. We have rules and regulations, we have police force, we have everything, but ensuring police and other law enforcement authority is not always possible. So one thing, you have to change your nature, you have to focus on changing human attitudes. You have to start from the root. If I can say in our country, I can say that in schools or in education institutes, boys doesn't learn how to respect women. Sometimes it's not written in their books. They have to learn from their culture. So if we can change those, these are the one thing that you can do, that we can add something on how to respect women, how to ensure security and safety for the women. That one thing that you can change in the curriculum. And another thing we can do is the community engagement. There's some community people living around this public space. We can develop some community safety groups. Those can ensure safety and security of this public spaces. So I think it's a long way to go, but if we can start this, I think we can ensure safety and security.
Social technology.
More socially. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief, as well. All right. Let's move into the next segment. So we have 4 presentations. The end, like the last segment of the day. The first is from Sharmin Ara, then Kylie Goi, and Shania Hunt, and Jeremy Ma. So can I please have the presentation from Shamim Ara, and her topic is subjective quality of life, a perspective from Rohingya refugee in Bangladesh to achieve SDGs. And Shamim Ara is from Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology in Bangladesh.
Sharmin Ara,
I'm from Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology. Thank you, Global South Nexus, Curtin University, and Centurion University for giving me the opportunity to present my work in front of you. My work title is Subjective Quality of Life, a Perspective from Rohingya Refugee in Bangladesh to Achieve SDGs. In this study, Rohingya refugees have long-term chronological history to take shelter in Bangladesh since 1978. In August 2017, it was enormous, it was extensive. A big amount of people took shelter in Bangladesh, Cox's Bazar district, because they received enormous amount of persecution, violence, and they are forced to take shelter in Bangladesh. Because of this, they created a lot of disturbance in the social, environment, and economic growth and development of Bangladesh, since we know Bangladesh is progressing towards the achievement of sustainable development goal. But this big amount of people has great impact on the livelihood, on the employment, and the daily wage rates in the region and also all over the Bangladesh. Because of the large amount of people, Rohingya raised a substantial amount of forest lands, and they cut the hill to have their temporary houses. Because of this, it disturbs the ecological imbalance, it disturbs the ecology, and it enhances the landslide susceptibility in that area. Here you can see some pictures of different camps which I have taken during our field survey. It shows how vulnerable they are and how they are creating threat to themselves and also to the nature. About 70% of the refugees are without adequate shelter, and half of them have no safe drinking water and sanitation. They are living in inhuman living condition, and they have no sufficient public spaces and lack of services and facilities. About the high density and the dangerous settlement status in the Rohingya refugee camp. What we did in this study. And we did we wanted to know the living quality of life of Rohingya refugee in the camps. We found that there are limited number of studies on livelihood, health, education, and physical structures of the refugees all over the world. However, there are some studies on the psychological quality of life or mental health assessment. However, there is no quality of life which consider the physical, economic, social, and environmental aspects of the life of refugee. So without this, we cannot ensure a sustainable living environment for them. That's why our main goal was to understand the nexus between the quality of life and the SDG achievement in the camps. We know about 25.9 million refugees are in the world, but it is interesting that they are not incorporated in any national, medium, long-term development plans. And they are also excluded from the SDG progress report till 2019. And then UNHCR, they worked a lot with the other partners countries and stakeholders to incorporate SDG, to incorporate refugees in the SDG. So they tried to reduce the SDG refugee cap, and they developed a global compact on refugees. This is a framework which gives the opportunity for the host community and the refugee community or internally displaced migrant people to make a framework which supports both parties. It has 4 objectives, and in SDG, there is one goal, which is goal number 10, which main goal is to reduce the inequalities, which is mainly relevant and I can say more pertinent to the refugees. And it has many targets. Among them, 2 targets are mostly relevant to the refugees. I can summarize, like we identified among the 17 goals, we identified about 11 goals which are relevant to the refugees. If any one of them is not achieved, the Sustainable Development Goal will not be achieved. Now, here, this is the summary table of how many targets and how many goals we have. We found that there are 11 goals and 27 targets. For this study, we took Teknaf refugee camps where 18% of Rohingya people are living within the 4 unions. In this area, there are 7 makeshift camps, and the total number of population in this area is 0.17 million. And the area is 2,294 acres. Here you can see these are the settlements. This is the demographic scenario of the refugee camp. Performed this study. We have done an extensive field work on the 7 refugee camps. We took sample of 222 households, and we did this field work during July 2019. Before going to the field work, we did extensive literature review, and we find out some indicators which are relevant to refugees and their lifestyles. We collected the data in 5-point Likert scale, which 0 means completely dissatisfied and 1 means completely satisfied. Asked to the respondents about their intuitive quality of life measurement, how they feel about their life at the time of the household survey, and their feelings about life before coming to the camp. Again, we asked them about different satisfaction level based on all the domains we identified, and we asked how do they feel about their life, including all the domain. And then we extracted information based on these responses, and we developed a subjective quality of life index for each camp. The result shows that the intuitive quality of life in 2017 is 29% uttered complete satisfaction, whereas 10.4 completely dissatisfied because of their precarious socio-political condition. And it is also visible that mostly people's satisfaction level increased when they arrived in 2017, and after 2 years, it has increased a lot from 31.2% to 46%, and it's also visible that 41% people are satisfied with the when they considered all the domains of their life. Here we can see the overall scenario of the resident satisfaction within the 10 domains. We've seen that 34% of respondents are completely dissatisfied for housing quality, and 26.6 respondents are dissatisfied with the family income, and they are mainly dissatisfied because of the housing material density and size of the room. Mostly they are satisfied with the safety and security, relief provision, camp management, and the social connectedness. Some of the housing quality, lack of light, small size, poor building material. Here you can see the building is very vulnerable and the room size is 110 square feet. The poor water supply and sanitation system, it incorporates long waiting time, vulnerable sanitation system, and open drainage. This depicts some learning and skill training centers, which is mainly focused for the children, which are mainly from 5 to 10 years. And the below pictures are represents different types of skills and training centers for the female and adolescents. From the study, we found that only about 10% respondents have primary education in their home country, and 76.1% are illiterate. Community activities. In the camp during field survey, we found that 54.5% have steady income, and 31.5% have no income, and 45.1% have monthly income greater than 3,000, which is very much limited. And female participation in non-earning group is twice than the male participation. That means females are more females are mostly engaged in household activities rather than the outside activities. Factor analysis. We perform the factor analysis to identify the subjective quality of life, and 7 factors are extracted based on highest loading variable. These are the 7 factors which we used for SQL calculation. This value we used for to take the number of components. If the value is greater than 1.5, then we took this as our component of the study, and this represents the variance explained. So it says that it shows that component 1 explains 16.26% of variance, whereas component 2 explains 12.52% of variations of the datasets. So this is the scree plot, which helps us to identify where the bending started. In the 7 components we took from this graph helps us to understand. Factor analysis. Here we developed an equation for the camps, and the sign indicates the relationship with the quality of life. If it is positive, that means it has positive relationship. If it is negative, that means it has negative relationship. That means if it increases, the subjective quality of life will be decreased, and if it has a positive sign, that means if it increases, subjective quality life will be increased. This calculation, we found that Camp 23, Camp 25, and Camp 27 has high quality of life, whereas Camp 26 has low quality of life. So from this study, we can say that how far the SDG has been achieved based on the quality of life index and the satisfaction response of the respondents. We found that only goal 2 and goal 16 has been achieved so far based on our data set, but others are still, they are on their way to achieve. Some of them are partially achieved, and some of them have poor achievement, and some of them are not yet achieved. But many of the stakeholders and international donor organizations are really working to improve the quality of life in the camp. We can say that Bangladesh is progressing towards sustainable development goal achievement in poverty reduction, education, electricity, water sanitation, inequality, and also sustainable communities, cities and communities development. However, without considering this large amount of Rohingya refugees, it is quite impossible to achieve the SDG 100%. So we see from our result that overall life satisfaction is higher in Bangladesh compared to Myanmar. People are mostly satisfied with the camp management, social connectedness, safety, and security, and they are very much are highly satisfied with the religious exercise. They expressed their happiness that they can perform their religious activities here without any complication, any disruption. So we're saying that CAMP 23, CAMP 25 and CAMP 27 respondents are more satisfied, whereas CAMP 26 are mostly dissatisfied, which is mainly varied because of some of the domains are not fully implemented or not fully achieved yet. The outcome of this study might help the other site management and site development organizations, government organizations, WASH related government and international stakeholders to improve the existing condition and identify the unprivileged domains which we need significant improvement and which can help to improve the quality of life in the Rohingya refugee in these camps. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time and your attention. If you have any questions, happy to answer this. Thanks again.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing a very interesting study from this critical crisis going on in Chittagong, Bangladesh. So we have another online presenter from Malaysia, from our Curtin University Miri campus, Chai Lee Goi, and will be presenting on research train on modernization concept in building sustainable cities.
Hi, I'm Goy, the first author of this research. I'm from Curtin University, Malaysia campus. Our research title is Research Trend on Modernization Concept in Building Sustainable City. The concept of modernization actually is the process of progressing from pre-modern society to modern ones. So this research is very important because we can see that in 2030, at least 82% of the populations will live in urban area. So then we believe that modernization aspect has an influence on the development of sustainable city. Thus, our research objective is to review the research trend on modernization concept in building sustainable city. For the literature review, we have highlighted a numbers of previous research. But to summarize this literature review, I want to highlight the last one, which is from Zhang and friend, which was published in 2019. The research papers highlighted 5 elements of modernization. This includes industrialization, informatizations, urbanizations, agricultural modernizations, and greenizations. So if we study in depth about these topics, actually the body of theories in modernizations became prominent, especially in 1950s and 1960s. For sustainable cities is highlighted by Hegazi, focus on 3 pillars: social development, economic development, and environmental development. You can see from this diagram. To get the outcome of this research, we have referred to Scopus database. From there, we enter the major keyword of modernizations and sustainable city. So from there, we can get the first publication until 1st of November 2022. Based on the result that we received, the research in this area become quite aggressive and active, especially after 2010. From this data that you can see, from 2010 until 2022. And the research area mainly from social science, environmental science, and engineering. Most of these papers are related to three major regions, especially from Asia, European countries, and North America. From this table also, we can see 20 highest citation authors. Start with De Jong with 3 research papers with 582 citations. Then the last one from this table, you can see by even with 68 citations. So no surprise that due to this research mainly from Asia, European countries, and North America, that's why we get the most productive organization as highlighted in this table. So you can see that the highest is from Chinese Academy of Science. In terms of articles, I have highlighted in this table show that 20 papers that you can refer to. So the most cited papers is by De Jong. The research title is Sustainable, Smart, Resilient, Low Carbon Eco-Knowledge Cities, making sense of a multitude of concepts promoting sustainable urbanization. So in terms of research trend, I have prepared a table here. You can see the research area based on the keywords. But I would like to highlight 10 major research areas like sustainable development, modernization, sustainability, urban planning, a country, few research areas related to China, urban development, planning, smart city, urban growth, and economics. The rest here you can see numbers of keyword and research area. So this is the connection. To do this research, we use a software called VOS Viewer to connect all these research area with the largest research in sustainable development, then modernization, urban planning, like urban development, urban change, and the rest you can see from this visualization networking. To conclude our research outcome, number one, the research publication increased drastically starting in 2010. And this research discipline involved social sciences, environmental sciences, and engineering. And most of these studies were conducted by researchers, especially from North America, Europe, and Asia region. I would like to highlight a major research area like related to sustainable development, modernization, sustainability, urban planning, numbers of research related to China, urban development, planning, smart city, urban growth, and economics. So from a theoretical perspective, this research actually provides classification on topic related to the modernization, and also it impacts on building sustainable city that enable researchers to identify new areas for future research project. So from our summary, based on our finding, this is our future research that we want to conduct, that you can refer to this diagram. So based on 5 modernization is highlighted just now. This include industrialization, informatization, urbanization, agricultural modernization, and greenization. Whether these 5 modernization really impact on building a sustainable city. So this is my presentation. I would like to thanks all of you for listening for my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing very nice piece of literature review and showing some guideline for future research. So we have our second last presenter. Thanks, Shania, for your patience. So Shania is a MPhil student at Curtin University, and she'll be presenting on Street Verse in Transition, a study of community drivers and local policy setting for urban greening in Perth in Western Australia.
I'm Goy, the first author.
Sorry, I think this is just a tech glitch. All right, so it's over to you, Shania. Yeah, I think your slide is here. Yep.
Cool, thank
Good.
you. Okay. I'll try and make this quick since we all want to go home, I'm sure. So this is presentations based on an article I wrote at the start of this year, based on a report I wrote in 2019 about street verges in the city of Bayswater. So I'll pretty much just be going through everything I discussed in the article, but not as in depth. So to introduce the article, it's based on small-scale green initiatives that can help Australia face their major challenges in the Sustainable Development Goals 13 and 15, which are climate action and life on land, as well as the minor challenges they face in the Sustainable Development Goal for 11 for sustainable cities and communities. So right now in planning, we see a lot of green initiatives on a variety of scales, but the smaller scale initiatives are quite important as they can be undertaken by the community without the intervention of governments. So at the time of doing the report, a lot of local councils were starting to, I guess, invest their time into these small scale initiatives, and they were becoming quite popular. So this article is based on verge gardens. So what is a verge garden? It's pretty much a garden in the verge of the front of people's houses, which is owned by Crown or council land, and it's under the maintenance of traditionally the owner of the house that it's in front of. So these small informal spaces can help adapt to climate change and increase urban resiliency. So background to Perth is that we're facing incredible population growth. As you can see in the picture, how we see the old style, 50s, 60s housing with a small house on a big lot compared to the 2000s. And currently with the lots and houses being practically the same size, we see private gardens diminishing. So we were relying on smaller pockets of land for our urban greenery. So Perth's current urban planning strategy is going towards this denser housing to increase their current density by 50%. So there's a new competition of land, and the potential value of verge gardens sees local governments opening up their appetites for these smaller scale initiatives. Background as well is we obviously have big impacts on climate change. Australia is one of the driest continents in the world, and Perth has seen a decrease of rainfall by 20% and increase of hot spells and intensity and frequency. Climate change affects our health and also the local environment. So urban greening aids in the reduction of urban heat island effect and combating the impacts of climate change. And as you can see on the image on the right, we can see the decrease of rainfall in the Perth metro area from the 1958 to the current 2019. So part of my article was a literature review on the benefits of verge gardens. So residential gardens provide a significant portion of urban green space, which is imperative for conservation and ecosystem function. So the cumulative action of gardening can greatly benefit our human health and environment, as well as urban green spaces providing a lot of free ecosystem services. So in that we think of parks are usually not free because councils pay for them, pay for their upkeep, whereas residential green spaces are free because the private landowners usually maintain them. So some of the benefits that commonly are found were the natural and effective cooling benefits, the social benefits, including sense of pride and interaction, and also the increased housing prices that they may provide. So also I looked into the motives and perceptions. So the perceptions, I found articles that said that these types of informal spaces and gardens provide a lot of aesthetic appearance benefits, and also flowers are very highly sought after by the people. And a study into urban wastelands found that so urban wastelands was these informal spaces in urban areas that were, I guess, vacant, and people grew gardens on them. A lot of people really valued the flowers, so it just showed how much, I guess, aesthetics and flowers benefit people's happiness. And I found motives for gardening was that the front garden is a very public display, and people see their front gardens as a reflection of themselves to the other people. And it's greatly influenced by social norms and peer pressure. I a study in Melbourne verge gardens found that people were often very hesitant to actually create verge gardens because of the disapproval that they might face from their neighbours. So I guess a big thing in my study was to see how people really felt about their verge garden, if they were actually attached to it. And a small thing about the policy framework is I found out of the 30 or so local governments, I found that only 5 actually allowed verge gardens without a permit, which was quite surprising. It might have changed now, but that's what I found. And a lot of local governments had incentives to actually build verge gardens with traditionally a lot of rebates due to Water Co-op providing a dollar for dollar contribution for these rebates, and some went as far as performing earthworks and actually providing mulch to the house. And another interesting thing I found for policy was that a phenomenon of catalyst behaviours. So this idea that if you can implant a behaviour into the community, that it might build more uptake and a follow-on effect. And I researched that. So my actual study was undertaken in the city of Bayswater in Perth, and I separated the study area into 2 sections, the northern, Naranda and Morley, which is very post-World War II, very large blocks, small houses, and compared to the southern area of Bayswater and Maylands connecting to the river, which was quite historic as the old railway used to run through there. So it's got a lot of settlement housing. And demographically, the northern area was a lot of older people with lower income, whereas the southern was more younger with younger families and higher income. The second part of my study was an audit. So I conducted an audit between November 2018 and February 2019. So where I went to every verge garden in the city of Bayswater, took a photo and did a quick rapid assessment on site, and took various information regarding the health, the type of vegetation and what ground cover. And the vegetation I selected was native, ornamental, waterways and food to help sort of categorise these verge gardens. I also delivered a questionnaire whilst doing the audit to every house that had a verge garden. So I delivered a total of 534 questionnaires and got 166 back. And these questionnaires helped discover the motives, drivers, perceptions, the time and cost related to the gardens, and any current knowledge they had on policy. So key characteristics I found for the verge gardens was that there was a total of 534 verge gardens in the city of Bayswater. The average size was 48 metres squared, ranging from 5 to 310. The most common vegetation was native for 63%, followed by ornamental with 51%. 62 of all verge gardens had mulch as ground cover, and the majority of verge gardens were classified as healthy. So spatially, I analysed the clusters visually. So I also measured the density via a 400-metre radius, because that's typically what we use in urban planning, and it made more sense that people, if they visually saw a verge garden, they might want to do one themselves. So I found that the average density had 13 verge gardens within a 400-metre radius. Half of these verge gardens had at least one within their visual distance, which meant they could see another verge garden from the front yard. So, and I discovered 14 clusters in the whole council. So the results from the questionnaires was I had a response rate of 31%, but the majority of respondents were over 65 or between 45 and 54, lived in their own home for over 4 years and owned their home. So the graphs below show I had the first graph was their motivation, which was multiple choice, and they just ticked the ones they agreed with. And the second graph was values that they stated themselves, which I simplified into words. So it showed that their motivations were around aesthetics and wildlife and their environmental values. And the values they stated themselves that they thought their verge gardens provided aesthetics and social interaction to their neighbouring street. So the collective benefits of Verge Gardens. Collectively, Verge Gardens provided a large network of linked urban green spaces and provided 1 hectare of self-maintained healthy vegetation to the local council. And this article found that Verge Gardens can provide biodiversity corridors, reduce urban heat island effect, food resiliency, improved air quality, placemaking, and reducing crime. Motivations for uptake. I found a study that said that social economic factors may not play a part in the uptake of gardens, but they might be a primary reason for the clustering of gardens, in which I made the map on the right to show the income relating to the households and showing that the income and clustering is quite similar, which might have a correlation. In the resident survey, I found the top 4 drivers for actually making over their verges was attracting wildlife, amenity, environmental reasons, and that it's easier to maintain. And that in the questionnaire, I found that Verge Gardens provided a great sense of pride and social standing. And as previous studies found that, I can't see my name's in front of it, the uptake of Verge Gardens was directly related to the social pressures. Also for social mimicry, wait, that's the same one. Previous studies have found that gardens were influenced by their close neighbours and local styles. And a study in Montreal found that front gardens of those living adjacent to, so the idea of I had for clusters was that, so if we introduce a self-made cluster into the council area, that this could possibly bring on a catalyst effect and have more following on clusters in the council. So this was a proposal for this article. And I found in the questionnaire, we asked how much it costs. So it costs an average of $250 or $6 per metre square to actually make over a verge. And this is important for local governments who want to provide those grants to actually make over verges. So we know how much it costs to actually do a relatively good verge garden. So in conclusion, my research found the 4 greatest benefits of verge gardens was the environment, by interactive wildlife, waterwise, social, with the aesthetics, flowers, social interaction, and the ease of maintenance. And using these benefits and minimal makeover cost, it can help government officials consider the balance of costs in supporting resident verge makeovers. Further research is needed to better understand social mimicry and its possibility in policy setting, and also to consider integration of verge funding into long-term capital works. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Shana. So we have our last presenter for today, Jeremy Marr, and Jeremy is from Water Corporation, and his topic is drainage management is a wicked problem with competing design objectives when thinking of stormwater from a problem lens of flood prevention, water quality, and the livability of the cities. So it's over to you.
So thank you, everyone. What I'm going to do in this presentation is I'm going to go a little bit off track and maybe just do this as a bit of a story, because I'm sure that everyone's brain is overloaded at the end of today. So I'll talk a little bit around drainage. I'll talk a little around nature-based solutions and what that means in the Perth context as well. So I always put this up, and I think it's about my own identity when I come and present in front of academics, because I'm a practitioner. That's my main background, and I've done that for some 20 years. But what has happened more recently is that I've been working with SUP1 on a range of projects where we're trying to look at the idea of how do we translate research into on-ground outcomes, and back the other way as well. And so in Perth, we talk, this slide comes up a lot. Anytime when there's a water presentation, it comes up. It's about water's role in livability. And so when we think about sustainable cities, one of the big foundation pieces that is water. In places like Perth, Western Australia, it can provide a lot of the solutions for the challenges that we have for sustainable cities as well. So we can think about urban heat, we can think about amenity, and we can think about waterways. And waterways is doing lots of things from water quality through habitat, biodiversity, amenity, and so forth. So thinking around nature-based solutions and drainage isn't a new thing in Perth. It's been going well for about 30 years, but largely driven from not-for-profits and community organisations. And this is an example of a project that I did some 10 years ago when I was working in local government. And you can see up the top right-hand corner what this man-made constructed wetland looked like. Lots of algae, lots of acid sulfate soils. And what we converted it into is on the left, which is a nutrient stripping wetland. And it uses a particular chemistry process where it goes through different depths of water that helps to be able to remove nutrients. And the important part of this is that this was a wetland that was drying out, and we tapped into a stormwater system, ran it through the wetland, improved water quality, provided better habitat, provided water for the wetland as well. So this sort of idea has been around for some time, but in Perth, it's also had a little bit of a checkered history. And so drainage was something that had been dug around Perth as development occurred. And what was happening was it wasn't being managed very well, often because drainage would have to go through lots of local government areas. And so an organisation called Water Authority, which was a government organisation, took on the management of drains. And at that time, all water services was in this one place. But in 1996, there was a separation of the Water Authority, and that essentially made it into two types of organisations, one a regulator and one a service agency. So Water Corporation is a service agency, a government trading entity. And so what its service looks like is mandated by the regulator, who's the Water and Rivers, who was the Water and Rivers in this case, and now has gone on to the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. And the problem with that was, from, I guess, an opportunities perspective, was that drainage was mandated as a service to meet two levels, which is essentially not to flood residential areas in up to a 1 in 5 event, and not flood industrial areas in up to a 1 in 10 event. And it didn't talk about things like water quality and ecosystem services and people and amenity and all those other things that stormwater can do. So these are the typical drainage assets that we have in Western Australia, Perth, and they're pretty barren. They get water from one side of the world to either a river or a wetland or something, carry all the pollutants with it, and then dump it in our pristine spots, and often provide low services for the rest of the community beyond flooding. And so when we think about drainage, we often think about it as a wicked problem. And in Perth, again, there's lots of agencies that manage water. So there's local governments, there's the DBCA, there's the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation I talked about, there's Water Corporation. And then within that, in land planning, there's not clear linkages between what happens on the land and where that water drains to. New developments have got better, but old Perth, where these drains are not so good. And then Water Corp went through a bit of a renaissance. And I think this is important in thinking about practitioners and how do you deliver something. So rather than going back and trying to get to better stormwater outcomes through regulation, the Water Corporation sat down with the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation and said, look, what if instead we look at what can we do within the tools of knowledge that we have now, and we'll call it beyond regulatory compliance. And it was really trying to vision this idea of how do we shift from a drain city to a water sensitive city. What this meant was it was really an opportunity for Water Corporation as a trading entity to say, how can it partner to deliver these sort of outcomes? So this idea of drains on the left to living streams on the right. And you can see what's really critical about that in the top two images is that this starts to create green corridors or green belts that provide things like urban cooling and biodiversity and cleaner air and nicer places to be. And the list starts to go on. So as all good government organisations, Water Corporation then developed a fact sheet so that we can tell people how we think these projects could be implemented. And then we started to work with a range of local governments to implement these projects. So this is one that's in City of Bayswater, and this was when I was working in local government, working backwards with Water Corporation. And you can see in the top left-hand corner the image of what it looked like and the bottom right-hand corner of what it does now. This was a really cheap project to deliver. All it was doing was essentially moving a little bit of dirt out of the area. The plants that you can see in the picture are all locally native plants, particularly providing habitat value, particularly providing water quality value. But what this project also did was it opened up the neighbourhood. So it was a long way to be able to walk from where this photo is taken around to the back. But there's this beautiful pathway that's been built along the side of this drain now, and a beautiful drain as well. Another project that we worked on, and this was mine again in City of Bayswater, was the picture in the top left is what the land was when I started, and the picture in the big picture is what it was when I finished. And this was a site that was looking at an issue that had not enough stormwater storage or capacity within the system, and it needed more. So we had an opportunity to dig a big hole and put a fence around it. Or we said, with that same money, maybe we could reimagine something different. And we imagined this into a micro wetland. And instead of having just the hole, we planted it with native sedges and rushes again. In the middle of it, we had a little wiggly stream. So in summer, it had a nice little stream, and in winter, it had the storage capacity that was needed. But again, this thing's functioning as a sponge. So sponge for storage capacity, but sponge for nutrients and so forth as well. And then also for the residents that live around here, it now provides some urban cooling and better biodiversity outcomes. But it doesn't have to all be about things like water quality and biodiversity. It can be just about people as well. So in this one, the image on the left is where we just fence off an area that would have a stormwater drain run through it, and that was it. And what we're finding is there's a number of these in city centre areas that are low on public space or short on public space. And we said, well, maybe we could open it up and take the fences down so that people could use it. And in this case, we still had the stormwater use, but we built a park, and this was a Ninja Warrior park that we built in this location. So it's an active park, and it's showing how land can be used from a stormwater perspective of doing just more than one thing. And this is our premium project at the moment, and I had nothing to do with this. I'm really jealous of it, and I'm looking forward to the day I'll be able to build one of these as well. But again, in the top right-hand corner, this is what the site looked like, and then it was converted into this wetland on the left as well. Again, all those sort of features that I talked about, but what was really critical with this project was that it was in a city centre area, so an area where there was no public open space, and they tend to be pretty hard. And the image on the right just kind of complements that sort of urban, hard, underutilised space. So by building this parkland and taking advantage of this particular piece of land, we can contribute to better city building and more sustainable city building. And what I wanted to do was really, I'm hoping this will work. No, it's not going to work. I had a little video, but it may not work. No, we're going to call it not working. That's okay. So this was a video of a lady who I had worked with from the community early on in my project at the first wetland that I built. And what she was talking about was how proud she was of the wetland. And in all of this discussion that we have, we always have to think about bringing it back to who are those people that live in the area when we're providing a service, and how are we thinking about how they will use it. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are towards the end of the session, having the last Q&A session for our first day. So we have two presenters online, and we have two other presenters in person. Please feel free to ask your question.
Unfortunately, Boy cannot join.
Okay. All right. So only Charmin is online. Yep. All right. So please go ahead with your question.
I have a question.
Yeah,
for
sure.
Jeremy. You have shown the pictures, images before and after. I'm just wondering whether that project is meant to purify the drainage water through the sort of natural system rather than through technology driven purification system.
Yeah. So there was when we think about this idea of what can nature-based solutions do for stormwater, what you tend to find is that it's actually really complex in terms of nutrients that can be removed from water. So they have to be very specifically designed, and not in all cases is there enough space or the water can flow too quickly to be able to remove nutrients. But in the wetland that I showed originally, that one had been specifically designed to have water flow into it, and over 72 hours it would move slowly through the wetland, through deep sections which are anaerobic and then shallow sections which are aerobic. And that process causes nitrification, which releases nitrogen back to the air. And so they're actively removing nutrients before they go into the Swan River. With drains, if it's a long stream, there's this thing around the slower the water moves, the better, because the plants can take out the nutrients. However, too slow is also a problem because it can stagnate and cause those things that go along with it.
What you have in common, I really like, you're actually improving the world a little bit. Like we all go through uni thinking we're going to change the world, and you actually have. Like the way you transform that park and the way you've grown food on a useless bit of land, a verge that the planning system hasn't even thought of. There was a big 30, 40, 50 years ago, we used to grow a lot more of our food. I just think that's amazing that you're creating useless land and you're growing food. So what sort of foods can you grow on a verge?
I guess I saw in practice, I guess one that stood out to me was there was like this little raised garden bed of aluminium, and they had like a little sign on it. It was like community herb garden. So they had like heaps of different random herbs that you've never really seen before. And I saw a few people had like, I guess if you have a corner house, how much verge they have. So they had a whole veggie garden of everything. And some people actually liked people taking their vegetables. Some people wrote back saying people steal them, and I don't like that. But I think a lot of people realized it's open space and they'll get taken. But yeah. I've seen everything grown on a verge.
That's
yeah.
awesome. Right.
I want to ask,
Yeah.
Shami Ara, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Shami? Can you hear me?
Charmin, you are muted.
Yeah, please open your mic.
She's not?
No, she can't hear.
She can hear. We can't hear.
No, I mean, I don't know. I can.
So, yeah, we can't hear. No, we can't hear you.
Ask her if she can hear me.
Is your volume down or something?
Is your volume down or no? Okay. Or maybe you can ask question and we can get in writing.
I think you can tell me that
Yeah.
she's a doctor student, right?
No. She is a faculty.
About the Rohingya refugees who have, and she's looking at the SDGs in the Rohingya refugee camps, right? Obviously, you cannot look at all the SDGs, but a few. But you at one point said that they are better off in Bangladesh than in Myanmar. No, I just don't know. But have you done any study? The only criteria you probably, you let us know is that they could do their prayers, in Bangladesh and they felt safe or whatever. I mean,
Or they could survive in Bangladesh. I think that's a bit different.
Yeah, no, but I just
Being
want
able to survive or not.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know what kind of comparison she has done because that.
Yes, interesting to know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Right, so, Tanaya is the question. I mean, I found it very interesting that you said that, of course, very obviously you said that in higher income areas, you find more veg gardens and, more clusters. And I think that's where you can put your policy recommendation that local governments could perhaps concentrate on the lower socioeconomic areas to, help fund them to take up that activity. That's good. But you also, if I got you right, you said that people are not really motivated. The motivation of having social interaction was not there, but that was achieved. Is that you're finding?
Yeah.
Having the veg garden, then you had social interaction as well.
Yeah. I found a lot that people, I guess the big thing I found in the actual surveys was that they wanted to say it was like their idea. So they kept saying like, oh, people copied me or people really think it's great and they like will do what I did. And so I think, well, they don't want to admit it. Like there was a lot of influencing everyone else and they would talk to their neighbors and then they'd have the same plants with the one next door. And then although it wasn't like a motivator, I guess subconsciously it was quite evident that they did copy off all their neighbors and stuff like that.
I think that's a great positive, what do you call it, externality. Something that you didn't bargain for, but you get it in the process. You're growing your whatever plants, but you also having social interaction. I think that's a very valid finding, I think, very important in my point.
Yeah, that's why they have the community gardens in Australia, right? Yeah, it's a nice initiative.
Yeah.
Sharmin, can you hear us or no?
She
She
can
can't.
hear us, but we can't hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something wrong with the line.
All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm so sorry that we can't hear you. Yeah. But maybe you can write to us on the chat box. So maybe I can share with Professor Smita.
You want to leave your questions so that she might, if she can, just type.
Yeah. So you
Yeah,
can.
You could hear my question. I just wanted to know what kind of comparison you're trying to do between, have you done any empirical study where you've actually looked at refugees or the same refugees in both places or something like that in Myanmar and Bangladesh?
I think our study looked at only in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Like the data was.
So who are already sort of migrated from Myanmar. So and her study was in Teknaf, so who are already in Bangladesh, probably not comparing that how they were in Myanmar. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Shahid.
Just one question to Jeremy. You talked about, we know the work you've done and the wetlands are great and fantastic. But wetlands do need maintenance, right? We find that sometimes could be a problem. You design a wetland, everybody's happy, property values go up, and then people do not want to maintain or cannot maintain it, and that could sort of bring in the negative cycle of things. Does that happen, and what do you do about it?
Yeah. So there's So thinking about like with these projects is depends on how slick the organisation is how much they think about that. Something like where I am now, Water Corporation, they do 100-year life cycle analysis. So every project that's built has to think 100 years forward and what is that annual cost, and that gets put into budgets. So they get nicely secured away for maintenance. For other areas, but they may not actually think that far ahead. In terms of wetlands, there is that historical issue where when they're new, they're very shiny. Everyone wants to build them and be part of them. And sort of 20 years later, it is difficult to keep up that passion for them if they're driven by passion. Wetlands also do become a pollutant sink as well. So while they're doing that sponge work, they can also absorb things like heavy metals or microplastics or so forth. That's not too bad a thing if that water is then going into the river or a pristine wetland. That's a pretty good thing, right? We're sucking it out, we're taking out nutrients and heavy metals and so forth. But there is a point in the asset life cycle where some significant investment may need to be done where you go and remove the sediment, for instance, and need to treat it and so forth. So it is this challenge where if you, like, I guess, go back to the idea, if it's a slick organisation, they think that far ahead, then tends not to be so much of a problem. But if it's something that's built where people think about capital funding and don't think about how do you maintain the thing, then that is a problem.
All right. Okay, thank you everyone who are with us from the beginning and still listening to our presentation. And that concludes the day one. And we'll see you tomorrow again. And this will be again live streamed on our YouTube channel. Okay, goodbye. 8:30. Yep. Okay. Thanks. See you.
Thank you.